एक सवाल मचलता है मेरे दिल में कभी, क्या तुझे भूल जाऊं क्या तुझे मैं याद करूं। मैं लिखता हूँ तेरे लिए जो भी था। हेलो गाइस, वेलकम बैक टू द लाइव स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल चाल है भाई? आज की है दबा के साफ सफाई, कपड़े धुले थे कल, आज की है साफ सफाई। भाई भाई बाहर रहते हैं तो खुद को क्लीन भी रखना पड़ता है। गाड़ी कैसी लग रही है? ठीक है मामला। और कंगा कंगा मेरा उधर है, चलो कोई नहीं, चल जाएगा इतने में। और जैसा कि आप थंबनेल से समझ गए होंगे, हम करने वाले हैं PMWC की वॉच पार्टी। ओके, PMWC यू नो ना, व्हाट इज PMWC? चैट में कुछ चैट में पहला कि मैं अभी नहीं आया,
was able to win out there.
फिर तो ब्लूटूथ चार्ज हो रहे हैं, होने दो। हमारे पास हमारे वायर्ड ईयरफोन्स हैं। एक सवाल चलता है मेरे दिल में कहीं, क्या तुझे भूल जाऊं क्या तुझे मैं याद करूं, तुझे याद करता हूं। वॉचिंग तो आएगी नहीं, मुझे पता है नहीं है ये वॉचिंग, बट स्टिल यार I'm here because I love doing these things.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be really fun to see how the teams are going to try and qualify going into PMGC, especially because now Rondo's going to be there, so I know that Horror Esport are going to be loving the new map rotation this time around because, of course, they did get the win yesterday on the show matches. But no, Rondo in particular, I think I've been waiting for a big change in Pubg Mobile Esport in the map rotation, and we're finally getting it here in the later stage of 2025, so I'm beyond excited to see what the meta is going to be on that map.
As much as I love Sandhawk, I'm actually excited with the way that we're going to be seeing Rondo being able to revive your teammates. We saw it happen yesterday during the show match as well. APG, I think it was Doc, the last one alive. He ended up reviving 3 of his teammates. And as long as you don't predict Hora, I'm pretty sure they'll continue to win.
Okay. Sure, I won't do that.
We're going to have to bake it into our contracts, Max. So only we're allowed to cast Rondo from now on.
I like that.
I wouldn't hate that. You guys were great, actually. I learned about Rondo hearing you guys talking about it.
He's been nice to me on... Oh, it's weird.
If you had to equate how much you learned from me versus Max, man, what would you say? Me, like, or...
I would say a solid 99 and 1. Jeez Louise.
Okay, I take it.
He said I was being too nice, though.
James Young did say you could be the one. There you go.
I am the... No, I'm the hashtag one.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, let's move on then. A lot of things to be excited for PUBG Mobile Esports here, but we've got to talk about PMWC, of course, because we've got the Crunchyroll reactions coming in from everything that was going on Neptura throughout these last 2 days. Emotions were riding high for some of these teams, but Yangon looking fantastic.
They really are. Just 10 points left until they hit that match cutoff, right? Or the cutoff point, rather. So Sandhawk, if they can just do that, that's not even a hard threshold to reach, right? 10 points in one game for these teams, the way they've been going at least, not all that difficult. I would like to see them do that thing again. I think the way the zones have been going, the way they've been able to handle the zones over the last 2 days, if we see those same zones today, they have an excellent chance of actually making it and smashing.
Honestly, even if we don't see the same zones, the way that this team plays, I was talking with Blank and we've kind of both agree that this team just plays to win. They let everybody else fight it out. They don't really worry about anything that's going on. And yesterday, they showcased that perfectly, being able to third party. One thing I am looking forward to seeing the most, Max, is seeing if they get the 10 points here in Sandhawk, if they can finish it on the second match, because this team has gotten back-to-back wins on the second game every single day of the finals.
It's going to be really a tough one going into this one, how they're going to be playing it out. I mean, Yangon Galacticos are the quintessential wide-rotating team. I even talked to Falcons, like, how are you guys feeling about Yangon? They're like, they wide-rotate, and they just keep getting the circle. It's because the rotates are good. They find the path of least resistance every single time in the circle, and so far, as you can see on the leaderboard, it's been working out.
All right, so here we are. Let's spell it out for you. If Yangon Galacticos gets 10 points, they are then eligible to move into the Smash Zone, correct?
Exactly.
Likewise, Alpha Gaming, 11 points, able to move into the Smash Zone. Those two teams are head and shoulders above the rest. If they smash, the tournament is over 7.
What is Smash Zone, yaar, guys? What is smash zone यार? तो बताएगा? Can someone explain it to me, please? What the fuck is smash zone यार?
Below them, they would need to get 50 points before even getting into the smash zone to then be eligible to actually win the entire thing. 50 points, that realistically you can achieve it by the end of the day. Depending on how quickly Alpha Gaming and Young Galacticos get those 10 points, they're not going to have a lot of time. Are they going to try and target them though, knowing that they need to get 50 points? That's a massive risk. Is anyone going to be willing to go and take that risk?
One team that I'm going to be looking at targeting, especially if they don't start off hot in Sandhawk, is going to be Alter Ego. Because after Sandhawk, Alter Ego, keep in mind, we're going to be playing 3 Erangels. This team has been absolutely awful when it comes down to Erangel. They won 11th place average. Day 2, 13th place average. This is not what you want to see out of Alter Ego. So if you were asking, anybody's going to target them? Natura, I think maybe Alter Ego will try to target them in Erangel.
Exactly. I really would like to see also for Alter Ego, for them.
Alter Ego, not what you want to see out of
really good controlling angles, particularly in Erangel, but since the finals have started, we just haven't seen that from them. So if they go back to that, again, yeah, they start trying to control other teams, they start trying to control the zones, they have a real good chance.
Here's our 9th through 16th as well, and do not forget, yes, of course, we're focusing a lot on who will become the champion here at the World Cup, but there is still a lot of money on the line here for every single one of these placements, Max, to try and scramble above your competitors.
Thundertalk in particular, at the bottom of the rankings, right? They've had so many limbs, very little placement points. If we can see them have a decent day today, maybe they could just able to jump up onto the first page, and that prize point increase would be huge for the side of Thundertalk. So even if you're at the bottom, you still have a lot to play for in this final day.
And the question all the way at the top from me, Seven, is what do these teams prefer? Do they prefer to try and go for the crazy glory of trying to knock these teams off the pedestal because you constantly have to target them if you want to try it? Or do you protect what you currently have in terms of prize pool? Because it's still a lot of money for 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, etc., etc.
I think the tone will be set after Sandhawk, depending on where the top 5, depending on where they end up in Sandhawk, what the gap is going to be looking like going into the later matches. Then we might start seeing a little bit of targeting, especially if we end up seeing a little bit of gaps here and there. One thing though is that all the other teams from 3rd, I think, to 14th place, technically they're still close. So it's along the lines of what you're saying, Max. They are going to be fighting for that prize pool.
Yeah.
Well, this is Jamil Motorsports' arrival here for all of these teams to get ready and good to go. You can see the tension rising here for some of these teams, again, especially for those 2 towards the top, Max. You were saying?
No, I was going to say, actually, if we see one of the 2 top teams actually make
Oh, when take it out to it.
in a
That smash zone, I don't see Young Galacticos being aggressive enough to try to hunt down APG.
Yeah, I think that they're very sort of, they take advantage of the opportunities that they're given, right? And I think they do that very well, but I do see your point as well, where it's like when they're actually confronted in a very aggressive way, like some of these teams are bound to want to do, Young might just falter a little bit, and that's a bit of a concern for today.
I don't think they're going to falter. Like, look at their graph here. It's so consistently just going up. Every point they bring in points on the board, every single battleground. And the thing is, because of their wide rotates, they always get into the circle. They always get into that middle to late game section. They're getting a few
कैमरा एंगल ठीक आ रहा है
few
ना
placement points. 10
थोड़ा
points
ऊपर नीचे
is
करो
not even a win. It's like a podium, maybe even a top 5 with a few eliminations. That could be very easily achievable for Yangon Galacticos.
Very rarely do we see the graph like that. Very rarely do we see two teams being able to just protrude over the other teams, dwarf the other teams at an international tournament like this. And it does concern me, Seven, especially when it comes to the pressure that will start mounting on those two teams in particular today. But I think there's a different dynamic for the pressure for those two teams, because I think Yangon Galacticos may crumble to the pressure a bit harder than Alpha Gaming. Alpha Gaming is absolutely a veteran roster that I think might have the perseverance today to be able to overcome that pressure. What do you think?
I was over here smirking because I was just waiting for you to say the words. I was waiting for you to say, Alpha Gaming is full of MVPs. Alpha Gaming is full of PMGC MVPs as well. They've been here. They have that experience. And to be honest, I don't see them crumbling. And this is why I just continue to pick this team. I don't see Alpha Gaming letting off the gas, especially with the way they're playing.
It's kind of crazy because for I think a lot of us, having watched PUBG Mobile Esports for so long, it's kind of destiny against the dream, right? The fact that Alpha Gaming on one side has the destiny laid out before them. We always think that they're going to win an international tournament, Max, but then the dream of Yangon Galacticos, these young kids coming from Myanmar, nobody really expected them to be able to take this position, but here they are, potentially going to win one of the big ones.
You would ask anyone if they predicted Yangon Galacticos before this tournament. I could tell you that number is extremely low. The dream is alive right now, 118 points. Massive gap between themselves and third place.
PGMI का कोई टूर्नामेंट है जिसका लैंड होने वाला है नोएडा में. मुझे नहीं पता कौन सा है, अनऑफिशियल है, ऑफिशियल नहीं है.
Winning a global event, this tournament would mean so much to especially Top and Doc to join up onto Zyol, and Zyol could also confirm his second global trophy. This would be a massive achievement if they can make it happen. But again,
अच्छा टॉप और डॉग की टीम है अल्फा गेमिंग. हाँ.
Power rankings here and boil everything down. You were saying, Neptura?
I was indeed saying something that I want to see. Oof. I'm curious to see, because Alpha Gaming, right, they played so well, and as A7 mentioned, Top was not on his best form, right? This is a start. Win like that, play like that with Top not being his best. If he comes in today at the top of his game, APG are just going to fly through everybody.
Champions potentially here, Yangon Galacticos and Alpha. Villains in who could upset the balance here, Seven. And maybe they're really outside comebacks, but I think a lot of eyes might be on some of those villains to upset the balance for today.
अबे मैच स्टार्ट करो भाई, हो गया मेरा.
Finals day, Championship Sunday. It comes down to those teams that just have absolutely nothing to lose.
मैं बहुत दिन से एक्टिव नहीं हूँ बीजे में, इंस्टा वाइटी में क्या? नहीं हाँ सब बढ़िया चल रहा है. एक्टिव नहीं हो तो अच्छी बात है, मत ही रहो. ये कि अपनी इंडियन टीम पबजी मोबाइल वर्ल्ड कप में रिप्रेजेंट करने आई, ग्रुप स्टेज भी खेले, चिकन डिनर भी आया था, बट स्टिल हम फाइनल्स में क्वालीफाई नहीं कर पाए. तो पबजी मोबाइल वर्ल्ड कप का आज फाइनल है, फाइनल चल रहा है, आज लास्ट डे है.
I think would definitely hot drop one of the top two teams if they get the chance. I could see them doing that. We've seen Four Thrives hot drop all the time, even when we don't want them to. So for them, this is they're in the top 8. They're not too far behind. This could be very advantageous for both of those teams to actually do that.
I just want China back on top, man. I've been waiting ever since Nova Esports has got back-to-back PMGC. But since then, except maybe Tiamba got relatively close at one point.
Team RN qualify नहीं हुई, फाइनल्स के लिए नहीं हुई.
You know what, Suk? Maybe drop the explosive bow. Maybe pick up a DBS on S12K. Maybe then it will be enough to climb back into the top 2.
Quick predictions then. Who's taking it?
APG.
APG.
I'm staying quiet. No, I'm not touching.
You're not allowed.
I'm not touching that with a 10-feet pole.
APG bro. बहुत अच्छी टीम है. Experience.
It's an exciting time. It's an exciting day, and it's an exciting road that we've been on here for PMWC, because we now have an opportunity to crown a new PMWC champion. We have either the dream, the destiny, or destruction here for day number 3 of the grand finals. Let's do this.
अरे यार चलो कोई ना, well played. हैं ब्रॉडकास्टर? अबे सीट तो खाली है, हम तो कोई नहीं है. हमसे बंदे कहाँ हैं? अच्छा टीम्स को अभी बुलाएंगे क्या? मेरे तो बहुत पीछे चल रहे हैं. भाई बहुत टाइम लगेगा अभी तो 20 मिनट लग जाएंगे कम से कम। अभी टीम्स का इंट्रोडक्शन होगा तो डेली करा रहे हैं क्या टीम्स का इंट्रोडक्शन? एक ही बार तो होता है। हाँ डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस भाई अल्ट्रा 7 नहीं पहुंची। तो सॉरी अल्फा ड्रैगन कर लिया अभी।
Thrives on top again and again. Power has more control over the circle. Alter egos are looking like the top dogs here.
अच्छा वो चल रहा है PUBG Mobile वर्ल्ड कप, Esports वर्ल्ड कप।
It all comes down to this. 16 teams, $3 million and one trophy. This isn't just any tournament. This is a legacy in the making. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host for the PMWC at the 2025 Esports World Cup. We've seen unbelievable plays. We've seen heartbreaks. And we've seen comebacks. But now only one thing changes. Today, Smash Rule comes into play. So get loud and get ready.
भाई Smash Rule क्या बकचोदी है?
For one final time, starting with the next generation of players from Turkey. They are EDA Esports.
Yeah, boy.
Dominating one and two of the finals. Can they cross the finish line in style? Yangon Galacticos.
बोल अस्टोस बोल अगर कहाँ गया?
After dominating their region, they were crowned champions of PEL, but they are in need of a spectacular Smash Sunday. It's Thunder Talk Global.
आमने सामने ये क्योंकि
entering this tournament as the reigning club champions. They are also the reigning champions of PMSL Europe and finishing top 3 in their past 2 global events. It is Team Vulcan!
पर टीम फैल्कन्स का रोस्टर ही नहीं है वो। तो रोस्टर था भाई, मेरे को नहीं लगता ये रोस्टर था टीम फैल्कन्स का। आवाज सही है 0. ठीक है ना स्ट्रीम की।
After closing day 2 in glorious fashion, can they bring a global trophy back to Indonesia? It's Alter Ego Ares.
चेंज हुई थी ना पूरी रोस्टर चेंज हो गई यार, वही तो वो फॉर्म ही नहीं है।
Your reigning champions of PMSL Southeast Asia, E Arena. They made light work of the group stage. They are the only team from Pakistan to ever make it to a global grand final. They are For Thrives Esports.
ये पाकिस्तानी टीम है गाइस।
A familiar face on the main stage. They are your 2025 Rivals Club champions, Nongxin Red Force.
Nongxin Red Force. भाई इस टीम के बंदे बिनी ने भाई क्या गेम प्ले दिखाया था।
The enigma of the PMWC, battling their way to the finals. They are Team Secret.
Team Secret भाई, Team Secret के U हाई ऑर्डर और भाई पहले जो इनमें पैसा है खेलने के लिए, इन पैसा नहीं भाई पेशेंस सब गेम के लिए सब चीजें हैं।
And the last MENA team standing, it is Power Esports.
मजा आएगी अल्फा गेमिंग और योंगसिंग रेड फोर्स का देख के।
On paper, they stand out above the rest. A team with 3 global MVPs. Alpha Gaming.
3 ग्लोबल MVPs, डॉक है, टॉप है, और कौन है? नहीं, अल्फा गेमिंग में कौन है?
The global Grand Slam right here. They are the reigning PMGO champions. It's Regnum Carrier Esports.
RCB. अल्फा गेमिंग में कौन है? WB टॉप और डॉक है, मॉडल WBG में। अच्छा।
The all-star lineup of PEL with 2 PMGC MVPs on the roster. It's
Vivo Gaming. भाई इसमें ऑर्डर भाई सुख है भाई, इसमें Vivo Gaming सुख भाई सुख सबसे अलग ही बंदा कह सकते हैं ना। मतलब ये मान लो कि PUBG मोबाइल ई स्पोर्ट्स में उससे ज्यादा अलग ही बंदा कोई नहीं रहा होगा। लेकिन सेकंड थर्ड भाई बंदे ने हर एक टूर्नामेंट में इतना मारा, इतना MVP रहा है। मैं खुद बोला उसमें 2 बार PMGC MVP, बट कभी जीत नहीं पाया।
Pro Series and currently in 5th place on our leaderboard from Korea, DRX. And finally, can the veterans secure a global title at the PMWC? Turkey's very own Fireflux Esports.
ये टीम भी अच्छा खेली है। जय बाबा। जय। क्या बोलता है इसमें? मैं पानी लेके आया था।
With the same dream to become champions, and now 6 maps, 6 efforts, 6 chances at glory. Some were favorites, some were underdogs, but all of them gave us unforgettable moments that reminded us of why we love this game. And so we come to the final chapter of a truly incredible story, and we want to see how this will end. So, to the players, this is your moment. And to the fans around the world, welcome to Smash Sunday!
There were so many good teams entering the group stage here at PMWC 2025. We had 4 Thrives, Alpha Gaming, the side of Horror Esports. All of the CSA teams were looking so incredibly good at the start. And of course, Weibo with Order and Sogda had a lot of hope behind this team as to could they possibly make it into the finals. And to make it into the top 8 was always going to be incredibly rough at that stage.
Indian नहीं लग रहा। कौन Indian?
When it comes to a team that impressed me during the group stage here at PMWC, one team instantly comes to mind, and that is going to be 4 Thrives. Every player performed exceptionally well. You're looking at T24P, Faluk, IQSD, IGL. But especially Noki stepped up big time, able to secure some really key chicken dinners in the group stage, and able to secure themselves a 2nd place to move on into the final. Well, my favorite moment in the group stage, I think it would have to be the almost 1v3 clutch from Noki on 4 Thrives against Alpha 7 and Miramar. That clutch would have just been absolutely historical for the Pakistani region as a whole. And it didn't quite work out for him, but it highlights again how good Noki is as a fragger and how he can clutch up in really key moments just like this.
The final stage was full of opportunities for teams that weren't able to qualify to grand finals via group stages, especially with the top dogs from group stages not being their opportunity. That's pretty much what it came down to. One of the teams that surprised me the most was actually Power Esports. This team was a completely different team from what we saw during the group stages. Being able to be more aggressive, on top of that, getting those chicken dinners. Hopefully, this kind of game style that we saw out of them in survival stage will translate going to the grand finals.
As a team, as a player, बहुत ही बढ़िया. But from which nations they are coming, that's why we can't support them.
Coming into PMWC at EWC 25 this year, Alpha 7 was one of the favorite teams, being the defending champions. But what we saw out of this team was not champion caliber gameplay. It was actually very lackluster gameplay and just calls that this team had never made before. And this has been a pattern for this team when it came down to
Falak is a very famous player.
A big wake-up call for Alpha 7.
You know it is what it is.
Moment, as much as it pains me to say this, it came
last year मुझे याद है भाई, global championship चल रही थी और मैं आई थिंक मोटर या स्नैक्स की ही स्ट्रीम देख रहा था, मैं स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रहा था और मेरे को याद नहीं है। और सेकंड आए थे पाकिस्तान की एक टीम, यही थी जो भी थी, यही बंदे थे। और मैं जब सपोर्ट कर रहे थे, लास्ट ईयर की बता रहा हूँ, बट इस ईयर चीजें बदल रही क्योंकि ये अपना रीजन आ जाता है यार, क्योंकि फिर हम क्या कहते हैं साउथ एशिया में आ जाते हैं ना अपन, तो वो वाला रीजन अपना आ जाता है।
Higher at PMWC, not only do we have a $3 million prize pool, an epic trophy, and the all-important key, we also no longer have Alpha 7, which means we are guaranteed a new champion to both claim those prizes and crush every other team's key.
करो यार, स्टार्ट करो।
All right, it's time to rev up those engines because we have one final day here for PMWC as all of these players get ready to head on into Sandhawk to determine who is going to become our champion live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have Seven, we have Neptura, we have Maxman. Maxman did enough talking in that segment. So, Seven, the analyst, what do you think coming into our first Sandhawk?
I mean, we already said anything there is to say in regards to some of these top teams. I think we got to look at the middle of the pack, Maxman. You even said there's just so much money at stake. You're going to be looking at DRX, you're going to be looking at ADA Esports, one team that was able to step it up yesterday, 4 Thrives. They're looking to move up on the leaderboard and trying to see if they can possibly get a top 5.
We had a glimpse of the group stage again here yesterday in their matches. Definitely a lot more presence on the Miramar in particular, leaving Picardo, able to get so many extra points on that chicken dinner. Very impressive from Pakistan. Again, the first time ever we've seen a Pakistani team here in a global finals. Can they jump way high in the leaderboards? That is going to be their main goal for today.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see them not only be the first, but to be the first that's so strong as well. Four Thrives coming in, showing what they're made of, making other
मैंने गलती कर दी यार, मेरे को ना like 50 डालनी चाहिए थी एक्चुअली पे।
Coming back really, really good into day 3. I'm
मैं
very
मस्त
excited
यार
to
जाता
see
है
if
यार,
they can contend that
छोटा भाई आ रहा है मेरा मुंबई से।
So many storylines are just going to be colliding.
जाऊंगा यार, पर मैं रक्षाबंधन आज नहीं जा पाऊंगा,
Possibly 6 matches,
फिर मेरा
maybe
ऑफिस
way
है
less. We'll have
Friday।
to see, but also MVP. Who could it be? So far, there's so many contenders at the top. You're looking at Alpha Gaming. Doc is currently leading, followed up by Reefers, which is a big
भाई
surprise.
मेरे को लग रहा है आज अल्फा गेमिंग कुत्ता भरने वाली है।
High chance Alpha Gaming could be taking at least one award at the end of today.
That is true. That Sony Grand Finals MVP will be focused on towards the very end. There are some big names, Seven, that could be taking that spot.
Yeah, I think right now, you mentioned it, Max, top. Doc, I mean, Top actually needs to be able to improve with what we were saying earlier. Doc, with the way that he's been able to just continue to play, continue to improve on the performance, and at times, a player that would usually be the one that gets first eliminated for his squad, that's not the case anymore coming into this grand finals.
He's kind of been saving the day, actually, surviving at the solo in these matches and able to get extra placement points, as we see right now, was very, very impactful to allow them to just stay just behind Yangon Galacticos. But I think one play we were talking about quite a bit for Alpha Gaming, Neptura, was Reefers. The player that's been way more silent in PMSL CSA, but he's really just like Noki for 4 Thrive. Just
स्टार्ट यार, पता नहीं इंडिया में क्या भसड़ चल रही है, प्रेमानंद जी महाराज का केस चल रहा है भाई, 25% टेरिफ लग रहा है, लेकिन मेन केस तो भाई देख ही नहीं रहे हम वो। ये इतना बड़ा एग्जाम कैंसिल हुआ है भाई, भ्रष्टाचार पे इतना बड़ा सीन भाई, देख इतने इतने पढ़े पढ़े लोग, इतने भाई इतने टीचर भाई, उनको गाड़ी में कैसे भर के ले जा रहे हैं यार। लाइक सोचो भाई, वो बंदे बैठ के मेहनत करते हैं कि हम एक गवर्नमेंट जॉब पाएंगे, गवर्नमेंट जॉब एटलीस्ट उनकी मेहनत के लिए भाई सबसे मेन चीज गवर्नमेंट जॉब की एट द एंड आती है स्टेबिलिटी एंड क्या कहते हैं सिक्योरिटी, कि जॉब जा नहीं सकती और स्टेबल रहोगे आप लाइफ में, और रेस्पेक्ट तो भाई अलग ही होती है भाई। इंडिया फिर गवर्नमेंट सिटीजन यू हैव मेड रेस्पेक्ट, like I don't know about other states, other cities, but in our like UP, West UP, like particularly I'm from West UP, like so we respect our government citizen laws, either they're from any armed forces like army, air force, navy, or any other things like coming to our like main defending, these are the defending things that borderlines, other than in our like between our cities and other like police and other things like border force, many things are there. We always like we have made respect for them, and other like other officers line things and other government exams like government officers who work on different things like taxes and many things are there यार, police officers उनके लिए भी mad respect होती है हमारे लिए भाई। If you are a government working candidate, either you are like very of the lowest post or very of the highest post, we always will respect you in every aspect. Like it's in our like culture, West UP mostly, like in the like you can say North Indian culture. Right. बट भाई उसके अलावा क्या भसड़ चल रही है भाई, फिर उन लोगों को भी सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं भाई, क्या ही चल रहा है भाई, क्या भ्रष्टाचार है, मतलब इस चीज के लिए मेहनत करते हैं भाई। चलो भाई मैच स्टार्ट आ गया, पूरा DRX
It's been a fitting name for Power because it has been a power struggle between these two teams. It's happened again and again. We'll see if they actually learn and have some reservations. Obviously the first
चलो भाई स्टार्ट हो गया,
pulled it off. Second game it was 4-5s that came out on top, and this time they both call it quits.
रेगनम का ये खाव जाती है, पावर गेमिंग हातिम का रहता है, TT रहती है केम अल्फा। ये तो भाई रोहित अपना NS वालों ने लिया, टीम हमारे बंदे तो चीज़ हो गया। अल्फा गेमिंग पाइनान जाती है भाई, जिस टीम के पास पाइनान होता है ना भाई, उस टीम के पास आधा सैनो होता है, मान लो भाई। पाइनान ऐसी जगह जहाँ से कहीं भी रोटेशन दे सकते हो। टीम सीक्रेट, ये अरीना, DRX, फायरफ्लक्स, होरा, WBG, यंगम गैलेक्टिकल्स, टेबल टॉपर सारे ये इस जगह का नाम भूल गया मैं। अरे ये तो भाई अच्छी जगह है, क्या बोलते हैं इसे, अरे इस जगह का नाम क्या है चैट्स? पैराडाइज रिजॉर्ट, पैराडाइज रिजॉर्ट भाई। भाई जब सहनो का आया था ना भाई, बंदे जाते थे बूट कैंप, मैं जाता था पैराडाइज रिजॉर्ट, मेरे को इतना पसंद था ना भाई पैराडाइज रिजॉर्ट भाई उस टाइम, पूछो मत। इसी जगह थी पैराडाइज रिजॉर्ट।
There has been some moments of absolute domination from some of those players in key moments, but it's a different player each time stepping up to the plate to deliver for that squad. And I think that's what makes them so great, is that the players all can perform at such a high level. No one's lagging behind on that team. Everyone's running in lockstep.
WBG का rotation, 2.5 मिनट बाद rotation चालू।
There's a couple of teams we'll be focusing on this match, and this is one of them right here. It's Weibo Gaming, currently in third place on 82 points, having a real standout here for their region, with some legendary names on board, such as Order right
root
here.
count करो यार। Okay, Hora versus WBG। Oh, WBG fight ले रही है। WBG knows यार, they have to get high kill games। चलो भाई जिगल भाई हो जाए। गाइस ओ नो फियर ने ऑर्डर को डाउन किया।
Able to knock the opening man here into the last day of action, takes down Jiggle, backline for No Fear.
Order goes down pretty quickly as well, playing behind the stairways. But
पिटा No Fear पिटा। ओ No Fear कहाँ बैठ गया बे?
Team Secret starts to get slightly involved. Sky moves up, but he is in the grass.
ही भाई ना मोन रे।
Grass to stab and strike from the back.
He's getting these audio cues as well. All about timing for this one. Slowly makes his move forward. The jump up.
Oh, down किया ही ने। Okay. अरे स्लीपी भाई क्रेजी। स्लीपी भाई अरे यार 30 ने कर फायर दे दिया भाई। लास्ट बंदा बचा भाई, अच्छा खेल गया ब्रो। WBG easy 3 kills। भाई ये टीम क्या पढ़ के आए हैं भाई इनको।
on these matches if they hope to catch up to APG as well।
पता है भाई उन्हें कि अगर हमको APG और YG को पकड़ना है भाई, पता है उनको WBG वालों को पकड़ना है, तो भाई अभी से बंदे चोंटने पड़ेंगे, चोंटने मतलब छीलने पड़ेंगे। मेरी बाइक की आवाज सही आ रही है जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं?
Already some more action from the squads that are at the top. It's Alpha that are back on screen, looking for a bit of a drive-by. A couple establishing shots that were thrown out towards Fireflux.
Weibo Gaming get themselves back up on their feet now. All four players. Alpha Gaming on our screens. Down towards the southwest side, coming in contact with Ida probably quite soon, alongside with their Turkish brethren in Fireflux, who are just off towards the east. This is around 40. Not a huge position to play, honestly. We'll siphon a lot of teams down towards the south side. And they'll have to break fast on either the east or the west. Yangon Galacticos, though, targeted. And why not? Give yourself extra time if you Regnum Kaya, who've had some okay games, honestly, currently at 74 points.
IG versus Regnum Kaya ho raha hai kya?
Further up the leaderboards after such success over towards PMGO and overall from this team, they want to extend these playoffs as much as possible.
They would need to climb. And like you say, that's starving out these teams from being able to get themselves into a position to win off of that smash rule. The longer the day goes on,
What the fuck is smash rule yaar?
Opportunities could present themselves.
Gaya. Oh, hug diya Loxy ne.
Instant response. That was so quick.
The 180 on that one, what was that? If you're Regnum Kaya, you think to yourself, I'm working against a reaction speed machine.
Bhai kitni jaldi cover fire aaya yaar.
That's terrifying. That would scare me. That would really scare me. It's like Regnum Kaya now realize that they need to quickly now, because they know they can't take any of these quick stabs in the dark. If they're not successful, immediately Yangon Galacticos is going to know the position.
If that's not a good litmus test of what their form's looking like today, I don't know what is. That was absolutely balmy, mate.
They're wired right now. They are wired.
They know it's at their fingertips. The trophy, the title, the lion's share of the prize money. Oh boy, you talk Alliance, and maybe there's a couple looking for an opportunity to pounce for.
क्या हो रहा है? Hello.
Hello,
200 Mbps.
From the north side, coming down towards the south now. We'll see if they just wrap around. Yangon Galacticos actually sets themselves up nicely on this eastern edge. There's a
ये क्वारी वाला जोन जा रहा है क्या? क्वारी वाला जोन जा रहा है.
escape here for them, but the circle will
ये तो almost centered up हो गया.
Giving both Regnum Kai and Yangon Galacticos a nice springboard here from Paradise Resort. Authorized are going to make their way down though. It looks like they're heading towards the southern arena here, just on the northern precipice of Paris Resort. In the meantime, Alter Ego, who we spoke about a lot, not so much in this game so far, as we were focused over towards Weibo and APG slightly earlier, but another team in 4th place, 78 points. They're slightly further away, but they are the top of the middle of the pack, I would say, in terms of point scoring.
La, 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 la.
Alpha Gaming. Move bit by bit here. Quick scan.
502 गोली.
Angle, see if he can catch whiff.
Dog भाई ना मान रहे.
Get a read on this. Alter Ego not far out.
Dog भाई, hello.
There's a weird one for us as well, Jackie. The announcement from James Yang earlier. This is likely the final ever Sandhawk will cast.
भाई 502 गोली बहस की आंख.
Some very interesting games, but hey. Rondo's looking exciting.
That it is. So we'll make the most of this one. I know it's not any secret, as I say it multiple times, especially the audience at home, that Sandhawk has always been one of my favorite maps and holds a special place in my heart for the chaotic action. And that's what I'm looking for towards the end.
MacBook ले लिया बे ओ बेटे की. No more रे. Congratulations भाई. अमीरी कह दे.
Nicely to tee themselves off into match 2.
ये बता स्ट्रीम सही चल रही है. वो DRX versus WBG.
Weibo, shots down range. It's DRX that are on screen now. We get their PO.
Order फटेगा क्या? Order फटेगा क्या? ओरे भाई नेड है साइड से. भाई order खत्म भाई order की तो गाछ बढ़ गई. बढ़ दिए भाई नेड भाई order भाई को तो ऐसे गायब किया है. भाई रे भाई 4 नेड order पे 4 भाई 4.
Crawl inside the rock.
मैच में तो और मजे आ रहे हैं. अरे भाई अमीरी कहते हैं.
Weibo Gaming are forced off of this one and 3
देखने में.
Not enough so far. They need more off the back of this one, and right now they're sandwiched between 4 Thrives, DRX, horizontal.
देख मेरे को ये बता FPS ड्रॉप तो नहीं हो रहा है, फ्रेम्स ड्रॉप तो नहीं हो रहा है. ले सुप को डाउन किया 40 के नॉकी ने.
Over towards a small shack on the south side, which gives them a comfortable position and
like कर दो यार stream यार.
the team to drag themselves over towards. But Weibo,
very
prominent players on the team are now down. He and 33Z will now need to move off. This is not the game they wanted to start off things with, and like we said, there were so many teams around them.
You're just being pushed from pillar to post as well.
82 plus 40 के accidental coverage हो भाई साहब 1000 2 लाख 1.2 के नहीं हो रहा हाँ ठीक है अबे यार क्यों रुक रही है स्ट्रीम स्मूथ लग रहा है मुझे हाँ ठीक है चल चल विकेट है प्रसिद्ध मार दे बोल्ड ब्रुक रुको अबे
Ida, Arena, as well as Fireflux currently placed. Much easier prospects.
भाई Ultrigo कुत्ता बनाने वाले भाई.
A lot of nice little bits of high ground to play.
क्या लगता है Ultrigo कमबैक नहीं बे? APG होल्ड कर रही है ब्रो मैं बता रहा हूँ होल्ड करके यहाँ खेलेगी और फिर यहाँ घुसेगी ये वाला कंपाउंड ये बूट कैंप की ये पहाड़ी खेल रही है APG क्रेजी यहाँ होल्ड करेगी घुस जाएगी सीधे भाई चप्पलें मारेगी भाई APG अच्छा गेम APG के लिए यंग गैलेक्टिकल्स की फाइट होगी रैगनम कार्या से फिर पावर गेमिंग से भी बढ़ना पड़ेगा आई थिंक APG अच्छा कर सकती है
unloading. The DBS rattles back over though, and 4 Thrives might come unstuck. You think you finished the job, and T24 has to do it himself from the back line.
भाई DX खत्म चौथी फेल 96 के 82 plus 40 के ओह सॉरी फेल किया अबे यार मैंने 86 के 88 के सोच लिया उसे मतलब 14 पे 1 लाख सॉरी माय मैथ्स इज नॉट मैथिंग यार 4 की वॉचिंग आ रही है गाइस यार लाइक कर दो यार स्ट्रीमर नए हो तो भाई 40 का कमबैक हो रहा है क्या भाई कल भी अच्छा खेल गए वो लोग
Yangon Galacticos and APG just 1 point apart.
13,500 की वीएस चलो भैया वीएस तो 13
You can feel a bit of a different
यार गाइस कर दो यार लाइक कर दो यार
today as well.
एक लाइक ही तो मांगता हूँ ब्रो APG क्या भाई क्या एज होल्ड कर रही है ब्रो एक्सपीरियंस तो है भाई टॉप डॉग और भाई टॉप और डॉग तो भाई बहुत ही पुराने बंदे हैं भाई लाइक इनके बारे में तो पता नहीं कब से सुनते आ रहे हैं भाई टॉप और डॉग के बारे में भाई
APG playing this up very slow at the moment they know they need to this game's about getting over match
भाई MVP रह चुके हैं भाई ये बंदे तो पड़ा किंग मारेगा डॉग पड़ेगी डॉग डॉक्टर साहब बच के
switch things up too much playing on the outer edge, but for APG this is where
okay refuse है
match point early in the day Yangon Galacticos
मेरे को पता Yangon Galacticos की तो फाइट होनी है रैगनम कार्डिया भी घुसेगी मतलब RCP और पावर गेमिंग भी घुसेगी तो अगर Yangon Galacticos को रोक दिए और पता नहीं मैच पॉइंट भी है पता नहीं कुछ स्मैश पॉइंट क्या सीन एक छोटा पॉइंट हो जाएंगे तो कुछ स्मैश मिल जाएगा वो मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया वो देखना पड़ेगा और उसका रूल नहीं पता मेरे किसी को पता हो चैट में यस है तो चैट में ये स्मैश रूल पता नहीं क्या है कुछ आया है ये देखो मैच पॉइंट लिखा हुआ ना 128 है लिखा हुआ था ये टीटी ने रोटेशन दिया भाई टीटी को कितना भाई पाइनॉन के पार करवा दिया टीटी को फैल्कन से लड़ेगी अब टीटी अरे तोरी माय गॉड भाई टीम सीक्रेट पे जोन गया ब्रो अगर ये जोन यहाँ का कटता तो APG का था भाई बट अब APG को रिस्क से उतरना पड़ेगा APG के लिए GG's है सीन बट अगर APG यहाँ से भी मारती है तो भाई हो गया फिर मेरा अरे भाई गाड़ी लेके निकल गए ले एक तो बेटा मैं बोला ना इनको नीचे उतरना पड़ेगा गया रेफ्यूज भी गया भाई जिससे आपकी लॉबी है रेफ्यूज को नहीं रेफ्यूज भाई गाड़ी थी भाई मस्त रोटेशन
Focus on so many different angles because of where they found themselves trapped. Limited cover to play.
वो Falcon से WBG हो गया.
Backline still coming in from Doxy.
बट एपीजी गिर गई यार, इधर से अल्ट्रीगो है, इधर से नोंगशिन रेड फोर्स है, पड़ेगी।
That one gets stolen away from Redden Karia whilst 4-5s continue the fight versus E-Arena and Alpha Gaming just try and find some form of cover.
अभी मंगाया ये साले गेम चल रहा है, कल इतना ठूस लिया, आज ये भी ठूसेगा। कल क्या था, स्प्राइट भी लगी है, ओ ये छोड़ दिया थोड़ा सा।
In a similar boat with APG in those moments, Smile gets taken down by
ओ बढ़िया, ओ भाई व्हाट YG डाउन, मैं बोला था YG पिटेगी, मैं बोला था YG पिटेगी, पावर गेमिंग से पिटी आई थिंक, मैं बोला था गाइस, सॉरी मैं बात कर रहा हूं, मैं बोला था YG पिटेगी। गाइस इस मैच के बाद मैं क्या करूंगा ना, प्याज काट के लाऊंगा थोड़ी सी, और ये मिलाऊंगा नींबू, मस्त वॉच पार्टी। WBG आ गई, क्या लगता है अल्ट्रीगो कमबैक? बट यहाँ से अल्ट्रीगो है 40 नहीं, एनएस नहीं, ले क्रिप्टन नहीं पिट गया, क्या कमबैक होगा? अपनी टीम नहीं क्या भाई, फाइनल्स में क्वालीफाई नहीं करी अपनी टीम्स, अपनी टीम फाइनल में क्वालीफाई नहीं कर पाई। ब्रो 4 की वाचिंग आ रही है, हेलो चैट्स, हाय हेलो एनीथिंग, हेलो भाई, हेलो भाई, क्या लगता है अल्ट्रीगो पे जोन है?
He's already shown us how much turmoil he can cause in this lobby with the shots over onto Krypton of Alter Ego. You get the replay here of a very important fight as well. That was Power versus Yangon that resulted in them going out.
APG को एक भी पॉइंट नहीं मिला अब तक, नाइस यार।
Alter Ego's doing great work. Moana with the big nade hits the double.
हेलो चीज़ है मुझे साले।
Alter Ego, that's outside in the blue, making the most of this zone, but
वो अलवा नॉक होके जोन से आया है, अल्ट्रीगो के लिए नहीं जा रहा गेम। ओ नेड़ है भाई, भाई टीजी भाई, क्या नेड़ होते हैं भाई इन बंदों के भाई, ऑडियो सुन के उसने नेड़ का एंगल चेंज किया तुरंत, देखा तूने यहाँ पे? सॉरी गाइस, चैट को सीरियस मत लेना, जिम की तूने स्प्लिट वाइज में क्या क्या लिख के चढ़ाया है वो साले? भाई भाई नॉन्गशिंग रेड फोर्स अच्छा खेली ब्रो, टॉप टीम को मार के वो। रिफस वाटर, हाँ तो खाली वाटर ही ऐड करना था ना मेरे नाम पे, और चीज मैंने खाई नहीं, वो पेड़ कर दी खामखा की बात। अरे भाई भाई बाउंस से बचा वो, हाय मनीष विन, चल भाई हो जाए, रिफस हो जाए। रिफस सोलो है क्या? डॉग कहाँ है? वेयर इज डॉग यार? कैप्टन आई नीड यू कैप्टन, ओ कैप्टन ओ माय, अरे भाई भाई फटे भाई, जंप जल गया, हो गया भाई, नहीं जला, अरे भाई 1 HP, जल गया, हो गया। हाँ भाई भाई ट्राई तो था, रिवर्स ट्राई तो था।
27 elims during the playoffs. It is a massive result for a singular player here. Can he hold his own? At least get themselves some more points going into the next match.
और बात रही स्प्राइट की, तो मेरा शक्ति वाटर के साथ ही था, तो वाटर के पैसे नहीं चढ़ रहे थे। सुन रहा हो?
In our first angle of the day, and Doc's out, and it's Power of all the teams to make it happen.
माँ भी भाई क्या है वे?
Interesting taking down both Yangon and APG. The giant players.
4 kills। यार इस वाले एंगल में यार वो भाई 19 मिनट मजा नहीं आया। 40 के 9 किल से कब मारे भाई 40 ने? भाई 40 अच्छा खेल रही है।
4-5's not doing too badly on this match. 9 eliminations. good result for them. Nice shot through from IQ. Once again over towards Easy, being left behind as Vahedon has to wrap back round again to wrap Vahedon with bandages.
What the fuck? सिराज ने क्या छोड़ दिया?
Back up on his feet as quickly as possible because this.
सिराज ने क्या छोड़ दिया क्या chats? कोई मैच देख रहा हो तो सिराज ने क्या छोड़ा क्या?
That might be both of them going down. In fact, Vahedon's very lucky to get out of there as quickly as he did.
Had me scared, man. The drive through the blue, the wide turning.
DSP ने क्या छोड़ दिया भाई?
Nip at the heels of Easy as well, so it's starting to go south for Power bit by bit. 4 thrives taken to pieces as well.
भाई कैच ले लिया था DSP ने. भाई वो बाउंड्री लाइन से टच हो गया यार.
Push up close towards the Falcons that are catching whiff of this.
भाई.
Core and Ralph, deadly duo here. The IGL. And the slayer of squads, Koa himself. Good nade up from Zizzy.
भाई चौथा विकेट आ जाता है यार.
Molotov's thrown through, just delaying what Falcons can do here. The Blues going to force them out into unfavorable engagement between them. There's a car coming in.
मैं मैच भी दिख रहा हूँ. भाई किस्मत यार. उरे.
Zizzy on the peak up, only able to grab one. The boa constrictor himself poises.
Need आया.
Oh, straight into the nade. And good
ZK का need. ZK.
Team Secret shut them down. Power are still in play, but of course it's only that duo that remains alive right now.
Team Secret whispering death in the ears of these other teams.
Need top tier no भाई bounce बहुत हो रहा है need.
No team is inside the circle.
गया.
Taking this time to move out towards the south side and get some big
Limoli.
Another nade up towards the backside of Power there should be going down now. Ragnar attempts to deny
Ragnar
the points
सही है.
late.
Kill point नहीं दिया Ragnar.
Team Secret up against Nongshim, a 3v3.
So many wide open sight lines to work with. Zizzy realizes he's got to get up.
OP90 है bro. Shield देगा.
Instant connection. First man falls, leaving only 2. They can't play to get him back up. They've got to focus on the crosshairs instead.
मार दिया. Non-single net force ले गई.
Taking the first chicken dinner of the day. What a fantastic result for them. I mean, to be quite frank, from their region,
भाई अब तो मार रहा है यार एरियो को.
Extremely strange throughout this entire tournament. It's a whole different style because we're used to very defensive kind of plays from that region overall. But Nongshim Red Force shows us a completely different, angry side from that team.
We've seen them running headfirst into danger time and time.
मैं आता हूँ guys chats. मैं आता हूँ.
This is another one of these games where they come out swinging.
एक या 2 मिनट में जाना मत ओए. आता हूँ.
Struggle in the lobby. Taking the fight to the team.
चल वे जा रहे. अयो बे अभी तो 5 मैच और हैं.
Uncomfortable, giving other squads a chance now.
They've just painted a target on their back.
Oh yeah.
Power's made some very powerful enemies in this game. But I don't think they'll be stopping anytime soon. I like that they're just playing these games out with not a care in the world. They just want more points on board. But the same can be said for a lot more teams. Getting towards their angle. No team on match point just yet.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom
3 की वॉचिंग डैम मैन
for all sentient beings.
डैम यार आगे मैं आ गया चैट सॉरी आई एम बैक आई एम सॉरी चैट्स भाई किस्मत ही खराब थी यार डीएसपी ने कैच लिया बाउंड्री लाइन पे पैर चला गया यार अरे तो बहुत वाइड है यार आकाशदीप पाजी क्या कर रहे हो नो बाउंड्री पाजी ऐसे नहीं चलेगा यार ब्लूटूथ कनेक्ट कर लो यार एक बार हाई कर देना कौन कौन 2 लोग चैट देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम बस एक बार हाई कर दो जो मुझे पता रहे इफ यू आर न्यू टू द स्ट्रीम प्लीज मेक श्योर टू हिट लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब बटन यार
Well, Nongshim Red Force here gets a big Sandhawk win to get them into day number 3 of the grand final here for PMWC, but also those top teams shut down to start off day number 3. Joining me, Neptura, as well as Maxman, to talk about this one. Max, Nongshim Red Force, actually, we spoke about it at the beginning of the day. These wins
यार मैं सब चीज ले आया मेन चीज छोड़ा एक सेकंड आया
by the end of the day. This is still big wins potentially for these teams.
If you get in the top 5 at the end of today, you're going to make big money at the end of this one. So, of course, they had a ton of eliminations, get the 10 placement points. We'll have to see when the leaderboards pop up to see how much of an increase they really got. But Nongshim Red Force, if there's any point in time you want to get a win, it's right now, especially on the very last Sanhok of this year currently when it comes to globals. So, that's going to be a very impactful one for their team.
21 points go their way. Team Secret gets 13. 4 Thrives has come alive once again. But Nongshim Red Force here, Neptura, to focus on the winners here for a moment. They had the compound and they had some great transitions afterwards.
Yeah, I really liked how they played this actually. You saw them take advantage of in that zone in the mid game.
Guys, stream lag हो रही है क्या कोई बताएगा मेरे को?
3 points that circle had to offer.
कोई बताएगा मेरे को stream lag हो रही है क्या?
To the southwest side.
कोई बताएगा मेरे को एक बार?
That entry point, you know, APG do come through a little bit, but those other teams, they had to actually fight to get into the zone, and so actually Nongshim were able to just farm eliminations after that.
I mean, the compound is quite good, though. You're looking at this first page of the leaderboards for this match. Guess who we're not seeing? No Yangon Galacticos, no Alpha Gaming.
Hooray!
They're not in the Smash Run just yet.
Guys, कोई बताएगा? Hello, chats.
To the second page, here you go. Yangon Galacticos, 2 eliminations. Alpha Gaming, 1 placement point. There's still enough time for these teams to try and play catch up.
No, definitely. Only the 2, only the 1. So we will see a little bit of opportunity here for the rest of this lobby to really do something about it. Again, it's almost insurmountable try and catch up where they are currently.
Hello, chats. Are you there, chats?
We've seen crazier things, like, for example, Alter Ego in a group stage day, right? 78 points on a day. So some of these teams are very capable of huge point gains.
Right, they are. And Alter Ego actually didn't have too bad of a game in that Sandhawk. So it is going to be interesting to see what they can do in the bigger maps in those Orangles, right? But yeah, Nongshim for Thrives, Team Secret as well, able to just push through those points, get as many eliminations as possible.
watching आ रही है कोई कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा.
See that as we look over at the top damage dealers, we're seeing those names coming in, but none of them are the top teams.
You know what I'm seeing, Maxman?
मेरे हिसाब से मेरे में तो फ्रेम ड्रॉप नहीं हो रहे हैं यहाँ, क्या दिख रहा है? ये देखो, ये ड्रॉप फ्रेम्स दिखाता है यहाँ।
Some decent limbs here and there, but nothing huge coming out from our Sandhog.
It's all over the place. Yeah. These numbers are going to be very consistent between all the teams. Actually, I was talking about Nongshim Red Force. They're fighting, which is not quite what we see. Nongshim Red Force like to have a central compound. We wait, we chill, we get the points, we get a few eliminations that just naturally come our direction. No, here, actually, you mentioned it a little bit earlier here, Nitro. Sweeping the western side, getting involved versus Alpha Gaming, versus the side of Alter Ego, trying to also third-party fights on the southern side. I think it was against Falcon. They were so involved. They're hungry for that massive prize pool increase in the leaderboards.
They're actually being proactive for once, which so far we have not seen from them at all. But you're right. You know, they're sweeping that southwest side. They're moving on to Alter Ego. They're clearing.
अच्छा गेम था ब्रो, अच्छा गेम था. लाइक टीम सीक्रेट के लिए भी अच्छा गेम था, नॉनशिंग रेड फोर्स के अच्छा गेम था. बट मैं चाहता था कि अल्टर ईगो का अच्छा गेम था यार. मतलब कम से कम जब फाइनल लास्ट गेम तक पहुंचे ना, तो एटलीस्ट 3 टीम हो जो लड़ रही हो ट्रॉफी के लिए, क्योंकि 2 टीम में ना फिर दिख जाता है कि एक ही टीम जाने वाली है. जब 2-3 टीम होती है ना तो लगता है भाई क्या टॉप चल रहा है टूर्नामेंट. अब एंड में जाके ना फिर 1-2 टीम रह जाती है ना कि भाई ये इनमें से जीतना है, फिर मजा नहीं आता.
There's really not much these teams can do against you, so Nongshim Red Force had a great map knowledge here at the end of this match.
Also a little bit of a dichotomy between a lot of their previous wins and this one, right? Because this one wasn't just sitting in a compound and waiting for the game to
guys, मैं कुछ खाने के लिए बना रहा हूं. Sorry.
It was really nice that they took the zone rather than have the zone handed and still do something or not, as we've seen before. It was really nice that they were like, hey, that zone over there, it's ours, but here we go. Overall.
No, Red Force 81
to this one game.
Okay, Max, they came in at what, 11th today?
They were in 11th position before this one. 11th place is $50,000 if you stay in that position at the end of today. If you are in 4th position and they remain there, that's $120,000. That's possibly a $70,000 chicken dinner that's just been secured by Nongshim Red Force.
That's terrible.
$70,000 का चिकन डिनर लिया भाई नॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स ने. भाई सोच रहे तुम क्या क्रेजी हुआ है अपग्रेड.
Now again, get this over the barrier here. Yangon and Alpha did not have a good start to today, so their points are barely shifted. Maybe an opportunity to try and catch up with them, but still all eyes will be focused on that position.
Wait, so I want to jump on this one. Fourth Rise also jumping up. They were initially in 8th position, if I'm not mistaken, with 68 points. Also pretty big jump. We said it, top 5. Prize point increase is significant for Pakistan. This first game was an absolute banger.
That'll be
Pakistan की team.
I'm not quite sure. I'm not, without me checking it right now. But big jumps are still very much available here for PMWC. One question, whilst we take a look at our 9th through 16th as well here, Neptura, is that the last time we get to see Sandhog for a while? Now that Rondo's coming in.
I'm so sad. Hey, it was a great Sandhog to end on. Hey, yo.
I prefer Rondo. I'm happy.
तो ये Sandhog खत्म हो गया फिर.
It was a good one to end on. I think it was a really nice Sandhog to end on. Yeah. The thing I want to mention though, just very quickly.
भाई क्या मतलब watching the best players of PUBG में तुम तो मुझे spectate ही नहीं
I would be concerned because those
कर रहे.
third
अगर तू spectate करने लायक होता तो ये जो casters हैं और वहाँ पे ना टीम इंडिया का झंडा रिप्रेजेंट हो रहा होता. सॉरी हाथ में चाकू है, कुछ खाने के लिए बना रहा हूँ.
All those teams right behind starting to step up. What do we see in Erangel?
Well, let's look at it. Well, let's see who's been able to perform so far. Yangon Galacticos up at
भाई साहब सोच बे, अभी जो टीम जीती है NS नॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स, वो 11th प्लेस पे थे, ठीक है, और 11th प्लेस का जो प्राइज मिलना था, मतलब जीतने वाला जो मिलना था अमाउंट मनी, वो था 51,000, ठीक है, और अब वो 4th पे आ गए सिर्फ इसी WWCD से, और उनको मिलेंगे $1,20,000. सोच रहा है तू? फिर तो ये कार से मेरा गेम प्ले देख के गीली भाई क्या हो रहा है आज, मैच नहीं चल रहा है.
For them, I'd also like to see them actually take a few better angles. I think they split up quite effectively, but I want to see a few more alter ego angles coming into that. I want to see that influence because I think
यार यश तूने देखा TSP ने कैच लिया और बाउंड्री में पैर लग गया.
Actually Weibo would actually do well to be influenced by that.
Let's get to it then. We have 3 Erangels potentially here for the last.
बस एक और मैच फिर स्मैश हो जाएगा. तो स्मैश का रूल क्या है? मेरे को स्मैश रूल जानना है. मेरे को स्मैश रूल नहीं पता चला. स्मैश रूल क्या है? स्मैश रूल क्या है? मेरे को ये बता. इसमें रूल क्या है?
Switching over to us so we can give you the breakdown. Of course, if you want to stay up to date in your own way and follow all of the action.
मेरे को पता तो है कि 128 पॉइंट पे लग जाएगा, but what is Smash Rule?
Check it out and follow it exactly how you'd want to with a full lay of the land, and you'd need it, Blank, because we are at the.
Smash Rule तो 128 पॉइंट पे है और इस मैच में भी अच्छा नहीं कर पाई तो वो दोनों टीमें YG और वो अल्फा गेमिंग फिर कैसे करेगा?
Taking the fight to our top dogs. They were starved out from being able to break.
128 में जिसका चिकन आएगा वो जीत जाएगा और अगर किसी का नहीं आया तो सारे मैचेस खत्म होने के बाद जो टॉप पे रहेगा वो जीत जाएगा। ओ अच्छा, मतलब 128 पॉइंट होते ही YG और मतलब जिस टीम के 128 पॉइंट होंगे उसके बाद उनमें से अगर कोई चिकन ले तो जीतेगा, ये है ना। ऐसा तो नहीं है कोई भी टीम ले ले, पता चली कि सबसे लास्ट की टीम चिकन ले गई और जीत गई।
Yourself in with those seat belts that you're going to need and keep your arms inside of this vehicle at all times as we're going back in to those beautiful lush pastures that come before us. Let's get into this one, Blank, and see how things are going to start to shape up once again here today.
Right now we're at the vertical drop.
नहीं 128 वाली है, हाँ फिर ठीक है।
For this ride to get underway as we're in the plane heading down from Kameshki all the way through to the western side in Quarry. While teams get themselves out in action, Weibo going to be out a little bit later down towards Primorsk unless they go for a slightly different drop here. Oh, but look at the drop in points right now, Jackie. 85 points down to 77 in 10th place. We've got triple 77s across the board from Regnum, Kaya, Power and Ida here. Oh, it's nasty. Real nasty.
Whole lot of sevens, but will they be lucky? That's the question. Or will it be the wrath of some of our top players back out, proving they're the top dogs in the lobby again today? Doc has been living up to the name. It has been surgically clean.
Three players that we've talked about a lot here, Doc, Rosemary, Falag, all putting on a performance of a lifetime in this one. Davot with a 405 meters, I think that's breaking the record. Crazy stuff coming through. Nongshim Red 4 straight down towards the south side, looting around yellows. Falcons as per usual in Pachinki. But check out this circle. Heading directly.
अरे भाई सर्कल तो है, मैं कह रहा हूँ नो हो जाए, मिल्टा पावर जाए, मिल्टा पावर जाए, पानी रहना चाहिए, मिल्टा पावर जाए, हुन तो भसड़ बहन की यहाँ, भागो भागो भरोसे वालों भागो।
Not possible for teams in 3rd and 4th place at the moment. All eyes on Yango and APG.
See them parachuting in here. The Alpha squad that have shown us that they mean business. An uncomfortable rotate for them back on Sandhawk that resulted in a fragmentation of that team, Blank. Starved down just to Doc before they were taken out of the runnings.
But a comfortable rotate here, actually, if they can head down towards Sosnovka military base. They're fully committed for this one. I think that maybe in different times they wouldn't go for it. Fourth rise are at their back though, so they need to get a move on.
APG टॉप ST वाला टॉप है क्या? हाँ वही वही है टॉप डॉक और वही दोनों हैं वो।
Over towards that eastern bridge.
टॉप और डॉक वही हैं।
To hold them out, but likely Thunder Talks are going to hold in Milta. Some nice shots over towards top, who does have to drop down, takes a bit of damage from that leap as well. This is a slightly sad start, but it should get better, unless Fourth Rise tries to get involved in this one.
डिसमेंट हो गई थी क्या? स्टॉलवर्ट Esports थी भाई, रोस्टर है, डिसमेंट होते रहते हैं।
Risky maneuver from two. Full commit, full sand, hop behind the wheel, put the pedal to the metal and chase them down. But they're still raining out shots. IQ is the tool for the job as well.
QSS, not the best weapon in the world, but when you got
एक्शन किधर गया? पता नहीं, एक्शन नहीं दिखता मेरे को।
it will hurt and
होगा किसी रोस्टर में?
with that scope.
क्या लगता है आईक्यू VSS मार पाएगा?
The outlines.
Yeah, parkour in the entire time.
Oh, it's good.
Leaping over railings, getting through the girders. Bit of a
terrifying, man.
Yeah, a bit of a jungle gym for them.
Just constantly trying to get out of there. Keep their
आईक्यू सिलेक्शन ठीक है,
already some obscene
ठीक है।
plays thrown into the mix. Non-Shin Red Force up against Fire Flux there. Madcap being able to find one of those for free.
बे रोंडो में रिकॉल सिस्टम भी आया है बे, कल के शो में मैंने सुना।
Some of the players from Nongshim Red Force have very much frustrated me in the past. I do respect that no matter what, they're just going to keep giving it. They're going to keep being aggressive. They're not changing anything. And I think that's a mindset that can really affect you going into the finals, where you want to play passive, you want to get those
कल तो उसमें था, हाँ था। कल मैं तेरे को बोला और गुस्सा करा और गुस्सा।
Some of these engagements, some of these
कल
fights, you're going to mess up.
तेरे को बोलने के बाद ना फिर हम बाइक लेके घूमने निकल गए कि चल लेने चलते हैं। अब लेते लेते मेरे को याद आया कि मेरे को लेनी थी चीनूज या जीन्स ब्लैक कलर की, मतलब स्ट्रेट फिट में। भाई हम पहुंच गए क्या कहते हैं ज़ूडियो, रेड टेप, पैंटालून्स, ट्रेंड्स के शोरूम्स पे। भाई हम पहुंचे रेड टेप, भाई रेड टेप से उठाई मैंने कल 2 शर्ट, एक चेक वाली और एक नॉर्मल। जीन्स फिर भी नहीं ले पाया, आते आते हमको बच के 11। कल छोले भटूरे चाप दिए, टिड्डियों की माँ की आँख।
Origo started off pretty quickly on that last game, looking to do it again here. They get themselves down into a nice position on that southeast side. Sadly, Regnum Kaya will lose a player off the back of that. But they're no strangers to these types of circles. Usually do have a fair amount of success on them. Losing a player at this stage of the game does hurt them though.
Power versus Thundertorch.
अंधा पैसा 70% ऑफ पे था तभी लिया हूँ, और मेरे पे बिल्कुल ही खत्म हो चुकी है, मतलब घिस चुकी है मेरी, तब लेके आया हूँ। छोले भटूरे एक सेकंड आया।
This is not a bad spot for Power either. They can play this. Regnum Kaya do move up. Bumper cars in play, easy, attempting to get out of there. Bullets raining on the vehicle, but not quite hitting their mark.
I'm surprised he was actually able to get out there so confidently. I mean, you've just crashed straight into him, no follow-up from it. He gets away, and obviously for Regnum Garia, you're at a disadvantaged fight. That would have at least been an equalization in the battle of attrition. If they took down easy, it would have been a 3 versus 3.
They could have probably pulled that game out a little bit longer. I think for Yangon Galacticos, though, as well as APG, they're one of the few teams out on the western side and down towards the south that just have not found a home here over towards that southeast side, where most teams are confirming their position. There have been a couple of times where we've seen more teams
यार छोले भटूरे लिए थे उससे हल्दीराम से थे, बीकानेर से थे, हल्दीराम से लिए थे यार, पता नहीं बीकानेर वाला था हल्दीराम तो मेरे को याद नहीं है, अच्छे नहीं थे यार। लाइक मैंने ना एक भटूरा पूरा खाया, फिर उसके बाद हाफ खाया, ऐसा था।
Screen here as well. DRX again, another team that's looking relatively impressive. Whenever we've seen them in terms
बीकानेर बहुत महंगा 160 के अंदर भाई, जब शोरूम पे गया हूँ तो वहाँ बीकानेर और हल्दीराम में मिलेंगे, हमको 180 के मिले वहाँ। हम लेट हो गए थे, 10 बज गए थे, फिर हमने कहा अभी स्ट्रीट फूड भी नहीं मिलेगा, बाहर आए हुए हैं, खाना बनाते बनाते बहुत लेट हो जाएगा, यहाँ पी लेते हैं। ओह ज़ीके कैसा बच्चा?
Not a bad shot towards Jack. He has to switch vehicles though, knows that that buggy is not long for this world. We'll just heal up using the bandies. The Yangon Galacticos similarly in a rough scenario. We're heading over towards stage 2. They've not quite found themselves over towards the circle just yet. We're waiting for that shift, because if it is down towards Mill to Power and Mill to Way, suddenly becomes very, very hard for a lot of these teams that are rotating in late to get too much success off the back of it. APG's just been sitting pretty down towards.
पर टीम सीक्रेट कितना बड़ा रोटेशन देके आएगी? वो अब कर जा नो पे। ओए बहन
That is a big one. That's going to create a real traffic jam down that southeast side. Hard to rotate up on the east around the crates here.
बसर full बसर.
Oh dear me. Not a bad opportunity for the boys over on APG though to sidle in over towards that eastern bridge and get a loot crate delivered to them on the way.
Yeah, potential as well, with all the team's focus being turned ahead of them with the swift rotations that now have to be made. They could backdoor into
Okay, FP versus power, 2 बंदे down हो गए.
in versus power as well. Seems like Al-Haji is swiftly getting handled, and you get the follow-up onto Vahidan. So already you're able to strip them down to just 2 players on power, easy.
अरे easy भाई. अरे.
With the first with the DBS, but Ketch replies straight back.
Easy was locked in there. You see the way he was moving? See if he was inside the match itself. Power is now forced to send away with just Ragnar on side. This was a horrible shift on the circle back up towards the northwest, but gives a great opportunity.
कल वाला मैच भी देखेंगे इसके बाद. कौन सा मैच था कल वाला जिसमें रोजमेरी उसने?
A lot that can be done for this team. For Fireflux, she'll take all the bells and whistles that come with that nice crash over onto power as well. Steal away all the additional supplies, reset yourself and focus up. This is DRX that have been ushered further around with a readjustment on the zone, just inches away.
Last match, last fight, अच्छा.
To peek out through the window, seeing if they can find anything from this. Better be careful though, Tizzy and Binny have been very lethal today.
अच्छे स्पॉट ले ली भाई नॉचिंग में और उसने
quite good in the close quarters combat as well, but the Tizzy, Zizzy, Binny show fair few times does sound almost like a cartoon.
भाई बिनी पंप शॉट करके गंदी मारता है भाई.
They get some solid reviews though. Ratings would be through the roof with how they've been playing.
On at prime time. It is exciting watching Nottingham Red Force. APG finally making this move. Like I said, they got a loot crate delivered to them, which was awesome. Ida is holding though. It's a smart maneuver from Ida. One that might just pay off, especially if they are confident that APG is going to be moving through late, which possibly means here that APG is on the outer edge.
अभी गिरा क्या?
Top goes for something very aggressive. They're going to try and swipe right over towards the beachhead and deny those sight lines. And Ida has absolutely nothing to say about it.
अरे हाँ वो क्या बोलते हैं उसे? क्रिस वोक्स के चोट लगी हुई है क्या? अभी भी नहीं हुआ क्या वो ठीक? वोक्स इंजर्ड है.
Jump in the back of the buggy and try and make a quick getaway from it. Link up with the rest of the squads. They're not at a disadvantage, but you get over the bridge and back onto the main
भाई
now.
वाईजी का स्प्लिट देख 1 2 3 4. अब क्या रोटेशन मारेंगे प्रिजन के? हाँ क्या बोलता है? हाँ ये वाली जगह वाईजी जो रोटेशन मारेगी देख लियो तू.
Unless it's a absolute desperate maneuver that cuts out a little bit of playing space. I can't imagine we're going to have 16 teams going into Zone 4 though.
अगर टॉप ने बनने उतारे मेरा हो गया भाई. I am done with Esports. I am done with Esports भाई. मैं छोड़ दूंगा भाई. मैं भी छोड़ दूंगा कि मैं खेल सकता हूँ अगर टॉप नहीं उतार दिया.
Meanwhile, DRX thrown into a third-person fight as well there versus Fireflux.
Yangon Galacticos going for a wide wrap up towards prison side. I think it's a smart maneuver as well, Jackie, all things considered, because they know a lot of teams must have shifted back up over towards the north.
अबे सुख रैन ओवर हो गया.
Those areas a little bit more dry in terms of players.
नहीं उतारा भाई खेल सकता है. चल तो अगले साल करें चले प्रेजेंट करने. हो जाए BGIS में बूम बम. मैं आकी यहाँ 7 साल का एक्सपीरियंस. ओ भाई
Damn. Tries to get the quick connection off. Rapid peek in. Great follow-up. And that's how Thunder Talks get removed. So that's that first.
भाई ऐसा पीक वगैरह ना इंडिया में बहुत कम खेलते हैं भाई. भाई कम से कम 4 या 5 फिंगर है सब ये.
I mean, they've just not had the greatest of playoffs really. In 36 points, the bottom of the tables. DRX though comfortably will hold on to that.
अगर इंडिया में ही बंदे होते ना भीतर जंप करके कूदते. मैं तो नहीं कर पाऊंगा रिप्रेजेंट में स्पेक्टेटर ही हूं भाई. मैं भी स्पेक्टेटर ही हूं. भाई यहां तो वो थी ना DRX.
They're able to find that angle into the building and get the knock on him. That's from way back up on the hillside with Fireflux.
Doc, why are we faking that?
मैं MK बंदे पे मजा आएगी.
I get that, you know, he has teammates that can come in, but what we're going to do? Another teammate comes through, get peaks, almost goes down. Potentially might have had 3 players going down there, losing durability on helmets and vests. Just get your boy up, all right? Top's probably shouting at him, like, just res me. Like, that's all I need right now.
खत्म है रिवर्स खत्म है.
The drive-by inside of that hovercraft, all the bullets smashing into it. He's getting torn to shreds as well.
खत्म है रिवर्स खत्म है.
Many squads having vision onto him.
Very, very overzealous maneuver. I don't quite know what was going on in his head at that moment in time. I know they want to get into the circle, but you've got bare information going into it. There's plenty of players that can sit around those hilltops as well. I suppose he thought he could get further in the hovercraft, but there was some serious team shots onto that vehicle, and I know that a lot of players hate
ऐसी लग रही बस पता नहीं.
players and teams.
पर जिस गाड़ी से जा रहा था वो तो भाई फाड़ देंगे भाई, उसे उस पे स्पीड भी नहीं है इतनी.
Notable areas of the map, so as soon as they see it, they see red.
भाई MK चल रही है ना मान रहे.
It's starting to look like might be there. The pressure that could potentially
देख ले.
be on them.
भाई जी आई ना प्रेशर के ऊपर. भाई जी आई ना प्रेशर के ऊपर. मैं तेरे को क्या बोला था?
It's always so uncomfortable not
क्या बोला था मैं तेरे को?
game 1, because then it sends you in a bit of a spiral where every single game, therefore, if you're like, well, just need a passive game, just need 10 points. That's all we need to grab in these matches. Let's kind of pull this back. Let's reassess the scenario going forward. Most of the time, you should just play your own game. Don't think about smash ruling, especially for Yangon as well. APG. Not sure what happened there with T24.
T24 ने आईपी को नॉक किया. 40 वाले आपस में लड़ रहे हैं.
It doesn't matter. They just need to play out a regular match of PUBG Mobile for themselves. Eventually hit that marker.
अरे नोकी ने T24 को नॉक कर दिया. क्या चल रहा है ये?
What is happening?
What on earth has gone on there?
40 hello?
For nades, 14 knock. Is it Reaper? Max is
एक पाकिस्तान से होगा. Pakistan being Pakistan. Pakistan being Pakistan.
That's a minimum on that one. We'll forget about that. Focus up on this.
मौली आ रही मेट कैप. गांड चलेगी. अरे हाय.
Engagements with that third party of DRX trying to get a look in as well and see if they can snatch.
Suicide bombers.
We do lose out on Scarface. Matt Cap goes down, so the Fireflux cleaned out on this one. Alter Ego with the read over.
अबे ये वाले भी मर रहे हैं बस में.
Quick to the hit. So with Hyunbin falling, the RX starting to lose some manpower as well.
Yeah, more shots going through. Great rotate from APG, by the way. They saw this fight break out between DRX, Nocturne, Red Force, and Fireflux. That was their direct competition on that north side. They used that moment to swing round to the west. So I really enjoyed that coming through from APG. Don't even want to think about what happened in the Four Thrives camp. I think they're quite frustrated with what just occurred.
Yeah, that is a comedy of errors that you will be very quickly clambering to forget. Meanwhile, though, you're going to be having your eyes like a fan for Yangon as they're in with 3 eliminations off the back of that.
Oh, getting a replay. Don't show us the replay. Oh, no.
भाई कुछ हो रहा है. मैं ऑडियंस कुछ हो रही है. भाई जी ने अम्मा बैन कर दी. भाई जी जीत रही है. भाई नीड वर्ड से पकड़े भाई ईडा के 2-3 बंदे. ले ऑल्टर ईगो का भी डाउन कर दिया.
3 separate teams they've been involved on. It was Team Secret, Ida, as well
Finish
as
भाई.
Alter Ego, and they just keep going.
अच्छा रगड़म कार्य ने फिनिश कर दी.
Keep going on that one.
At this point,
भाई जी ने रुक रही भाई.
I mean, only 4 more to find now. You've already grabbed yourself so much stock inside of this game, and it's very early doors. We're already 17 minutes in.
Yangon Galacticos down towards plenty of teams, and they took advantage of that high ground that Prison affords you on that eastern side. They knew they were lacking information and they're coming in from that northwest, so they change up the game and they use the plane map as well as the circle that came through to identify an area on the map that might be a little bit more open. They can start to defend that intel.
अरे भाई छोड़ रही है.
Swinging and showing us they're handy with steel up against Team Secret, but the clap back from the hillside is Yangon that try and get a spot down and see if it's worth committing to this one. You know, there's been a fair amount of chip damage, and there's even more follow-up coming in as well.
I think when you look over towards E-Arena as well, the fact that they delay them here almost certainly should count them out, because the circle is going to push them in. They are on the short side of it, so it will take a little bit more time, but all Yangon Galacticos really need to do now is just send a couple of shots, a couple of bee stings down towards E-Arena and keep them locked down.
It's not just that Yangon are playing well, it's that Alpha are obviously having a real struggle of a game as well. I mean, it's just Joel now. You have the sideline shots that came in from Falcons as they were trying to make their way over. So it's just down to the solo man.
Again, another game where likely APG is not making it over the match point. Rests on the shoulders of Yangon. Should get at least 4 points off the back, or at maximum 4 points off the back of the arena. This moment will be stolen away by Horror. That could have been right there, right then. If they took out the entirety of E-Arena, Yangon would have made it. Need to get themselves into placements range now, though.
I honestly think that's what they were debating as well. You can see kind of the difference in the two players that were further up, almost feeling like if they went for that one, it would have been worth the risk and reward potential. Falcons back over onto Alter Ego, giving as good as they get with Nunshin.
NF का दूसरा अच्छा मैच जा रहा है ये.
They can snatch away some points.
NF तो अच्छा खेल रही है भाई.
Falcons actually not playing a terrible game right now over towards the south side. They are roaming, they are making sure they keep track of a lot of the players coming through. The circle will start to push E-Arena in. Now for Yangon Galacticos, this is less of a matter about battling against E-Arena and more of a case of battling against Horror, stealing away these eliminations.
It's Murna and SayCloud that have basically just had to prevent anyone sneaking in from the backline, whilst the raw focus from Romeo and co is just thrown down the hill onto E-Arena. They're finally getting what they were building into on this one and converting those knocks into full eliminations. Take down the squad, mop them up, and keep those elims building. 7 elims, 1 single point away from beating the 128 barrier now.
So Yangon Galacticos just need to get themselves into 8. That's all they need. Krypton tries to take it up towards the Falcons, but they will swing back with the wings, blast them away with the Air Force. Now just Radeon Kaya up top side. Can Falcons make a push through 2 teams? It will be a good result for them.
भाई पहुंच ली भाई मैच पॉइंट में वो अगर YG यही मैच जीत जाए, यश अगर तू स्ट्रीम पे है तो क्या YG चैंपियन कहलाएगी?
If you got the shot back over, that backline with Narvalo and Koa, you could completely fragment the Falcons, leave them in a position where potentially they can start to take the fight to them. Silas rocks over as well, makes his rotate in the back of the buggy, looks for the peek up. They might have got the pick-me-up, sure, but can they still hold on to this ground?
Falcons looking over towards Silas, who backs straight back in towards the buggy, hits the deck. Smile with 4 elims on the side of Yangon Galacticos and looking not to let that kind of pace let up anytime soon. He wants to keep on pedaling. Murna now setting his sights over towards Wild. It's a bit more chip damage here.
It's kind of a 3-1 split with how they're playing it as well. I mean, Murna is going in towards Breakdown. Whereas you've got Smile still just looking for the vision back over on towards Horror with 2 players in the center there for the quick rotate depending on where the favored fight goes. Meanwhile, Zol, the last man from Alpha, is spotted with a wrap over from 4 Fribes. Oh, Toshpik goes for the peek out, but it doesn't work. Narvalo, quick, hits that one back.
Falcons with 9 eliminations, Jackie. This is a
प्लेयर तो मेरी तरह कर रही है ये लोग. मैं ये पूछ रहा हूँ कि अगर YG यही मैच जीत जाए तो YG चैंपियन है.
Have not been thriving on that southwest side. The Falcons, they see weakness and they'll send in.
Narvalo unloads. The hailstorm hits onto Falak T24. trying to scrap back, but not much that can be done as Koa will restrict and remove the potential for any comeback for T24.
मुझे बस ये पूछना है, YG ये मैच जीत जाए तो YG चैंपियन है?
Unfortunately, the Falcons might have finally come up.
नहीं, अगला मैच होता है, चल ठीक है.
Down on the three of the players, only one man remains alive.
फटा.
Jiggle looking for the head-to-head versus Yangon.
Gigantic.
और WBG ऑर्डर ने छिल दिया वहाँ.
Very, very nice. They won't go any further than that. Weibo Gaming looking to catch.
वो ये फटेगा क्या? उरे भाई फटा. उरे भाई क्या चल रहा है? भाई रोमियो ने मार दिया भाई क्या वॉल्यूम चलाई है? अरे ले स्लीपी भाई क्या खेल रही है भाई जी यार. भाई ये बंदे अलग लेवल है भाई कुछ अलग ही लेवल है इनका भाई. इन बंदों का ये टॉप पे बताओ.
128 barrier and making it to the match point for the smash rule. They're focused now on how far can they go in this game. Strike fear into the other squads with how they've been playing.
Hang on. Romeo's down and
ओए भाई से क्लाउड चलती बग्गी पड़ी व्यूअर्स. तोरी माई का क्या गेम प्ले है ये?
another game after this one with a chicken dinner.
उतारा.
Sky though from Horror putting in the work and Weibo still holding on that side.
भाई बग्गी वाला गलत. अरे भाई इसका ही हो जाए शॉटगन हो जाए. अरे नहीं यार नहीं. अरे जी. अरे जी भाई नाइस ट्राई इसका यार.
Points for them, push further up the standings and leave these squads knowing that if you come to the best, you better be able to strike them down.
Weibo needs to get moving though. Like this is a fight that they could capitalize off the back of. Yangon needs to push up the hill and Weibo's had finally looks over. SayCloud is down and the boys want to move over towards his way. He's gathering as much information as possible. Now with the big weapons in the back pocket, looks to put the hurt in. Ragnar with an off angle towards the back. Order jump spotting. SayCloud's still down. Might have just not seen him there. They both got
4 और 3 एक सोलो बंदा किस टीम का बचा है बे? एक सोलो बंदा किस टीम का बचा है? भाई रिवाइव भी कर रहे हैं तो. अगर से क्लाउड रिवाइव हो गया भाई फिर तो हो गया भाई. फिर तो छील देंगे.
If the fight kicks off, they can get angles onto you even if you only slightly peek back into it.
सोलो बंदा किस टीम का बचा है? ओ बढ़िया.
There goes the first man.
It's good timing as well. Circle.
40 का रहने 40 तो डर है. पावर गेमिंग का है कि फेल्कन्स का पावर है वो?
Delay as much as possible will make life very hard.
लीड हो जाए ऑर्डर.
Power. Of course, it was Ragnar that was left as the solo so long ago. The last man representing the organization in position with he just guarding his only exit.
Yeah, it just needs to worry about the blue essentially.
चलो focus हो सकता है
उधर. The trick. Now Weibo can set their sights completely over towards Yangon Galacticos. They have a man advantage, but positioning is not.
भाई कितने ये तो ऑर्डर ये तो फटना चाहिए. ऑर्डर जिस लेवल का गेम प्ले है फटना चाहिए ब्रो. ऑर्डर फटना चाहिए. नहीं फटा. अरे यार नहीं भाई मजा नहीं आएगा अगर YG आगे निकल के. मजा नहीं आएगा मैं बता रहा हूँ. लाइक मेरे को पता है कि YG और APG को चिकन लेना बहुत हार्ड हो जाएगा इस लॉबी में. पर पॉइंट में ना बराबर रहे कि ऐसा लगेगा अगर मैच लास्ट तक जा रहा है. भाई बढ़िया ही भाई तो गिर गए. यहाँ से अगर YG जीती तो भाई फिर तो भाई WBG का हुआ चोक है. अगर यहाँ से देखो मैं बता दूसरा मैच भी 4 मैच बचे हैं ठीक है. तो एंड तक अगर जाना चाहिए टूर्नामेंट एटलीस्ट पॉइंट टेबल बराबर रहना चाहिए टॉप 2 टीम्स का. टॉप 3 टीम्स का मैं चाहूँ क्योंकि फिर एंड में आके पता चल जाता है ना कि भाई ये टीम जीत रही है. फिर मजा नहीं आएगा टूर्नामेंट देखने में. वीवो गेमिंग यार थोड़ा टाइम लगा दिया आते.
So much utility left to work with. That's been a difference maker for this team.
Smart plays here from 33Z's. He takes down Murnat, slowly pushing up, and another goes down. And Weibo will find themselves the second chicken dinner of the day. But the big storyline is Yangon Galacticos. They have crossed the line.
Second chicken dinner of the day.
Match point. Smash rule coming into effect. That's what they were hoping for on this outing. And Weibo It is huge for them, like you said.
128 तो हो गए, 11 किल तो वैसे कर लिए उन्होंने, 128 तो हो गए.
These points put themselves into a position where if they keep playing stalwart throughout this day, they could have a chance at the title. It's all to play for, but the intensity that will be building going into game 3, Blank, the action is going to be.
भाई जी भाई खेल ही बहुत प्यारा है यार. भाई क्या खेल रहे बंदे भाई, क्या खेल रहे हैं. नहीं, अगर हल्का सा भी रीच होता ना भाई YG पे, जिस पे मतलब चढ़ सकते थे वीवो गेमिंग पे, थोड़ा सा पे करो YG छील देती.
Let's wait for the third match today over on Arundel. In the meantime, we'll be heading back over to the desk.
मजा आएगी ब्रो, मजा आएगी. 4 मैच मैं करूँगा बराबर रहे मामला है, ऐसा नहीं कि एक टीम एक तरफा ही मार रही है. वो एक तरफा वाला नहीं होना चाहिए. अच्छा वो वाला मैच करते हैं, कल वाला मैच लगाता हूँ.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists only on Spotify.
कल वाला नहीं होना चाहिए. कल वाला ये होगा ना, इंडोनेशिया इंग्लिश. इस वाले की क्या रहता ना, तो इसमें जो लास्ट मैच हुआ था, मैच नंबर 12, ये तो 100 मैच है.
Potential danger from further to the south. The question is what teams try and
मैच
isolate
12.
that sort of position.
इस मैच की बात कर रहा है, इस मैच की बात कर रहा है.
One of those teams behind them. I mean,
इसमें लास्ट की फाइट.
They're just popping shots. Actually, 4 thrives. Yet again. By the rest of the arena, Joker and Mormon holding face for now, and DRX having a tough time of getting across this roadside.
Very tough time indeed.
रोजमेरी के 1426 का डैमेज.
There was a down player earlier when Usuk was going to try and go at it alone for APG. A chance to dethrone Yangon Galacticus, who has been in first place for the longest time. But the question is, can they pressure up? Can they take down Ragnum Kari? And I just don't know if they're going to be able to. It's going to be a tough spot to be in without question. And APG already has a downed player.
Last match, last
this
fight.
is truly going to be a testament of their skills.
3 players, but
कितने मिनट का हो गया?
up and standing. The off take the angle here, and Ragnum Kai obviously with these nades. That looks pretty good. I don't think that Alter Ego are going to be able to.
रोजमेरी पे MG3 है भाई. 4 की वॉचिंग आ रही गाइस. थैंक यू यार, लाइक कर दो. ओ भाई एलवा तो डाउन था, कैसे निकाला भाई, मेरे को ये देखना है. अच्छा रोजमेरी पे MG3 थी, MG3 से छील दिया गया.
But they've now lost their forward position, and it's just so hard to find these openings.
Ooh, and that's a big down onto Darkin. That's going to drop the players from Ida down to just a solo. Alter Egos at a duo. Loxy weak, no worries. He's got teammates for a reason.
रोजमेरी और
Slowly but surely, Ragnum Kari
क्रिप्टोन.
to push forward. Alter Egos, they're back against the wall. They still have
भाई एमओ भी नहीं है. देखता था 5K की वॉचिंग. अरे यार यार किस्मत है, दुआ है भैया आ जाए. आ जाए तो भाई दिल खुश हो जाएगा. अच्छा ये 2v4 मारेंगे भाई, क्रेजी हो जाएगा यार. भाई MG क्रेजी कर देगा वो, मेरे को दिख रहा है. MG3
sight to see, but he's got his teammates where Rosemary does not.
Great shots.
ओ भाई रोजमेरी क्या ड्रॉप किया भाई तुरंत.
A guy that's been known to clutch up 7 eliminations for the
एम ओ क्रिप्टोन को कवर फायर है उधर से. ओ रोजमेरी तो मर गया था. क्रिप्टोन do 1v2.
Krypton's hitting the shots needed. Krypton might be able to do this for Alter Egos. He only has a couple of players to take care of.
क्रिप्टोन पर रोजमेरी डाउन हो गया था. क्रिप्टोन ने 1v2 बनाया. भाई तो 1v4 होगा क्रेजी. ओ भाई रिवाइव, भाई he revived रोजमेरी. ओ भाई पेन मारा लॉक्सी. ओ भाई ये क्या गेम प्ले था भाई.
insanity. I cannot believe my eyes. I cannot believe what just happened. Alter ego.
भाई क्रिप्टोन ने भाई क्या क्रेजी कर दिया यार। भाई कल मैंने यार भाई आकाशदीप की बैटिंग मिस की यार, सिराज की बॉलिंग मिस की, यशस्वी की सेंचुरी मिस की, ये भाई सब चीज मिस किया भाई मैंने।
To pick it up the most, but for Alter Egos, really the crowd favorite, a team that is looking to make history, might have just put themselves in the ballpark of potentially winning a championship.
RCB played like RCB.
With a 6-point swing on that as well. In that engagement, they would have 6 more points if they'd have been able to win that, and it was theirs. It was theirs for the taking. He was super low. He had nothing going for him. They allowed the first A to come through. They allowed.
तो हाँ रोजमेरी का 1v क्रिप्टोन का 1v4 था क्या?
You cannot criticize
देखें
enough, and I hope that the desk will do just that. We're going to head to a break and final
एक
today. We do have a little surprise for you later though, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
एक सेकंड। दो क्रिप्टोन ने 2 मारे, फिनिश किया। ओके रोजमेरी फिर का फिर भाई 2 और मारे भाई, 1v4 मारा है क्रिप्टोन ने। ले भाई क्रिप्टोन ने 1v4 भाई, 9 कितने 7 किल, 7 7 14 4 18 वाह कसम। भूल जाओ भाई, बहुत बुरी मार पड़ेगी। औतात में रह लो, औतात में रहो भाई, औतात में।
The other team, though, up at the top, obviously APG. I initially want to make the point, Max, and then you can continue on, because I am of the belief if you're a military-based team, you have to have a drop-up spot. And to watch them try and run over the bridge and dodge bullets and all this stuff, it's not enough when you're on the hunt to try and make something happen. What do you make of it?
It's like talking to a wall, Kalaris. So we've been
okay.
doing PMSLC.
तो मैच पॉइंट पे आ चुके हैं। यंगन गैलेक्टिकोस, अगर वो आने वाले 4 मैचेस में से कोई भी चिकन डिनर निकालते हैं, वो चैंपियन हो जाएंगे। ये सीन है ना।
119 they started off with 117. Alpha Gaming, you still need 8 points. It is achievable, but the way they're playing, they might take 2, maybe 3 matches before they even get there.
I think with Weibo getting this win, it couldn't have happened in a more perfect way here, Neptura, because now we came into today thinking 2-horse race, absolutely. Yeah. However, if Weibo suddenly just pops off once again, we're right there. 3-horse race here for day number 3.
I mean, it is crazy.
यार 3-horse race तो होनी चाहिए, 3 लोग तो होनी चाहिए।
Behind them, and then watch as Weibo Gaming actually surpass them in that race, because they're performing.
भाई जब क्रिप्टोन ने पहला 1v2 करा, उसके बाद बाकी दो ने उस पे कुछ नहीं करा, 25 सेकंड दे दी, जिसमें क्रिप्टोन ने हील भी कर दिया, रोजमेरी को रिवाइव दे दिया। हाँ वही वो आरसीबी की गलती थी, रैग्नम कर रहा। ये देख ये बंदा बोला ना भाई टॉप लव्स दी सेकंड प्लेस। भाई टॉप उन बंदों में से भाई जो कभी जीत नहीं पाया, मोस्ट अनलकीस्ट बंदा रहता है भाई। वो इतनी बार एमवीपी बनाया, सब कुछ बनाया, लेकिन भाई वो जीत नहीं पाया। बस वो बोल भी अभी देख इसने मैडमैन नाम है ना इसका, इसने खुद बोला टॉप लव्स दी सेकंड प्लेस।
Drops on Erringale, well, technically, right? Because obviously they had a lot of Novo drops throughout the tournament so far.
तो एपीजी में टॉप और डॉग भाई, टॉप और डॉग भाई वो, और ये वीवो गेमिंग का सुख भाई, ये भी भाई मतलब सुख तो जब साथ में खेलते थे, टॉप डॉग सुख ये सब साथ में खेलते थे भाई। क्या लेवल है भाई इन बंदों का यहाँ तक पहुंचने के लिए भाई।
What is the best entry point in a zone?
ना भाई इंडिया में तो ना है भाई।
Really good map knowledge, really good team knowledge as well. We were talking about it where the zone.
The only position where top gets a top is zone is.
Which side of the zone was most likely to be open? Just take full advantage of that, not overextending, not being too reckless, just very careful but aggressive. And I think that's something that in the last 2 days we've not seen the aggressive side of Yangon too much, because they've been able to have a compound in the zone, kind of just take on the last couple of 2 stragglers that are there at the end of the game. But for this game, they were able to just take team after team after team and take advantage of them.
You said they're very good understanding the circle and everything. For me, the mark of a champion team is how they understand a lobby reacts to a circle. And I think Yangon Galacticos have that nailed down to the
Poor taste.
absolute limits of how he could be on that kind of like macro approach to the game. They see the circle going west, they're going back northeast, meaning
माफ करना तुम ही हो फिर वो 6,000 और 6,000 वाले करने वाले.
they know how the lobby reacts to that kind of entry point. They get into the circle, they play off the back of that. They are so smart on that aspect of the game that for me that is the main reason why they made it so far in PMWC.
At this level, there's a very hive mind mentality of like, okay, we're all going to be in this certain area, we're going to be moved. A lot of these best teams that you see come along Neptune are teams that are already in their vehicles. As the circle's popping, okay, we need to.
नहीं हम उनमें से नहीं जिनके पास 10-10 बैडी थे.
Because if you are going for wide
हम उनमें से जिनके पास 10 बैडी है. ओहो. ओहो. 10-10 10 out of 10 बैडी वाले मेरे साथ रात में PUBG खेलते. भाई वीवो गेमिंग आ गई भाई. 10 out of 10 बैडी है तो भाई जाओ उधर जाओ हमारे बीच बैठ जाओ.
Please be in the next game.
You're
that would be so cool.
That would be kind of cool.
भाई
so cool. They've ended
तू वो देख रहा है
They've got that
Yangon Galacticos ने कितना डिफरेंस कर दिया 137 और 83
by almost 10 points there. If they could come in with that momentum going
18 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस कर दिया भाई.
We're good to go. Let's go for it. Game number 3 could be our final game here.
So okay, we know where Yangon Galacticos drop, right? They go crates George Pulse.
Yes.
Question for you, Niptura.
Oh no.
Are they going to be in danger? Is anyone coming for the Yangon Galacticos?
Or do they go elsewhere?
They could do that too, actually.
Yeah.
भाई 4 WWCD अंतर डाल गया यार. क्योंकि फिनिश पॉइंट्स तो एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स तो सेम है. अल्फा गेमिंग के और इनके Yangon Galacticos के. जो 4 WWCD आए ना ये अंतर डाल गए मोस्टली.
I'm wondering. It's not going to be anybody in the top 5 though. 100% not going to be.
I mean, the thing is, you have Zaki available. GMX is not here anymore. If you want to play it ultra safe, just avoid an early fight skirmish. Zaki could be an option, which is I didn't think I would ever say that.
Yeah, I'd hate that. That's not what I want to hear, Max.
Yeah, but same rotation path, right? It's nearby crates. It would make sense.
So.
Drop on Everest. No, maybe not. That's even worse. But actually,
pull an RPG where there's no weapons when you drop. Yeah, great. Yeah.
Actually, we were looking at the second page of the leaderboards. You were talking about Falcons that, again, increasing your rankings, you could get an extra bit of money.
Yeah.
Of course, here now it's match point. We are in Smash Zone. Yangon Galacticos is the one team to currently breach across that. The question on my mind is, how will they play it out? It is very, very high likely that they have never been in this position before. Will they keep their cool? It's time to go to the commentators here for our next Erangel of the day.
A position they've never been in before.
भाई मतलब इस मैच में अगर एपीजी अच्छा खेलेगी तो वो पहले स्मैश जोन में आएंगे, फिर नेक्स्ट मैच से उनके लिए वो बनेगा. तो एपीजी के लिए अभी तो नहीं है, बट यांगन गैलेक्टिकोस जीत सकती है वर्ल्ड कप बाय गेटिंग अ WWCD.
All that counts is what you bring to the grand stage here live at the PMWC. And blank, Yangon Galacticos have been delivering in droves. With the smash rule now in effect, they have the opportunity to walk away as not only the victor of this game, but the victor and new champion of this entire tournament.
So let's shatter, let's smash here on Sunday. Over towards Erangel match 3 of the day, 1:30.
Erangel match 3 guys. PUBG Mobile World Cup 2025 का 15वां मैच आता हुआ. और उधर लंच भी खत्म हो गया है और इंडियन बॉलिंग लाइनअप आ चुके हैं और बैटिंग भी आ चुकी है इंग्लैंड की. क्रीज पे बैटर्स आ चुके हैं.
Great heads-up decision-making in the prior game of how they
उतर गई है.
two duos maximized eliminations to get themselves over that threshold.
ईड़ा उतर गया है. ईड़ा तो गैप ही सी दिख रही है मेरे को. ईड़ा 74 ईड़ा भी अच्छा कर रही है, बट
things start to change if other teams target them or if they're able to play their own game. And of course, if some of our other squads can take
भाई मैं लिटरली बताऊं ना,
build for themselves as there is a few
10th तक कोई भी टीम कमबैक कर सकती है एक मैच में. अगर ऊपर की दो टीम से आ गई तो ऊपर के दो टीम्स के अच्छे मैच गए तो 10 तक की कोई भी टीम है ना वो कमबैक कर सकती है.
You need to be solid on this battleground.
The adrenaline must be pumping.
Okay, Young Galacticos कहाँ है?
Like you say, play their game, play their style. Out on the edge.
Okay, Team Secret गई है मारने उन्हें?
Will be living on the edge.
यार Team Secret उतरती है Georgia City.
Over towards South George at the moment, a very, very central circle. It's anyone's game. But Yangon Galacticos have set their sights on it.
Okay, centered zone है.
Zeroed in.
स्कूल का जोन लगता है स्कूल या फिर क्या कहते हैं ओपन फील्ड स्प्लिटर फील्ड्स को ओपन उधर वाला एरिया.
We'll keep you updated with how it develops here.
Issue is Romeo's pulling a classic here, starting out in ruins. They revealed that position though to one team in particular. That was Regnum Karya from yesterday. This might not have the same effects as Yangon Galacticos are hoping for, especially if Regnum pulls out early and will look over towards Romeo, take him down, leaving Yangon on just the 3. It's a nice position for Romeo to have. It's a good anchor for the team to refold over towards. But it is known.
ये पीजी कहाँ उतरी है? ये कौन सा कंपाउंड है?
That's the interesting talking point, right?
ये क्या कहते हैं मिलिट्री वाले उस पे आइलैंड पे नीचे वाला जो बिल्कुल उसमें होता है वेस्ट में वो है. ईस्ट इधर होता है ना वेस्ट इधर होता है ना.
So like you say, they're aware of this. It wouldn't catch them off entirely.
अच्छा WVG वाला तभी मार रहा था.
Weibo Gaming, another team trying to catch up right now. APG not over the match point just yet at 119 points. Still shy by 11. Weibo much further behind, 23 points required, so probably a chicken dinner and a fair few elims to make that one happen. But at this stage of the game, with only one team on Smash ruling, is where things get a little bit more spicy, where teams might even just try and dogpile on Yangon. They're elusive.
भाई ये चारों टीमें इनका सेंटर ड्रॉप तो है ही नहीं. यंग गैलेक्टिकोस, जॉर्ज बुल, अल्टर ईगो सेवर्नी, वीवो गेमिंग प्रीमोस्क और अल्फा गेमिंग मिलिट्री बेस. भाई इनका ओके ई अरीना आई है. ई अरीना इज हियर to not have them win the trophy. ई अरीना को पता लग गया कि हम तो ट्रॉफी नहीं जीत रहे हैं तो उन्हें भी नहीं जीतने देंगे हम.
So many teams and causing issues for some of our top squads. That very central position right now up against some other teams that love an early scrap. We'll see if they can find an opportunity for Joker. Maybe there's an opportunity just over this ridge, down on his belly right now, looking for the sight line with the AUG to play with.
6x as well, so he's got the distance, he's got the range. Cloud sends out, leaving just one player behind. Smile already rotated back across to Romeo. Bernat's still looting, but might just be a casualty for Yangon. Finally gets in the buggy, and by the time Joker is
निकल गया भाई वो.
He may just be long Yangon.
बच गए भाई.
Saved by the bell. They didn't even realize was ringing. Bernat's rotate will keep him at play.
8:30 बजे चले.
Rest of the squad.
8:30
position from Romeo.
रात को 8:30 पे भी चल साले 6:30 से शुरू होने वाला है.
The loop to play with.
रहने दे फिर कोई दिक्कत नहीं. कितनी देर चलेगा? आज तो ये भाई फाइनल्स का आखिरी दिन है आज.
चलते हैं आप तो.
नहीं तो फिर 8:30 बजे देख लीजिए अगर फ्री हो.
Throw in their hat into the middle.
Longshin Red Force, a little bit of a wild card inside of this circle. Never sure when they're about to strike, when they're about to send. Blazing.
अतुल बता था उसको जाना है कहीं आज.
A real haymaker of a team is that squad.
गेट लगाते.
When they come and knock in, you better be ready to open that door, or at least bar it shut.
And the barricade would be preferable. How Nonshin have been playing. They'll throw the C4 on the door, and anyone in the building won't be breathing no more if you give an opportunity to Doxy. Vinny and Tizzy as well have been a very lethal duo, and lethality is shown here from Hora. The first punch is thrown out. Hyunbin gets an opportunity to strike back versus the Falcons again as well.
An aggressive rollout here from DRX over to
तो जेल करती से मारते
I don't
आते
think the Falcons
भाई भाई जी को उस बंदे को देख रहा है कहाँ मार रहा है वो
leave them alone inside of
चढ़ के भाई वो अभी भी चढ़ के ही खेल रहे हैं
with points being so close to one another and big jumps meaning big money. You'll take the advantage from wherever you can, especially on the last day where this is the penultimate Erangel match that we have for ourselves.
भाई कहाँ खेल रहे हैं भाई जी के बंदे भाई
Stops going forward. See Yangon on our screens, the picture in picture. You can see how focused these players are.
I think that's been the interesting thing, right?
Oh,
We're talking about
cutie ही कहते हैं
times way back at the start of the day today, but just the laser focus you see from the body language, that human element of PUBG Mobile, this team have looked like they are here to play. They've been limiting mistakes, focused up mechanically and with communication. That's what's setting them further away. That's what's bringing that skill ceiling higher and higher.
Slightly weird one because the way the circle sits at the moment, it does force Yangon into a different style of gameplay where usually they would be out.
ईडा के मेरे डाउन हो गए
But the circle favors them, so they have to play something a little bit more different. Hold their angles on the side. They know E-Arena plays over towards the western.
चल DSP हो जाए एक बॉल
So they'll have to be prepared.
सिराज को बोल्ड हो जाए जब हवा
Push on in, and they're not in the most defensible positions, playing out in the fields. No compound found as of yet. Heading over towards zone 2 in just 30 seconds now, which will define the main playing area of the game.
APG का ड्रॉप लोकेशन यही है कि कल अलग था मेरे को पता ही नहीं कल में देखा ही
Obviously, the Joker was the man that was looking for an opening knock over onto Yangon with the trap that E-Arena had sprung upon them in the previous matchup. So we'll see if they're out to attempt to upset and get revenge here on their
Oh!
All right.
Western zone.
And see Yangon Galacticos get a little bit of that spicy circle look that they have been known for in this playoffs. They've had two.
भाई क्या जोन मिला है भाई
Averaging. There's no reason why that statistic should go up or down.
ओ बैट लग गया भाई
One today, but will it come soon enough to shut this one down early? Have to wait for that.
Monitor ऑफ कोड ऑफ किया
On the rotate. Falcons now down to 2, and Yangon further solidified their position
What's up?
in the open.
Chase
Playing against Murnat must be so frustrating as well. Feels like he's always buzzing around, stinging at all these squads in the lobby.
भाई क्या एंगल बना के बैठते हैं यार ये बंदे
It's been hard to hold him back. And immediately Falcons realize we don't want to mess with the beast.
The boys on Yangon obviously playing out here. There's been no opportunity for more loot, so
Bambi?
dropping that smoke.
What is mean by Bambi?
That utility on side. Here's APG down towards the southern edge around the hay bales.
अच्छा BAMG मैं बम्बी पढ़ रहा हूँ अबे मैं अभी कहाँ खेलूँगा मैं तो देख रहा हूँ
teams to match Nongshim Red Force. T24 finding Koa and Falcons again now down to just 1.
Topsy-turvy day for Four Thrives. And a couple of uncontested eliminations there will at least get them perked up into this game.
भाई WBG का अच्छा गेम बना सकता है यार ये WBG कमबैक हो रहा है क्या Pubg पुराने बंदे सुपर ऑर्डर
This is again another talented squad that we've got here. Obviously third place right now, 105 points to play with for them.
Weibo went fairly central on this one, almost immediately. Was not really stopped at all on this.
दिखा देना टीम बॉयज का गेम प्ले क्या भाई
with their points. It's a hidden blessing really, where most teams are just looking to get towards that end game because they know that even 3 or 4 placement points could be the difference between tens of thousands of dollars here at the PMWC. So Weibo was able to send in towards that center area of the map with little to no contest.
potential for that might change though, with teams looking to steal away some of these superior.
Evo Gaming तो बिल्कुल सेंटर में है भाई।
The arena that slowly move forward.
भाई जी के दो बंदे यहाँ खेल रहे हैं। हम उस दिन ये कंपाउंड हम चारों एक ही बंदे एक ही जगह डिफेंड कर रहे थे। ये स्प्लिट खेल सकते हैं, मतलब रोटेशन काट सकते हैं। वही जोन है, ये यहाँ कटेगा। हाँ ये यहाँ जाके कटेगा ये जोन। ये जोन यहाँ जाके कटता है एंड में। याद है अबे हमने ये वाली जगह ले रखी थी। तू नहीं था, मैं, मनीष, आलोक और एक और कोई बंदा था। तू नहीं था उस मैच में मेरे को याद है। हमने ना मैं काफी अच्छे जोन पे लेके गया, लेकिन फिर हम उसमें फाइट में आ गए थे, मुझे याद है। चौथा बंदा मेरे को शायद सचिन था या कौन था। क्वार्टर फाइनल था किसी टूर्नामेंट में।
Shots over towards Alpha. Meanwhile, Radeon on the drive-by, seeing power all on top of one another. Doc on his own, a little bit of backup now to play with. The buddy system in effect. They take the opening shots towards power and have them pinned.
Team Secret able to get across from the rivers on that north side down towards ruins.
उस जोन ने डाउन किया एक क्रिप्टन को।
From Alter Ego, not quite flushed out just yet though, and this is a freeway engagement between teams that are not out of the circle yet. There's a shot from Redox over towards Wild, in fact. And Frankie will happily pick up that elimination, dropping Regnum Kaya down to 3 on a rollout from Sunken, which, to be honest, they had a lot of real estate to work with.
तो अपने पावर के फायदे को, but kill नहीं आ रहे एपीजी को kill.
Knock Regnum Karia off kilter. They suffer because of it. Oh, Reefus with 7.
ओ भाई अगर ये नीड लगाना, ओ भाई क्रेजी, ओ भाई Reefus, तोरे माइक। ओ दूसरी टीम भी आ गई, Reefus ने अच्छा पढ़ा। ब्रो बट नीड भाई, क्या नीड फेंका भाई।
Just yet, they know how crowded this zone is. Another shot from Zol over towards Alter Ego in Rosemary.
Alter Ego को रोजमेरी डाउन कर दिया, एक घुसेंगे अब। रोजमेरी गया, रोजमेरी फ्रीज है। भाई क्या कॉम्बिनेशन है इन बंदों के बीच में यार, 3 टीम से फाइट ले रहे हैं और फिर भी नो कैजुअलिटीज। भाई रे भाई, अब मेरे को लगा पावर गेमिंग को छीलेंगे पक्का।
Red Force down towards the southwest side of
या जोन जा रहे हैं
at the moment in the fields. Yangon Galacticos currently holding a, let's say, a 2-2 split at the moment. Players down towards the south side watching the roads.
ये ब्रो अब पावर गेमिंग कर गई। ले भाई नीड की बरसात हो गई। 8 नीड दिख रहे थे मेरे को, 8 नीड दिख रहे थे मेरे को रेगनम उन पे। भाई पावर तो गई भाई, पावर डेड है पर नीड रेंज में इतने हैं ना वो। ले जियो ने डाउन किया, ले ये फटा, ले भाई डॉग भाई क्रेजी भाई, क्या बंदा है भाई ये। 3 किल अपन जैसा चोद गेम देखिए। ले चढ़ की बग्गी खत्म। रेगनर नहीं गया, रेगनर ने लिया बट मार दिया भाई। ये टॉप लेवल गेम प्ले ब्रो, क्या है लेवल का रोस्टर है वो, बट 2 डाउन है। ले ओ यंगन गैलेक्टिकोस आ गई, ऊपर लॉक्सी ने डॉक डाउन कर दिया। ओ
Monitor had the quick intuition to make the backstab here as well. It's a good tag, bit of an opening knock to give them some room to play with, but do they want to run the risk of over-egging the pudding on this one? Letting the infighting continue between Regnum Karia and Alpha, it only benefits them at the minute.
Yangon Galacticos can
ओ भाई, ओ ऑल्टर ईगो भी आ गई। क्या चल रहा है, सारी टॉप टीमें इधर ही बैठी हैं। वो मोना
makes Regnum Kaya all the more uncomfortable, and another nade over the top will do the justice from APG.
भाई 7 kills APG के। I think they need 2 more kills to get into the कौन सा है वो मैच पॉइंट स्टेज, स्मैश रूल। अच्छा स्मैश रूल भी आ गया इसमें। अब जिस टीम के 128 से ज्यादा पॉइंट होंगे ना, अगर वो टीम चिकन डिनर निकालती है अब किसी मैच में, तो वो डायरेक्ट चैंपियन है। ओह Reefus.
from the sidelines. Goodbye, Reefus.
Top now.
गिर गई APG गिर गई.
Murnak could even peek over the top, but looks like he's going to send back up towards the rest of the team, realizing that things are about to look not so pretty on the eastern side of the
ओ भाई नीड अगर ये फटा ना जोल का नीड हो गया मेरा. ओ भाई.
Target. Good connections here. Softening up DRX. It's been huge from Alpha.
Okay, rush add DRX का.
Up close and personal. If they can handle DRX, they could push themselves up towards that match point.
ओ भाई डॉग. What the fuck भाई ये क्या लेवल गेम प्ले क्या खेल रही है? वो अपनी बंदे में बॉलिंग कर दी नहीं भाई जी आ गई. भाई डॉग दो नहीं. भाई नीड से दो नॉक डॉग ने. भाई टॉप जिंदा है अभी भी. DRX खत्म. 10 किल APG.
Still rolling on through.
An APG will hit match point on this.
मैच पॉइंट कर दिया भाई उन्होंने. भाई क्या लेवल डिफेंस है ये. भाई अब तो YG मार देगी. भाई वो उसमें पहुंच गए. APG.
Making Alpha disappear before his eyes, and now he wants to split them in half like a bad magician. Pushes up with big papa.
अरे ले फिनिश मार दिया. बट APG पहुंच गई मैच पॉइंट पे. भाई APG भाई क्रेजी भाई.
Not able even to pull the trigger. We saw the reticle over the top of top.
यहाँ से YG चिकन तो नहीं निकाल पाएगी. सीधा फाइनल्स खत्म. नहीं खत्म तो नहीं होगा बट जीत गए. मतलब अगर चिकन डिनर निकाल दिया ना इस टीम ने, इसी टीम के 137 पॉइंट YG ने, तो ये जीत गए. मतलब ये नया रूल लाया गया स्मैश रूल. तो अब अगले मैच में ना एक और टीम ऐड हो गई APG. अब अगली टीम में 119 है. 119 और 11 130 हो गए, तो वो भी 128 से ऊपर आ गया. तो अगले मैच में अगर APG या YG में से कोई चिकन निकालेगी तो वो जीत जाएगी. अगर इस मैच में YG ना निकाले, अगर भाई क्या रीड है T24 पे. ये क्या रीड है भाई. खत्म. अच्छा गाड़ी देख ली होगी. बट चिकन निकालना तो YG के लिए यहाँ से बहुत ही क्रेजी हो जाएगा. ये टीम सभी काफी जिंदा है वेस्टर्न रीजन पे. APG समझ गई थी भाई ऐसे ही करना पड़ेगा. तो वाशिंगटन सुंदर को इंट्रोड्यूस किया है.
Similarly, just slowly crawling around. Though over on the side of Yangon, he casts another nade back in. More chip damage follows through.
Weibo, 105 points at the moment. 4 players alive. One of the big hitters.
Vivo Gaming का 13 किल चिकन डिनर निकाले. ये थर्ड पे जो टीम है वो भी कर सकती है. सेतु गो हाय ब्रो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. हाय भैया सेतु गो. हाय ब्रो सेतु गो. मेरे को सातु गो जरूर लग रहा था. यंगन गैलेक्टिकल वर्सेस 5 लेक्स स्कारफेस फटा. ओ नहीं फटा भाई. नेड तो इनके किस लेवल क्रेजी होते हैं भाई. फट गया सेक लॉट डन. बट हाँ यार यंगन गैलेक्टिकल्स पॉइंट इतनी उनके हाई हैं, वो भी वैसे ही चैंपियन कराएंगे. 6 किल्स हो गए. सुशील भैया के मामा क्या रे, क्या हालचाल है. ना मान रहे कनपुर आ रहे हो. अरे नेट थोड़ी भाई का.
I think they understood that as soon as they took down APG, they lost one of their key players in Murna. Looking for some more eliminations on.
भाई मारना पड़ेगा, YG को मारना पड़ेगा.
Hard to win this one with just the 2 players. Weibo looking so far.
अरे नहीं कुछ ऐसी डायलॉग है ना मान रहे वैसे ऐसे.
Thunder Talks and Arena still living it.
चल
Sighting got down to feed his players.
Either being able to put the Bazone to good use.
अब कहाँ पर हो. मैं गुड़गांव हूँ.
Still looking to confirm onto T24. Obviously his position was compromised.
Oh, नीड है भाई T24.
Smile could lose his teeth off the back of that, and there's other squads that could dive onto you the second they see weakness here.
Smile's got to move forward, man. Drops the smokes. The Blues
वो स्माइल डाउन यही क्यों हुआ ना भाई। अगर ये टूर्नामेंट को इंटरेस्टिंग करना है, अरे भाई वाईजी रोमियो ने मार दिया फैल्कन के डॉक्स को। अगर ये टूर्नामेंट अच्छा करना है तो वाईजी को एलिमिनेट करना पड़ेगा यहीं। ले वाईजी तो बैठ के जाके, क्या मतलब नाम नहीं मिल रहा था, नाम नहीं मिल रहा था मतलब T24 को। अच्छा इसको अच्छा तू एक चीज देखा अब है, जब क्लोज रेंज फाइट होती है इनकी ओपन में टीम्स की, जैसे ये तो भी छोड़िए तो खैर क्लोज रेंज में हुआ है, मतलब ओपन में तो बंदे गाड़ी घुमाने लगते हैं स्मोक करके दो। ये अपनी चीज में ऐड करना है, ठीक है, याद रखियो। देख रहे थे गाड़ी अभी वो WPG का बंदा अभी भी गाड़ी घुमा रहा है, दिखा भी। ओ फट गया, बढ़िया भाई। ये ईमान वाईजी को मारना पड़ेगा भाई। वाईजी के हो गए 137 और 7 144 पॉइंट हो गए। ये मेरे ताऊ के लड़की की आईडी है। अच्छा हाँ सोलो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर जैसे। हाँ ये देख 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 3 बंदे गाड़ी घुमा रहे हैं अभी भी। लास्ट में कार घुमाते रहो। हाँ और इन पे नीड्स देख, तू नीड्स देख, 6 नीड बंदे पे भी किया उसने। उतरेगा ये सब पूरा। सोलो कॉन्करर में ऐसे ही होता है यार। ये तो कॉन्करर तो भी बहुत आगे है यार। अब कॉन्करर का रहा है अब तो भैया वो हो गया वो। पहले भाई कॉन्करर अलग होता था भाई, पहले बंदे कैंप कर देते भाई, मजा आती थी तब देखने में। अब भाई बंदे हो गए पागल, बस मारना है कैसी भी मारना है। 4 की वॉचिंग आ रही है यार गाइस, लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम यार, नहीं हो तो स्ट्रीम पे यार सब्सक्राइब भी कर देना। हो रहा का जिगल फटी फटी। अरे भाई बच गया टीटी। ओ भाई मोहना का नेड़ तो था भाई। ओ उसी पे चला गया घूम के, नेड़ तो था भाई। WPG हग रही है, WPG को बड़ा गेम निकालना पड़ेगा यार ये, अगर उनको वो मैच पॉइंट पे जाना है। ओ स्काई
Sky hitting some good shots, but it's E-Arena looking down this way. 18 bullets and the M4.
Yes, just like and subscribe please. wait नहीं है समझते हैं। फटा 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 फटा। हो रहा है नहीं फटा। अब तो मार देगा आज, एजे मार देगा।
But AJ finally put him down there. 4 Thunder Talks down to 2 players.
भाई WPG ने हगा यार ये। WPG को और बंदे मारने चाहिए थे, तो ज्यादा स्लो खेल गए। क्योंकि मैच पॉइंट में आ जाते हैं ना फिर टेंशन नहीं रहती। पर चिकन डिनर एंड 5 सेकंड्स तो फिर भी इजी है। अभी भी हो सकता है 5-6 किल मिल सकते हैं अगर मारे तो, बट मारने पड़ेंगे भी को। हैं बंदे हैं, बंदे हैं, अगर सभी को मार दोगे तो हैं। नहीं 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 13 किल चाहिए। नहीं नहीं है अब नहीं है, 13 किल्स और चाहिए। 13 नहीं 12 किल्स और चाहिए वीवो को अगर मैच पॉइंट जाना है तो। नहीं है
difficult scenario a lot of teams get themselves into is to play scared, to play under pressure and make mistakes in these final moments, but Weibo's playing it calm. They know that even a podium finish is fantastic for them here in the playoffs.
पोडियम फिनिश क्या, अगर अगले मैच में अगर ये मैच पॉइंट्स पे पहुंचते उसके बाद 2 मैच और बचेंगे डायरेक्ट चिकन लेने का।
Walking away with another chicken dinner and getting as close to the margin as possible, it would be unreal to set them up for an opportunity to be another horse in that race.
It's absolutely time for this team. Tony K continuing to send shots, bringing down towards E-Arena's position. Get further towards this end game. Team Secret is very quiet over towards the castle. They'll have to leave those ramparts soon.
Undertalks in the arena been what's
भाई ई एरिना की वजह से फंसे पड़े हैं, इनको ई एरिना को मानना पड़ेगा।
Finally time to go. They've got the vehicles to work with. Focus back over from Joker. He's a man that's done so much time and time again for this team. He's got backup and the nades are raining over. Chip damage in from Order, looking for the prime on the follow-ups as well. Mormon got to cast further back, find any kind of cover to play with here, top himself up. Order taking a bit of chip damage of his own though. Low at the minute, hops in the vehicle, playing with his mates.
Team Secret send the soldiers out the drawbridge.
ओ साकुरा, अच्छा नीटिंग का बंदा है, मेरे को गाड़ी चढ़ाने वाला है।
Standing tall over the top, a lot of damage going through. 33Z has to back this off. Sakura just trying to give that information back.
भाई WBG गलत, ओ सुक को फिनिश मार दिया।
Suk's able to run down T24.
उतरा 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 है तो।
In the sidelines. What is this?
और ये हगदी भाई। टर्नी के क्रेजी नहीं होगा। तो पीछे से कोई टीम क्यों नहीं आ रही? 4 किल्स हुए WBG के, 14 पॉइंट्स कर चुके हैं।
Being dropped back up into position. Suk makes a quick swing by, adrift, but it is Tourniquet to stay alive. 2 nades that could be dastardly, and Team Secret yet to make a mark on this engagement.
So closely grouped, the difference of that nade being on target could be incredibly influential for him. One left to play with.
उतार देगा क्या?
Good decision making, pulls out the primary, bullets down range, connections are clean, but 33Z tries to zip back in from the side.
A fight on 2 fronts, but now Team Secret has to take the fight over towards Thunder Talks, who have stormed the castle.
And the siege.
TT गई। और TT का किल लिया ये ने। नहीं। ये ने। भाई फटे। भाई 33Z नीड तो है। ये खत्म है। खत्म। ओ टर्नी के लिए गया लास्ट किल। भाई इस बंदे ने 2 किल छीन लिए WBG के।
Inches away from another chicken dinner, and Order looks to command respect, runs in with the DBS, fires out the shots, the paranoia kicking in, and E-Arena are going down as Weibo stands strong in the lobby and in the arena.
17 points भाई।
Back for blood and proving that they've still got the fight in them. Weibo once again.
Weibo Gaming comeback तो है भाई। comeback तो है। भाई comeback तो है Weibo Gaming।
Because they need to get a move on. The eruption from this team, the knock-on effect of the crowd.
Comeback तो है, मेरे को points table देख रहे हैं, points table.
The support is here.
Hey cuties.
The fans at home will be ecstatic with this result, but it is the first step. More to be done for them, Blank. They are close.
मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है APG चिकन निकाल देगी और चैंपियन हो जाएगी।
Do not go anywhere as the action reaches its climax.
सात और 8 एलएम, 8 में मतलब 18 पॉइंट्स। कितने थे ये? अब 6 पॉइंट पीछे रह गए। मैं गाइस आया, एक सेकेंड आया, मैं आया। चैट्स आई विल बी बैक।
This land is calling.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR. And Jet Reaver Glider with special
Jet Reaver Glider.
Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await.
ये कौन कर गया? आसिम सुंदर.
Event period July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
쪽으로 뛸게 나는. 나 오른쪽 위로 같이 해줄게. 준비다. 천천히 해. 피킹 안 해도 돼. 앞에 라인 기는 거 조심.
둘이야 둘 바위랑 이거. 그냥 받아먹으면 돼 얘들아.
앞에
받아먹으면 돼. 바위
안 내밀면 돼.
형만 내밀지 마.
삼각바위 하나.
이제 나온다.
삼각바위 하나. 삼각바위 하나 더.
나이스. 야.
나이스 준호 형. 아. 나이스 동이 형.
我的意思是说，加入我们俩去左下，懂吗？
可以，知道可以打，知道可以打，
那我们可以顶着。我打这个知道。别急别急别急。OK。有个人要死，我看到一个，我看到一个。
打，你们别担心。
他叫我，你们冲，他只叫我。
牛逼！还最后一个，
还上来，
就在眼里边，两边，带他。牛逼！
这个，哎。
भाई जॉय रूट और हैरी ब्रुक तो बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं यार. नहीं हो पाएगा कमबैक.
Are we witnessing one of the greatest comebacks in PUBG Mobile history? A back-to-back chicken dinner.
Chicken dinners for WBG.
The most here to try and claim that trophy right there. Weibo with another win to get things rolling. They are so close to putting the
100 run की partnership हो गई यार.
Here joining me, actually 7 this time, alongside Neptura to talk about this one. Neptura, a back-to-back at this point, in this moment, in this tournament, is insane.
Especially the way they've been able to do it. They're not just sneaking in a win here and there. They are taking control of these games, doing what they need to do, and saying, we are here. We are actually that third team that will make that smash point. We are here to actually play. It's so nice to see. 8 points coming in. 18 coming into the third game here. 7. Are we looking at next game, them making that point?
Oh, they're definitely going to do it, especially with the way that we're playing. We're going to talk about it. This team was just...
भाई Vivo Gaming 18 points यार.
Whenever they actually realized that we have to move out, that's when they started spreading the wings. So when you talk about they're doing what they need to do, that's exactly what they did.
इरीना के जो 6 elimination points हैं ना ये इधर चले जाते हैं ना भाई फिर crazy हो जाता.
Smash zone, Alpha Gaming being able to do that, and you can tell all coming from eliminations.
Oh, yeah.
One thing that I will have to nitpick with this team, and I'm going to be talking about it for a long time if they continue to do
Four
this,
कौन है बे?
they are not playing like how
Four
they
thrives?
the previous 2 days. They have just been playing way too split, and those rotations are not early. I don't know what's going on with this team, Natura.
Yeah, it is unfortunate to see. It feels like under their pressure, they're kind of defaulting to a previous strategy.
अबे रेड टेप से 2 शर्ट लाया बे मैं कल.
They've tweaked, they've adjusted.
Like मैं तो लास्ट 3 लाए 2
really good, but now
मेरे को तो भाई बढ़िया पड़ गई.
They're going back to those old mistakes. What I will say for them though, they handled that fight with Regnum Karya and Power really
भाई YG को पहले एलिमिनेट करना पड़ेगा.
Right, they were able to balance those teams against each other, get those nades, get those knocks, but not full commit, not full send, because they knew Regnum would just third party that. So really well played against both of those teams to actually get those points.
And who would have thought?
Who
would have seen first place going up against
अब तो पता नहीं यार रख रखी है अब तो नहीं होगा.
Galacticos. Let me talk a little bit about you because Mermat was scouting APG for the longest time, especially as soon as they saw DRX go towards them. Great scouting and great time to pounce on APG when they were down.
You can see Weibo here. They know that there is an opportunity that has arisen off of them being excellent in the last 2 games. You could see the elation on their faces as well. They know, realize once again, another win under the belt. Yes, just inches away from that smash zone. So they're going to have to do something in this next game. But as Seven said, with the way that they're playing, I think it's a likelihood.
Yeah, I haven't seen Order smile like that in a very long time. He was very pleased with how the team's been performing. And with a back-to-back on Erangel, it's really nice that we have another Erangel coming up. So that is really boding well for them as well. I will say zones have been kind to them, not necessarily given, but a little bit kinder to them versus
MP3 का अच्छा cluster है.
struggled to be on that edge constantly, always having to rotate. But in these last zones, that's where it really matters. That's where that strategy comes into play.
What?
And WBG have just been able to have that patience, that control, and most importantly, the decision making. If they want to go for something, they do it wholeheartedly. If they decide, actually, this is not a good idea, we need to go back, they do that wholeheartedly and quickly as well.
You talk about decision making. One decision that was kind of scratching my head there early on
भाई अगर WBG अब मैच पॉइंट्स में आई और यहाँ से आने के बाद WBG हारी ना भाई, सुक के लिए भाई सच्ची में बुरा लगेगा भाई. सुक वो बंदा है जब से e-sports चल रहा है और तब से वो खेल रहा है, लेकिन वो वही वाला सीन है ना, सेकंड थर्ड कभी जीत नहीं पाया सुक. मतलब MVP रह चुका लेकिन जीत नहीं पाया.
In a situation where they're more than likely trying to win the game, yes, that might have ended up working out, but that's going away from what they've been doing.
बहुत ही बुरा लगेगा भाई सुक के लिए अगर यहाँ से मैच पॉइंट में आए वो.
Fall back on what they've been doing.
या तो देख अल्फा गेमिंग जीतनी चाहिए, WBG जीतनी चाहिए भाई. मैं चाहता हूँ कि बहुत पुराने बंदे हैं, हम देखते आ रहे हैं कब.
It might not have been the play because in the center of where it ended up, it's very low ground, very open, where the edge is where everybody else was playing, had a little bit more cover. There was a little bit more of that high ground, that scope ability as well there. So I think in that case, yeah, Seven's right. They should have stuck to the edge, but I do understand what they were trying to go for because for very good reason, the center was very open and no one was there where the edges were very busy.
Overall rankings time. All right, with potentially 3 more games remaining here.
5 पॉइंट पीछे रह गया हूं, मैंने तेज कैलकुलेट किया था.
Currently in the smash zone. However, if Weibo Gaming
देखो
gets themselves
अब सिनेरियो ये है, यंगोल गैलेक्टिकल्स और अल्फा गेमिंग को WWCD नहीं लेना है, और अगर लेना भी है मतलब नहीं लेना है, ये तो मैं बोल ही दिया. अगर लेने भी नहीं तो इनके पॉइंट्स का जो 14 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है ना, ये बराबर होना चाहिए. टॉप नोट्स एट द एंड लास्ट गेम तक पता ही ना चले, ये चाहता हूँ भाई मैं. क्रेजी हो जाए भाई फाइनल्स. ऐसा नहीं कि पता चल गया कि हाँ भाई अल्फा गेमिंग यंगोल गैलेक्टिकल्स के बाद इतने पॉइंट हो गए कि उनको पकड़ ही नहीं पा रहा.
This next Erangel would be the one. We've seen Yangon Galacticos win in Miramar. Weibo, I mean,
AP और YG मेरे को लग रहा है WWCD के लिए खेलेंगे, तो देखते हैं. अगर ये WWCD ले गए इनमें से कोई भी एक टीम, वो चैंपियन है according to Smash Tool.
I'm looking at some of the other teams trying to stop their squads from getting the points. We saw Turning K from E-Arena stealing those elimination points towards the end. And I mean, these are teams that even though they are towards the bottom, they are fighting for that prize pool.
Yeah, it's really nice to see them.
मैं मस्त चीज ट्राई कर चिकन ब्रेस्ट इन बटर प्लस वॉलीबॉल, बस इतना तगड़ा लगता है, बस इतना. अरे यार देखिए अभी तो शावन चल रहा है.
And they're able to steal elimination points, as you said, so they are still making a massive game for themselves.
All right, and you guys at home, of course, can be involved in everything that's also going on around the game here, or for also PMWC. Starting from the first, which was 2 days ago, the PDP Global Fashion Icon Contest officially has kicked off and is currently ongoing. This competition accepts both in-game outfit design submissions and participating by showcasing real-life outfits.
एक तो ये है चेक में
use your sense of fashion
जीन्स के ऊपर, ठीक है, ट्राई करके एक ही मस्त लग रही थी. और एक ये ब्लू में, मतलब अभी धुल के निकाली है, प्रेस नहीं हुई है. ये दो लेके आया था कल.
One final chance potentially to play during PMWC 2025. 2 eligible teams currently on Smash Points. Of course, we're talking APG, who just
ग्रीनिश लग रहा है पहला तो. हाँ हाँ ग्रीनिश है.
For the other
ग्रीनिश
Galacticos, who's been here now for a couple of maps, but they
अच्छा कलर है, लाइक ब्लैक जीन्स में बहुत सेक्सी लगेगा.
But now is their opportunity. If you want to stay up to date with everything that's happening on the map, go ahead and check us out on YouTube. Have that up so you can follow each and every route of our potential championship.
अच्छी है दोनों, ठीक है.
Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by John. We'll be calling the action over the next 3. It's going to be a lot of fun. John, things are getting serious, and Weibo is looking to also be on Smash Point after this very map.
I mean, you say we're covering the next 3. We just don't know how many we're covering.
That's right.
It could end at
भाई मैं चाहता हूँ इस गेम में अल्फा गेमिंग अच्छा खेले, एटलीस्ट 10 किल्स ले, बट चिकन ना ले। वाईजी जल्दी मर जाए, एगोन गैलेक्टिकोस। लाइक पर्सनली टूर्नामेंट को क्रेजी बनाने के लिए जो फर्स्ट नंबर की टीम है वो जल्दी मर जाए, दूसरे नंबर की टीम जो 14 नंबर पॉइंट्स पीछे है वो 10 गेम का मैच निकाले, 10 किल्स का, जो पॉइंट टेबल बराबर हो फर्स्ट और सेकंड के बीच में। और जो वीवो गेमिंग है वो इस बार फिर से चिकन निकाले, मैच पॉइंट भी अच्छा है और उनकी पॉइंट्स भी कम हो, फिर तीनों टीमें ना क्या कहते हैं चैंपियंस होने के दावेदार है, तो मजा आएगी। अब ऐसा नहीं होगा कि भाई अगले मैच में जा रहे हैं पता चल रहा है कि भाई वाईजी वाले जीतने वाले हैं, तो फिर क्रेज उतर जाएगा। क्रेज चाहिए, क्रेज
And an APG gonna let that happen either. I don't know, we'll see. The thing about Yangon Galacticos is they've been getting blessed by zones, and they also have been playing very aggressively, which has been pretty much their undoing. You know, the question is, why aren't they parking the bus? Why don't they slow things down and start playing in a methodical way that led them to this very moment? Now, points still matter. If we do go to game number 6, of course, if a team is on Smash Point, they win game 6, they then take the championship. But let's say a team outside of the running of Smash Point takes it, well, then it would default to the points winner.
और जो नीचे की टीम्स है ना उनको करना ही चाहिए कि वाईजी और अल्फा गेमिंग को पहले ही मतलब डाउन कर दो, मतलब बंदे कम कर दो फाइट लो से कि वो चिकन ना निकल पाए। भाई ये कौन सा है? 4 फिंगर है ये? 4 फिंगर है ना ये? 4 फिंगर है ना? अंगूठे से पीक खेलता है ब्रो क्रेजी यार। लाइक 4 फिंगर अंगूठे से पीक में, यहाँ पे मेरा फायर है।
$500,000 for first place is up for grabs. You drop down to second place, you allow that to sneak, you slash that number in half. 250k, that is a big drop off. You don't want to let that happen.
अबे सोच हम सीरियस होते और हमारे पास रोड में होता, हम भी प्रेजेंट कर सकते थे। लाइक मैं, तू, हर्ष और सचिन, हम चारों ने बताओ ना कर सकते हैं। अच्छा डिवाइस हो, सीरियस हो, हम चारों ही कर सकते हैं। इसके अलावा अपने पास और कोई बंदा है नहीं, सही बता रहा हूँ। हम भी तो अंगूठे से भी करते, मेरा लेफ्ट से होता है। लाइक अपना ये ड्रॉप स्पॉट 1 2 3 4 ये 4 जगह, यहाँ से कहीं का रोटेशन भी कर लो, इधर का कर लो, इसका कर लो, इधर से लॉन्ग रोटेशन मार के इधर आ जाओ, बेस्ट था भाई। रिंगल अपना अभी भी अच्छा है रोटेशन के मामले में, बट वही है ना कि जॉब छोड़ने से पहले फिर कर सकते हैं, तब खाली रहेंगे। किस्मत यार, मेरे से एडिटिंग नहीं हो पा रही। अगर मैं एडिटिंग करूं मेरा यूट्यूब चैनल चल जाए। मैं इतना मैं भाई प्रोक्रेस्टिनेट करता हूँ ना भाई, ओवर थिंकिंग इतनी रहती है ना बहन चो भाई, रात में 3-3 बजे तक जगता हूँ लेकिन मैं एडिट नहीं कर पाता।
They ran into issues a couple of maps ago. It took them a little bit longer to get to Smash Point, but yet here they are. Now, military is going to be quite active. We've talked about it. 3 teams on military.
टाइम निकाल बहन यार, नहीं ऊपर है यार, मतलब कोई जैसे होता है ना कोई सेकंड पर्सन। ओ भाई पबजी गॉड्स, जॉर्जो सिटी भाई भसड़ बहन जो 15 टीम बैठी है, 25 मिनट हो चुके हैं भाई मजा आ जाएगी। जॉर्जो सिटी मेरे रोज का FX 92 ट्रेडिंग। अच्छा भाई यहाँ एंड हो जाए, एक एंड हो जाए भाई, मजा आ जाएगी माँ कसम। हर एक बहन जो 8 या 9 से 1 या 2 या 2 से 2:30, मतलब 8 बजे से लेकर 2:30 बजे तक के बीच में कभी भी कर सकता है। पबजी गॉड्स प्लीज, जॉर्जो पुल सिटी नॉर्थ जॉर्जो में प्लीज पबजी गॉड्स यार, एक क्रेजी लेवल भाई मेरे को देख नहीं भाई टीम सिटी में कैसे खेलती है। लाइक ले मार के भाग लिया, भाग स्काई भाग तोरी माही का। मैं करूंगा यार, लाइक मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि 10 से लेके 1 बजे तक स्ट्रीम, लाइक 1 या फिर बीच में कभी भी उधर
it does mean that they are going to have to grab a couple more vehicles on the
अरे इधर बैठते रहो जहाँ वही
by Smile.
और 1 से 3 के बीच में एडिटिंग, क्योंकि मैं 3 बजे सोता हूँ और सुबह 9:30-10 के आसपास उठता हूँ ऑफिस के टाइमिंग की वजह से, यही मेरा फिक्स है। तो मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ कि अब डेली 2 घंटे एडिटिंग होगी ना तो मेरी वीडियोस आती रहेंगी रेगुलर।
Let's tone back the aggressiveness. Again, I feel like they got way too aggressive in that last game. Would they still have won? I don't know. It would have been tough, but they were getting blessed by zones. Here, they have the best chance. This is quite literally the most perfect opportunity as it currently stands for Yangon Galacticos.
हाँ तो ये फिक्स कर, वही करना पड़ेगा यार। जिम तो होगी मेरी, डाइटिंग कैजुअल कह सकता हूँ यार, वीकेंड्स पे छूट जाती है। कल छोले भटूरे चाप दिए। मेरे को भाई लाइक मैं अच्छा खा रहा हूँ, लाइक लिटरली मैं अच्छा खा रहा हूँ, लाइक मेरा प्रोटीन गोल डेली हिट हो रहा है। ये बस एट द एंड, लाइक मैं कार्ब्स भी ज्यादा ले रहा हूँ लेकिन प्रोटीन को लेट हो रहा है, तो मेरा एनर्जी है अभी इसके लिए। बट वही डाइटिंग भी करनी पड़ेगी, सारी चीज करनी पड़ेंगी धीरे धीरे। ओके 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 फ्रैंकी, जोकर जोकर फ्रैंकी घेर लिया भाई। प्रोटीन कैसे लेता है? डेली के 4 या 5 तो एग्स हो जाते हैं मेरे ऑलमोस्ट। 4 एग्स तो फिक्स हैं, 2 ऑमलेट है मेरे, 1 1 स्कूप वे प्रोटीन हो जाता है पूरा, और फिर खाने वगैरह में प्रोटीन मिल ही जाता है। इतना है कि मेरे को जिम वाला प्रोटीन नहीं चाहिए कि भाई मेरे को इतना हिट ही करना है, लेकिन इतना हिट हो रहा है कि मेरा हेल्दी शरीर के लिए प्रोटीन को लेट हो रहा है। मैं भाई अंडे की ग्रेट ले आता हूँ हर तीसरे चौथे दिन, 170 की आती है, उबाल के खा लेता हूँ या फिर ऑमलेट बना लेता हूँ। नहीं तो दाल खा रहा हूँ, दाल बना लेते हैं, पनीर बना लेते हैं, सारी चीजें।
And I just don't know if he's going to have what it takes to take down the 4-man unit of Team Secret.
This is an important fight to have concluded early. With the circle as it sits, teams are going to start to...
अबे क्या लैग हो रहा है ये? मेरी डाइट तो कंट्रोल है काफी और शुगर काफी कम कर लिया।
Arena not being there opens the door for teams like Yangon Galacticos, like Power at the moment, to potentially try and sweep on through. It also leaves a little bit of an opening for Weibo on the west flank to maybe move over that long Georgia Pole bridge.
Ida starts to move across the western bridge. APG to follow suit. Thundertalk most likely going to go across eastern. They won't have anybody there. APG's going to have to fight really hard to continue their way to center zone. That's why Yangon Galacticos are in such a great spot. Although Smile, I do feel he's a bit spread out from his roster, and that gives me a little bit of concern. I understand you want to lock down these bridges, and that's points, but stay with your boys. Stay together. There's no reason to get too anxious.
लाइक अब डिसाइड कर लिया, लाइक मेरे पिछले 2 वीकेंड्स खराब हो गए लाइक मेरी डाइटिंग में। अब वीकेंड भी नहीं बिगाड़ने मेरे को। अगले वीकेंड तो मैं खैर घर जा रहा हूँ रक्षाबंधन है। अरे 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 लाइजा,
they've taken some damage, but they're establishing control on both sides of the river now for Yangon Galacticos.
Please, PUBG gods, Giorgio city ending, North Giorgio, please. Hello, PUBG gods. Are you listening me?
Is really difficult once teams start to move in. We're on board with APG though now, and they are being careful on their bridge crossing, but they needn't be.
50 push-ups में ही गाड़ी वाड़ी हो जा रही है। 50 push-ups तो हाँ तेरे लिए 50 push-ups तो बहुत सही है, बट फॉर्म भी है, क्योंकि 50 push-ups तो भाई मैं भी नहीं मार पाऊँ अगर प्योर फॉर्म मारूँ तो। 3 बार में लगेंगी मेरे से एटलीस्ट। मैं एक बार में मैक्सिमम 20 खींच सकता हूँ प्योर फॉर्म, और मेरे से खींचती 20 है। मैं प्योर फॉर्म में मारता हूँ। मेरा पुलअप 2 से लेके अब 8 तक पहुंच चुका है जिम में। लाइक 1.5-2 महीने पहले जब जून में स्टार्ट की थी, जुलाई में स्टार्ट की थी, जून में स्टार्ट की थी जिम। 2 से 8 पहुंच गया मेरा प्योर पुलअप। परसों मैंने 8 मारे थे, मेरे को याद है। ये
that chicken dinner and that title, the $500,000 in prize money. It's weighing heavily.
सेम फॉर्म में 15 ऐसे 3 बार में होता है। हाँ,
trying to weigh up to them. 5 points short of the match point boundary right now. They do need to earn 5 more. You can see they're posted up right now close to the west bridge on Georgia Pole. A long rotate across that bridge. It can get pretty dangerous, but at the moment there's only one team on the northern shore. That is Team Secret. That will change pretty quickly though. We've got teams starting to move in from the north. You've got Alter Ego, you've got Aura, Yangon Galacticos unlikely.
ये हमारा second drop point मतलब वो था drop location.
For Alter Egos, maybe even fourth rise, but focused on Alter Egos, who I feel have been doing decently well today.
स्क्वाड्स तो आसान है भाई, एक बार में 60-70 होता है. वेट ऐड कर, स्क्वाड्स आसान है. लवली अभी तेरे पैर अभी वो नहीं हुए हैं, उसमें नहीं गए मतलब जब रखा जाता है ना शरीर पे वजन 20 किलो की रॉड और उस पे 40 कैलोरी से वजन 60-70 किलो का वजन हो जाता है. वैसे रॉड काउंट नहीं होती, काउंट करते भी या नहीं करते मुझे नहीं पता. PUBG gods, please go to George Goal. Please George City. PUBG gods, are you listening to me? अरे तोरी माई का बहस की आंख हर एक टीम पिटेगी भाई.
That is a crazy hard shift up towards the north.
भाई शूटिंग रेंज गया भाई जोन.
Immediately go to the northern shore. Power under pressure. Weibo on the western side, moving over that west Georgia Pole bridge. APG, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them following Undertalk all the way out to the east, play that Roshok bridge, insert over to the east side of this next circle, but it's all on what Yangon Galacticos can do with the control that they've got over this river crossing.
Pushing Falcons back, Narvalo saying, okay, let me go ahead and scout out and see if that house is available. Well, it's simply not. He doubles back in, takes a couple more shots.
ये देख रहा है स्प्लिट, ये देख रहा है स्प्लिट, देख रहा है तू स्प्लिट देख रहा है तू. यंगन ग्रेट के का जो टॉप पे टीम दो बंदे बस समझाऊंगा मैं तेरे को. स्प्लिट देखा भाई जी का, ये देख स्प्लिट देख बंदों किस हिसाब से स्प्लिट करके डिफेंड कर रहे हैं. बस वही है ना कि चारों बंदों पे विश्वास होना चाहिए.
In danger, but he's pushed back. Yangon Galacticos have allowed about 4 teams through their position now for no benefit. They've got such a blockade that now sits to their north that was all southwards of them before. They retreat and they fold back.
This is interesting, and now APG getting relatively close over at Roshok. There is a chance maybe they clash.
अगर इस स्प्लिट में बंदे उतारो ना भाई क्या मजा है.
I assume they're going to go more east and then go up north towards where Thundertalk is currently at. But I agree with you. Yangon Galacticos letting Falcons get through along with a multitude of other.
वो अल्फा गेमिंग क्या मस्त रोटेशन मार रही है.
You guarantee, well I can't guarantee, but I at least think they're going to have to go north.
तो अल्फा गेमिंग का तो मस्त रोटेशन आया है. सेकंड नंबर पे जो टीम है भाई मिलिट्री बेस से आए हैं और रोजोक से निकल रहे हैं. क्या भाई क्या रोटेशन है.
Force a blockade, force a traffic jam on that south side and choke those rotations out. 2, head north before everyone else. You already have that advantage in terms of the pacing, and they've done neither. They took a little peek here and there, and they played it timid. They folded back into their compound, and now they're on the edge of the circle. They can still do something from here, right? There is still that opportunity, but I feel like they may have made a mistake in this situation. We'll have to wait and see if it's going to pan out that way. I also spotted Weibo tilting teams towards the top, right? They rotate.
पर रोटेशन तो है अल्फा गेमिंग का. जो सेकंड नंबर पे टीम है ना भाई ये मिलिट्री बेस से आई है. देख रहा रोटेशन देखे.
They have a nice spread on the west side of this circle. Yes. I like what Weibo has done on this match. A lot more certainly than Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, Weibo, Alter Egos, I think are in prime positions to have a deep run in this game, and 2 rosters, you know, Weibo obviously 5 points away. I mean, they could get that with placement points depending on how they play this. For Alter Egos, a good game here puts them closer and closer to the smash points. Loving where they're currently at. They can just hold their ground. They look strong. APG finally starts to get up towards the top. They rotated up through Roshok. We have another ship which surprisingly still has Yangon Galacticos in it on the southern portion, and they are so another deep run potential. But for that narrative against Alter Egos, they now have to go down south towards shooting range for Weibo. Still relatively strong opposite of Team Secret.
It's a non-zero possibility that Alpha Gaming crash into Yangon Galacticos' position here, and we get a fight for the smash point early in this game. We're still waiting for teams to start to drop here. We have already lost 1, but there's still 14 more to go. As of course we do have to have a chicken dinner winner at the end of it all. Fireflux, they've been busted down to 3 right now. They're playing on the northeast side. Gonna stop a little bit short. Can't stay in this compound, and they will have to get on the road. Alpha Gaming, same story for them. A little bit more south though.
So 4th Thrives will pass just north of them. Phallic catches one off guard. Fireflux Solish, yeah, just pumping gas over there, unfortunately, instead of moving forward. And that will take, of course, they will take advantage of that situation.
40v 92 अच्छा खेल यार 40v
now find themselves knocking on the door, potentially reaching smash point. Another roster that needs a solid game here in map number 4. It's a possibility, and that's what makes this grand finals great. We've got 2 teams who are already on smash point, but we've got teams who are definitely looking to make their way. We get to game 6, I'm expecting maybe 4 or 5.
It could go that way. It depends what teams like Alter Ego, what Fort Thrives are able to do here. It feels like those are the 2 teams who are, well, they are most likely to join, right? Especially with Fort Thrives already getting 3 points. They're up to 95 now. It's still quite a way to go. I think it's safe to say it is still very much a way to go. Unless you're just going to do back-to-back chicken dinners a la Weibo, it's going to be very, very difficult to make that one work. With where Fort Thrives are right now out in the east, it's going to be pretty tricky for them to enact that.
So before Yangon Galacticus had Smile go as a solo across the bridge, this time around
Alpha Gaming versus Pelgans.
Secret gets close, but they leave Renat down low on the shoreline, potentially closing that in if they do need to rotate back depending on where this zone ends up shifting. But I get so nervous when I see those solos out in the open like that.
भाई 4-3 बंदे गाड़ी चला रहे हैं भाई.
With the third party.
At the moment though, we're on board with Alpha Gaming. They are circling around the south side of Falcons, who are crunched in the middle of a bit of a standoff here that is sort of concluding towards their north, and I imagine the Falcons going to want to get stuck in. Alpha Gaming, they're rolling around these hills, they're not peeking, they're getting information, they can hold out here for a little bit longer. Yangon Galacticos in the meantime have got a player from Team Secret now playing to the ridge, to the west of their north point. See if they can do a little bit more from there. Fort Thrive still fighting on Alpha. They've lost IQ. Noki is down and exposed from the rest of these rosters. Alter Ego as well on the north side. Got to make this rotate very, very tricky.
Got Fireflux in this area. Alter Egos. Noxium Red Force also moving in. If I'm T24, I'm trying to get Noki back up, take the hovercraft, and potentially disengage if he can. But they've got to go through multiple rosters.
Oh, Falak down need से.
Be a possibility. Phallic. Smoke's going to help a little bit. He'll
फटेंगे बैठ के फाड़ देगा.
Noki getting picked up. Well, is this nade going to connect?
Oh, nade, Noki down.
Noki once again, and that's going to leave one Fort Thrives member to still try.
Scarface का भी अच्छा Scarface ने मेरी footage मार दिया.
Fully eliminate that narrative. We said they needed a good game 4, potentially, but we still have Yangon Galacticus, APG, 4-man units, and they are deep into this game so far.
It's going to take at least 2 matches for Fort Thrives to get up into the smash point boundary, which means match 6, their only hope to maybe sneak in and get a chicken dinner there. But again, it's on back-to-back chicken dinners at this point. Eyes on the top 3 right now. Rosters on the table. The circle went up northwest. That's going to help Weibo potentially. Yangon as well, bolstering their position on the northwest side. So we'll see if they're able to find it. With Alter Ego stuck in this scrap on the northeast side, I don't think they're getting out of this unscathed, especially with Alva already down. Falcons are to the south.
Oh, perfect! Oh, यार mouse करके निकल गया.
On the horizon there, I don't think Alter Ego are going to be able to push through this one in a healthy way to take that chicken dinner on this match that they would so desperately need to get up to that boundary.
Well, one thing we know about Alter Egos is they know how to fight. They know how to get scrappy, and that was represented in Game 6 on Miramar just yesterday. With all 4 still up, well, maybe 1 down at least currently. I think Alter
Rosemary मेरी 14 नहीं रुकी. अरे भाई. Wow.
Knocking down Rosemary. John, I'm starting to believe in what you're saying. This fight on the eastern side has been taking place for quite some time now, and it's still going to be probably another minute or 2 minutes before it's concluded.
Falcons picking up a few points there, picking up their teammate too, as they take the fight and they draw it away. Fireflux will fall.
Oh, reload!
This is the fight for the top side of the tables. Hang on a
Oh,
minute.
Mare.
Yangon Galacticos have position, but Alpha Gaming rock on up. They swing from the east side and they're pushing in.
Oh, nade crazy है.
From Yangon Galacticos, nades over it, and there's no equalizer.
Smile starts to back away, reposition. Top's going to.
Oh, भाई APG versus YG हो गया. Table toppers are fighting.
Relinquish that pressure. He's going to continue to push up. Doc does have a great angle if Smile overexposed himself. This is a critical fight. You have 2 Smash Point teams facing off against each other, and arguably you could say whoever wins this, and especially if they win it in dominating fashion, most likely could in fact win this game and win the tournament.
Doc gets clocked from the sidelines there, and it's Regnum Kaya to try and take him down. The SLR finds the angle. Doc
Dog down है।
behind this tree. Regnum Karya will come under fire from teams like Hora, from teams like Team Secret.
ओ भाई जॉल क्रेजी भाई क्या कवर फायर दिया है।
Regnum Karya's sightlines will start to get diminished here. Playing that forward position towards that north side hold, it's going to work out well. And Regnum Karya now playing only as two. They only have one active sightline that allows the res to come through for APG. And Yangon Galacticos, they're not going to continue to lock horns with them.
No, not at all. And they also have a hardcover POI, which is wonderful for them. So when APG, if they do decide to push forward, APG is going to be in a tough spot. So the question is, will the third party from Regnum Karya truly put APG into the dirt? Well, for Silas, he's worried about Noxium Red Force. You also have Weibo, who's going to be up ahead. We've lost Ragnar from Power. Ida fighting off against him from a distance. You also got DRX joining in as well. Fights galore taking place. And, well, for every player that gets taken down, for every team that's eliminated, that puts other rosters closer to Smash Point or closer to a victory.
Power eating lead right now as Ida taking them to task, but they have had their fair share of punishment here with Eren going down as just Emre left standing, trying to flex those big muscles that we've seen on him. The size of that lad, indomitable, but right now cowering behind this ridgeline with a blue zone at his back.
APG top ने NX के CY को मारा। WBG कहाँ है यार? We are why not getting the kills?
In this moment, by the way, the alter egos Horde fight still underway. That eastern side has yet to slow down. Nice shot.
Oh,
up ahead. That's on
smile down.
That is a critical down, and for YG, they have to make a big decision.
और YG जा रही है। YG जा रही है। और DX जा रही है YG पे। हो गया YG का GG हो गया इस मैच का।
Giving a good attempt at holding against DRX, but you've got to imagine his number is
मार दिया bro साइक से।
They cut through him. DRX managed that one cleanly. Ida going down as well.
Smile revive हो गया।
Teams remaining. Placement points coming in soon, which remember is important for Weibo. They need 5 points this match to find that one. Smile did get res for Yangon Galacticos, but they still have to move north. And APG have 4 players alive. Moving north is so tricky against where Regnum Karya are playing, and it might get even harder.
Oh, sleepy का need.
There they go, and YG was firing a couple of shots. Sides is going to go up top and try and challenge the YG boys. This is going to get tense. Smile back on his feet. Nade cooking. It's thrown.
Nades. Oh, साइक से डाउन किया Smile को। YG throwing it.
Dodges it as well. DRX continues to progress. Smile, he is dropped off for the second time in just a short amount of time.
Grinning ear to ear right now. The main threat from the south side taken down, but DRX may just sidle in to take their place. Usurp that position.
वो अच्छा नीड है। ये मेरे को लग रहा है ह्यूनबिन का नीड कर देगा काम। ह्यूनबिन का नीड कर देगा काम। वो नहीं किया। अरे
a smile finally bleeds out. He's staying alive on a sliver of HP.
Oh.
And Scissors cut along from the sidelines. Romeo steps into the fight.
No हुआ। Romeo the last one standing.
Now pressured out by the blue zone.
Romeo, like you said, he's got to move. He's got to go, and he's pretty much the last hope and chance for the opportunity of Yangon Galacticos to close this out in Smash Point. But Reefus remains
अरे भाई Reefus।
down, and APG.
बढ़िया बढ़िया ये अच्छा हुआ। Yangon Galacticos अर्ली बार हुई। यही मैं चाहता था। No placement points.
4 players alive, but look at the open field that sits before them. There are so many angles up the top of the hill.
अगर APG यहाँ से चिकन जीती ना भाई इतनी ओपन फील्ड से।
Finding those later game rotates. We're in stage 5 right now, which means there's a lot of variability. And again, Regnum Karya get the knock over to Doc on the tree line. It's resible.
WBG versus हो रहा है। स्लीपी ने ऑर्डर डाउन किया। हो रहा है WBG ऑर्डर का क्या? WBG मर गई। Is WBG out?
Up ahead, potentially Thunder Talk with the line.
WBG का ही भी गया।
The East APG's job is not going to be easy, but let's face it, it's not easy to
सुक ने स्काई को नॉक किया। I think 1v1 है। Oh, नहीं फिनिश हुआ। स्काई WBG एलिमिनेट उनके पास वो नहीं है। No, मैच पॉइंट नहीं मिला WBG को। Why? What the fuck WBG?
To the next match, unless APG win it, with 2 teams potentially in that smash zone. As we refocus, Doc gets.
भाई मैं चाहता था WBG स्मैश पॉइंट्स में आए यार, क्रेजी हो जाता।
Team Secret, Hora, they've got to go in. For TN, he's gone. Thunder Talk's
भाई हो रहा ने भाई पानी फेर दिया WBG की मेहनत पे।
alleviates a little bit of pressure off of APG.
हाँ भाई APG मैं चाहता हूँ भाई APG अब कवर अप कर ले, चिकन डिनर ना ले, क्योंकि भाई फिर टूर्नामेंट खत्म हो जाएगा। डॉग
It felt like he was slow on the trigger there for Silas. He spotted a player from Team Secret.
अरे ZK?
What are you doing? Stood up there, my man. A broadside found, and Doc again has to get rezzed for APG. They have to commit forwards, but they are so open.
DRX मेरे को लग रहा है कि APG को मार देगी. मतलब
Rule them out of this match. Reapus is low. The two players from APG committed onto the res onto Doc. DRX, it's go time.
This is the time for Regnacaria to up the pressure, to up the.
भाई WBG को मैच पॉइंट्स में होना चाहिए था यार.
This is a beautiful opportunity to take them out and continue this tournament. When DRX starts to push up, you have a.
Oh भाई तगड़ा यूनिट.
Nice shot. Yunbin will drop one. That's going to be Reapus fully finished.
Oh!
Doc fights back. Doc gets a knock onto one.
He needs to give something back to his team here. He's been picked up plenty. Now he needs to pick up the slack where his backline is starting to fall. They're playing as three, and DRX have three players bearing down upon them.
अरे डॉग यार ZK आ गया.
It's now all up to two players for APG to maybe take this one home. They'll get
यार और पॉइंट्स दो APG पॉइंट्स दो यार. Is your last man standing for APG?
Last hope and chance. Will the tournament end now? Will the solo make a heroic run?
कितने पॉइंट्स हुए? 130 और 4. एक पॉइंट का पोजीशंस का.
Where DRX was just fighting against APG. Regnacaria now forced to watch their back against Hora.
Hora sleepy.
Regnacaria controlling center zone. The last one from Hora.
यार WBG नहीं बननी चाहिए थी वहाँ.
Down to a solo. Regnacaria starts to push onto him. Thunder Talk with two. Zeus moving in. Jaiki up ahead. Wild taking a lot of damage.
भाई क्या कंट्रोल है.
Still stands.
Only just though it seems.
अरे भाई. Team Secret finally getting to know that they are the Team Secret, that we know them, how they play. Finally Team Secret को याद आ गया भाई. भाई Team Secret एक टाइम पे रोला था नाम जानते हो दबदबा के. अगर टीम सीक्रेट का नाम किल फीड में आ गया तो बंदे भाई पागल हो जाते थे कि भाई टीम सीक्रेट आ गई. अब कोई पूछता भी नहीं भाई. UI टॉप ऑर्डर.
Team. More on that in just a bit for other rosters like
APG out. I think we still don't find our world champion yet, guys, of 2025.
I would say by game number 6, their job not done just yet. I mentioned Hora earlier with No Fear last alive. They've been fighting off against Regnacaria, who now start to push up. The question is now for Team Secret, can they take DRX out? The answer is undeniably yes, as only one more player remains, and now none.
अब तो कोई भी कितना ही मारे चाहिए फर्क पड़ता.
Team Secret losing their forward position with Regnacaria trying to hold this high ground. They have a lot of pressure onto the south side. They've had it for a long time. They've been taking shots at that hillside for the last 7 minutes. And they have been finding points, but, well, actually they've been finding knocks, but not that many points to convert. They've been snuck away from the other teams playing on that hillside. But now, 3 players alive for Regnacaria. They need to move south and potentially down the hill.
Regnacaria, Team Secret or TT.
They've got a couple of sporadic pieces of cover that sit before them. I think the hardest time here is Team Secret with 2. They have to make a mad dash.
The thing about Team Secret, they've had some deep runs today as it stands, but they have yet to be able to finally get over the hump, finally close out a game. Is this their opportunity? Why look sitting up from a distance? Thunder Talk most likely going to mow down Xeris, but you do have Regnacaria starting to get active, starting to move just a little bit, and they're pushing where Thunder Talk is currently at, and they have the high ground.
They've moved into this one. They know that Team Secret unlikely to push super far into this and backfill them on the high ground. Thunder Talk would cut across them, which means that they do have the freedom to move laterally on this. Unfortunately, Team Secret up on these rocks, an angle or 2 onto this high ground. So they may have just pushed themselves into a little bit of a corner here. However, they don't have to take this fight. They can allow Team Secret to take care of Thunder Talk and try and put pressure on the north side.
Wanting to make the first move. A lot of utility's been thrown, mind you, especially from Thunder Talk's perspective. I don't know how many they still have in the backpack, but have to face up. Sitting, overexposed a little bit. Xeris takes the shot. Sitting.
अब तो नॉक है. अरे यार इस लॉबी में कैसे बचोगे सिटिंग भाई? ये क्या मतलब होती मतलब इतने ओपन भाग रहे हो तुम? भाई सामने दुनिया के बेस्ट प्लेयर है भाई. कैसे छोड़ देंगे यार तुमको यार सिटिंग भाई? समझो भाई.
Maybe they can start to rack up a few elim points for this power position that they've been playing for the longest time.
Got Team Secret, Thunder Talk now running on fumes. Jing so weak.
Zing 1 HP है.
1 bullet. Well, now a little couple more, but Either way, you got to favor
अरे
Mario.
खत्म.
Loxy starts to push up. Frankie is going to drop Xeris as well. Now it's just up to one member from Thundertalk. It's seeing from a distance. Only a tree to hide behind, and it's not enough.
Finally, Ragnum का लगा वो आया RCB.
And they put themselves closer to Smash Point.
Weibo falls short of the mark of the Smash boundary in that match. I think that's one of the biggest storylines here, other than, of course, no finish.
भाई Vivo Gaming का Smash Points को ज़्यादा चाहिए था.
128 is huge. They needed 5 points. They got 2, maybe 3, I think, with the placements that they were able to earn. That is not going to be enough. So they can only get a Smash victory in match number 6. That's right. Moving into match number 5, only 2 teams can win it before we would end our tournament anyway. However, it could upset the point standings. If a team is able to sneak in match number 5 into that boundary, things can get messy over towards the top.
Well, there it is. Map number 4 is done. The tournament will continue. And coming up next is going to be Miramar. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 5 coming your way.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
ये क्या लिखा है? Will you bounce car? Will you bounce? This is not again. This is the STC. क्या लगता है गाइस कमबैक हो पाएगा? वीवो गेमिंग के हो गए होंगे 123 तो किल 25 सिर्फ 26 2 पॉइंट पीछे रह गया यार. वीवो गेमिंग का हो जाते ना वो 2 किल लाइक और अच्छे 1-2 लाइक वो होरा को मार देते तो वो आ जाते मैच पॉइंट में भाई. फिर मजा आता 2 मैचेस में भाई. कोई अगर उनमें तीनों में से WWCD ले जाए सेकंड में ले जाए तो वो चैंपियन.
To the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tube glider.
बट देखते हैं. और सबसे अच्छी बात हुई यंग इलेक्ट्रिक जल्दी मर गई. बट यार अल्फा गेमिंग पॉप अप नहीं कर पाए. कितने 30 4 34 2 36 ठीक है.
All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period.
नई अपडेट गाइस. वैलोरेंट मोबाइल आने वाला है अगस्त 19 को
2025.
भाई क्या खा रहा है? खाया कहाँ? रखा खा ले. मेरे को मेरा खाया नहीं खाया. हैं? क्या? क्या? बारिश हो रही है क्या? चल रही है कैमरा चल रही है 2 मैच और रह गए हैं अरे यहाँ पे एक चीज पूछी थी यहाँ पे तूने अंडरपास के नीचे की गिफ्ट शॉप देखी थी मतलब जो पैकिंग वैकिंग कर मतलब पूछ रहा हूँ अरे यार वो वर्सेल ने बैन ले लेके अरे साल 2-1 सेकंड में तेरा हाथ बदल गए
Joining me, we have Seven Neptura as well as Maxman to talk about this. Neptura, a lot of these teams that are now in the Smash Zone or close to, way up the north. They don't enter the Smash Zone. Oh, I'm going crazy.
भाई वीवो गेमिंग यार स्मैश पॉइंट्स में होने चाहिए थे यार वीवो गेमिंग स्मैश पॉइंट्स में होने चाहिए
But so far, it doesn't really matter because they don't come into that smash point, right? Just a couple of points away, and they tried so hard. I already said that, but they did try so hard. They got a lot of points coming in. They tried to get a lot of those teams.
Alpha Gaming 6 points मिले.
Trying to recreate what happened in the third game of the day, but it just
6 points मतलब 144
was just not going to be going their way.
136 हो गए Alpha Gaming के ठीक है.
अच्छा. Elimination points coming in for Regnum, stealing a lot of those points.
यार वीवो गेमिंग होनी चाहिए थी यार वीवो गेमिंग क्यों नहीं है इसमें
the same way that you were able to play it in the past. You're going to have to make sure you attack those teams, especially if you're trying to get there within the smash zone. It's not going to be enough, and I mean, it wasn't even enough to get into the first page. I do got to give some props, though, to Alpha Gaming.
Ultra को तो भाई नहीं चली यार. Last आज के दिन तो नहीं चली Ultra.
Get a chance to talk about them a little bit later.
कल का मैच जो 2v4 मारा मतलब 1v4 ही था उसका क्रिप्टोन का.
Alpha Gaming were fighting against Yangon Galacticos.
वीवो गेमिंग को 3 ही पॉइंट मिले भाई. ये 3 की जगह यार 6 होते हैं 2 पॉइंट्स और होते तो मजा आता.
Yeah, Yangon gone, but then of course Alpha in those kinds of dips. Neptura, it's as if they were there too early, right? With a team eventually coming from the high ground as well as Team Secret eventually coming in from the west. It's not the easiest place to survive there at all.
It's really not. I never loved that position coming in for them. I understood why they did it. We were discussing it backstage, weren't we? Like, there's a lot of dips. You can just hold for a while, just wait for other teams to do something. But for me, I was like, it's
all over
because it's way too open. All those teams on that hillside can look down on you. You had Yangon in front of you as well. I think it was Romeo in the compound there as well with a different angle. So for me, it was a very, very risky play.
Mr. Seven.
I'm just going to be looking at some of these teams. I mean, top damage dealers, Arctic Eagle. That's a team that's currently trying to fight for the top 4. I thought with 4 tribes going out early on, I thought maybe they were going to try to make a push there. Just sadly, it doesn't end up going their way. And with Regnum, they're also trying to get in there. They're trying to get into the money. And with that performance, it definitely pushes them closer.
I mean, they were in 6th position at the start of the day, 7, and they've been slipping, not really able to get any results in the first 3 matches of the day. This chicken dinner, just like we saw at the very start of the day, can bring you a lot of money, possibly. So I think that is definitely going to be the case. I'm very excited to see where they are in the rankings. They might be in the top 5 because that was actually a big 17-point match.
Yeah, you're already talking about those huge potential leaps that do come along. The fact that we started with a leap of from 50k to 120k, so there's still so much to play for these teams as we continue things on. And now moving into Miramar as well, it does make me wonder because Seven, you were questioning if Alpha Gaming doesn't get it done here. And then going on to Miramar, this might be Yangon territory.
भाई क्या लगता है अल्फा गेमिंग या भाई जी कौन लेके जा रही है गाइस चैट्स मैं वो डालता हूँ क्या बोलते हैं पोल पोल डालता हूँ
YG Yangon Galacticos, that's what I want to see out of them, but they're continuing to just mess up their gameplay style. I'm not enjoying what I'm seeing out of them. This team used to play edge, but they keep going center of the circle for some reason. Yangon, go back to what was working the past 2 days. Stop worrying so much about center of the circle. That was one of your greatest advantages.
One thing about Smash 4 is that teams will try and change their playstyle to try and hopefully convert a win, but they've converted wins before, Seven. You said it early on Miramar by playing edge. It was successful in the past, and here they're trying to play center, as we saw Nitro here. Unfortunately for Yangon Galacticos, they might be throwing this tournament at the very last hurdle. They need to go back to playing edge.
Yeah, but the other thing is as well as while they struggle to get those wins, we saw on that board there, you actually had APG with an average of 8 elims on Miramar. So purely by points, APG could take the win while Yangon are struggling.
Right, well, we have everybody's second favorite segment. It's Seven winning with 7. No, not you.
That's right. That's right. There's one thing that's been really pissing me off today, and that is none other than just Doc being so far away from his squad and just causing his team to just make mistakes, especially in this scenario. I love the way that APG was winning. I love the positioning that they were able to get, but every single time that Doc kept getting
guys, मैंने पोल डाल दिया है,
to go pick him up, Reflex to go pick him up,
देखते
and that was ultimately what broke the camel's back. As soon as Top decided
If you're a PUBG fan, you will know
Doc,
what with this poll
the
is.
next team was moving up and he gave the disadvantage to them. If they would have just been able to manage themselves, stay more compact like they have done in the past 2 days, I think we would have had a new champion by now.
Maybe it is tough stuff here. Let's take a look at those overalls and see what's going on.
Overall आ गई.
We still have only 2
126 points भाई.
2 points away, Max.
2 points away यार.
Win their fight versus Horror Esports, they'd be in the smash zone.
Horror से वो fight जीत जाते हो जाता भाई.
Despite being so far behind at the start of the day, Weibo, I think they're going to look back on this game and just that is the worst possible time for them to possibly miss out on the smash zone. But Alpha Gaming, Yangon Galactical still going up there.
भाई मजा आएगी. YG या Alpha Gaming देखते हैं.
Any of those 2 top teams could be the ones to take the trophy.
The other thing as well is you've got a lot of other teams actually catching up to them now. Regnan with 100, Alter Ego with 96, DRX with 96, Fourth Rise with 95. I mean, all of a sudden, not only are they no longer, or they are close to that smash point, they don't get it, but they've now got 4 other teams nipping at their heels.
Imagine
16 kill chicken dinner चाहिए होगा.
Suddenly joins the smash
अगर तुमको smash
as
points
well. I would lose my mind, which would be kind of crazy stuff. But of course, you guys at home can get involved in everything that's going on as well, because the airdrop carnival, you've only got 1 day left, I believe, on it overall. You can go log in and summon a surprise airdrop, collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for your chance to win official merch, smartphone, BD partner.
वैसे कौन स्ट्रीम देख रहा है? मैंने पोल डाला है. पोल पे वोट कर दो.
To win. So make sure you get all that going on here, as we are now ready for our half time as a whole, because we're heading over to Barney and Veracity, who are on the stage before our next game.
Kadia Esports Arena, are we ready for some more PUBG?
अरे ये फिर आ गई.
That's what I like to hear now, Barney. Let me tell you now, Weibo Gaming, they can smell it. They can smell it in the air. They can smell the chicken dinner's getting ready to cook.
Yes, they can, but they're only a few points off that threshold of getting into smash points, so unfortunately it won't happen in this game. But we still have 2 teams currently in the smash zone, so it could all end right here, right now, Veracity.
I'll tell you what I've been loving, though. The Weibo Gaming fans are here in full force. They've been showing their support.
How you feeling?
मतलब वीवो गेमिंग के पास इस मैच में, अगर इस मैच में वो कर जाएंगे.
I think you guys can do better than that. Weibo Gaming, are you here?
Okay, things are starting to heat up here. We are about to go into our Miramar matches. Like we've already said, it could end right here, right now, or we could go the distance. It's going to get spicy. So make sure you stay locked in and get comfortable, because we are heading in to Miramar. Woo!
Thank you very much, Barney and Veracity, hyping up the Weibo fans, because they need a little bit of a pick-me-up after that last match. That fight on the north side did not go their way, Bo, and they are going to not quite make it to that smash boundary to join.
वीवो गेमिंग के पास 1 मैच रहेगा चिकन निकालने के लिए, अगर उनको चैंपियन बनना है तो.
To take it all here and to take it all now.
There it is, and now things start to get scary for the Yangon Galacticus roster, which they don't look too scared as they're waving to the camera. They actually look quite happy and content where they're currently at. But for APG, this is a real opportunity for them to take this tournament. They are phenomenal when it comes to Miramar. We looked at the stats just before heading into
भाई इसी बंदे को क्यों दिखाते हो?
They were the #1 team, averaging the most eliminations, but also placings as well. I think it could end.
चलो भाई Miramar आ गया.
Did bring up a good potential narrative for the team of Weibo before we went live. Let's discuss it.
So, I'm thinking, do Weibo go in and try and hot drop one of these 2 teams?
So 2 teams being Yangon
Galacticos and Alpha Gaming.
Okay.
Do they want to try and sit on a single player, target, focus just one of those players? They get 1 point towards it. I say hot drop, maybe not in the sense of all going for a 4v4 fight.
Sure.
I feel like it may not be a terrible play to just drop on one single player from either Alpha Gaming or Yangon Galacticos, reduce their chances of winning, get 1 point closer towards that match point boundary. I think it might be an option. I think it's fairly unlikely. I think it's more likely that we see them just try and play by the book, play for the
Bro,
later game.
10 स्क्वायर पॉइंट्स का अंतर है 140 136 126 अगर वीवो गेमिंग के 10 के चिकन डिनर निकाल दे क्या लगता है यंग गैलेक्टिकल सकते भाई साहब वीवो गेमिंग का कमबैक हो जाएगा भाई
Typically go up towards the El Pozo side of things up north. This time they're going south, maybe to throw off the scent of Hora and Falcons, who they have typically been trying to avoid. Remember, everybody, Yangon Galacticos, when it comes to Miramar, they are a team that plays in blue for the longest time. You typically do not see them within the zone until stage 3. That's when they start to move up. Granted, if the zone pops on them right now, it could be great. If we get an island finish, I'm ecstatic. I would, especially in our potential final map, but we won't get that. We'll get a standard. On the outskirts until about stage 3 when they start to move into the zone. Now, for the other rosters, Pubg, they are a bit split. Zeal does get a vehicle. He's going to go ahead and join top and go up ahead. But 7 did bring up a good narrative, man. Doc, the docketing, right? Where is Doc always going, leaving his roster? He needs to stay put. And the same thing could be said for Mernat. The same thing could be said for Sleepy on Yangon Galacticos, because you go back to the previous Erangels, and they were just splitting off left and right. Solos do not win.
अबे top 3 teams तो ये रही
Doc's got 1080.
ये आपस में लड़की तो
You know,
sure,
kind of cool, right?
It's a cool stat. You know what's cooler? $500,000 in a championship win.
I think you might be right, actually. I'll run the numbers and get back to you. But either way, we are on board with Hora right now, who did beat Weibo in that fight on the northern side in the last match, preventing them from potentially being able to convert a smash victory here in match number 17 of our final set here in Riyadh. And they will not be happy if they have to come into contact with them once more. All the way towards Bayademar. On the south side here, Yangon Galacticos getting on looting. Nice and happy for themselves. They'll be chilled. I'm looking at where they could potentially be rotating through. You imagine that they're going to roll up potentially towards Monte Nuevo, coming through around Power Grid, potentially San Martin. There's always the option to go further north on this one. But I think it's fairly unlikely that they go the other direction and come into contact with APG, because that's really what I'm sort of looking out for here. Are those two teams going to come into contact with one another at some point during this match?
Yeah, Regnum Karia, big win on Erangel, puts them exactly at 100 points for map number 5. Game number 6, smash point opportunity, maybe. 28 points, though, would be one of the biggest games we have seen to date throughout the entirety of our tournament. So highly unlikely, but for Regnum Karia, I think they've got to commit, I really do. But there is value, and there is an argument that just staying in top 5, that's a lot of money, right? And that's the question that always has to be answered for the rosters when it comes to a smash point rule set is it worth committing to try and silence a team to continue to tournament forward? For example, challenge Yangon Galacticos, challenge Alpha Gaming to continue to tournament. But you do that and you have the chance of potentially dropping half your roster. Doing that means another team who is a 4-stack has a chance to then pass you up, and you potentially lose out on thousands and thousands of dollars. So you've got to weigh the pros and cons, and you have to question, is it worth it truly to challenge the top rosters, or is it more worth it just to play your game and maintain your positioning and not necessarily go for gold?
I mean, that is the question, right? You can't really fault a team for thinking either way. I feel like if you're here to win the tournament, if you ignore the money, the plays are a little bit different. And I think that once you add in the profitability, the longevity of a team, of an organization investing in you as a team, it can start to change how you're thinking about this one. I know a lot of coaches will come out and say, no, we're just trying to play the game. We're not worried about the prize money. They're worried about the prize money. Like, they're worried about the prize money. What they're doing there is lying. And they will be much more focused on getting towards those spots, climbing that ladder, more so potentially than going for that top spot when it's a really outside chance.
So alter egos, you can talk about an outside chance even further down the standings than Regnum Karia. Huge pop-up game needed for them, but they want a sliver of a chance to take Smash Point. Because the reality is they're just a little bit too far away in the points category to catch up to first place currently, which is Yangon Galacticos, who still have a valuable lead in the point standings. Even if none of our Smash Point teams gets a win, let's say we go to Game 6, nobody gets a win, Yangon Galacticos being in first place still.
Okay, Alpha Gaming rotation देती हुई है किसी से लड़ने के मूड में.
But for Alpha Gaming, they are still on their heels. And again, my favorite team to close the tournament out in map number 5, but they're going to have to fight tooth and nail into the zone, and well, Fourth Thrive's going to be just above them, Alter Ego's to the right, but you also got to think Galacticos, Weibo are also
ये क्या experience है कि यहाँ गाड़ी खड़ी होगी.
You've got some competition all around you.
In terms of teams that can steal this first place spot on these tables right now, I think from Alter Ego downwards, there's no chance ever that they are going to be able to make this one. As it stands, Regnum Karya, to be able to win via Smash, would have to get 28 points in this match, which is an 18 elim chicken dinner.
The biggest game,
we've seen so far in this tournament, so even they
18 elim chicken dinner, Regnum
so
Karya.
it is really a three-part story in this final set of matches. These final goes at the desert, and we are with only 2 out ahead by a leg. Gaming, they already rotated in. They're a little bit behind Four Thrives, a little bit behind Regnum Karya with Alter Ego parallel to them. DRX moving up past Impala. The teams are actually do a lot of damage to APG and anti-Yangon Galacticos in that last game to deny a Smash victory in the final Erangel of the day.
DRX traveling across the coastline. They stay on the outskirts of the zone. That's going to be great for them because they can go all the way up towards Truckstop if they decide to go north. Bora Falcons starting to get relatively close to each other. That's a narrative we've had throughout the entirety of this tournament. Falcons, Bora, and typically Yangon Galacticos, who normally are up in the north side with them, but again, they choose to avoid all of that nonsense and drop down south. Of course, playing in the blue zone as they typically do. A couple of shots are fired off, but overall, everybody is going to be okay. Falcons, Hora still have their 4 members up. But as they do start to condense, they get closer to Ida, who is going to be in that vicinity as well. The north side not as congested as the center, obviously, or even the southern portion, because the southern portion is about to get pretty active, but it still is something to watch. APG getting some damage taken onto them because up ahead is Fourth Thrives.
They're taking shots out their way. Yol, though, he's going to be chilled out a little bit over here. Just going to pop that adrenaline. And he's going to turn around, not really want to get stuck in too much to this one. They're in this circle. They've got plenty more options to go for. Yangon Galacticos are on the road as well. They have just started their rotation from Biodemar. They went a little bit slow. On that south edge, and now they are moving on the south coast here, potentially towards Weibo.
Right on, yeah. That brings that not hot drop narrative we were
Xerox
talking about still with Weibo. I think there is value in challenging YG. We have a shift over to the right-hand side.
Vivo Gaming को अच्छा मिल गया भाई.
Ida, Hora, Noxium Red Force, DRX have to drop down, and that makes the job a little bit harder for APG, who now have to go into at least a culmination of 3 rosters.
Ooh, Order right next to Smile here. Order, of course, one of the most decorated players in PUBG Mobile. 2 global titles under his belt. Wants to try and make it a 3rd here. Unfortunately, he is the outside chance with the rest of Weibo, so we'll see if they can pick up their feet. They don't come into contact with Smile. They don't want to stop off and go for the fight. Getting ahead of this one, I think, is it definitely is the right call here for Weibo. Getting into the circle as teams collapse.
Ooh, APG's dropping south. They didn't want to head straight into the zone. They didn't want to challenge E-Arena, Power, Fireflux, Regnum Karya, Falcons, Thunder.
क्या लगता है स्माइल उतारेगा इसे?
In that vicinity.
स्माइल उतारेगा क्या?
Down, and we might see a back-to-back map repeat of YG versus APG. Weibo also there 2 points away. Surely they reach the threshold this game. I would be shocked if they don't, but you've got 3, literally our top 3 about to converge in the same location.
On the south side of the circle to the east of Los
भाई तीनों टॉप टीम में एक ही रोटेशन चल रहा है.
First, and that may be the difference maker. We get a replay of the first elim in this game. Oh no, maybe it was a later one on actually, because that was clocked over towards Fireflux. So a scrap between Ida and Aura on the northern side.
Nuts,
Weibo continues, so they don't stop off at the cliffs to try and hold the teams behind them.
Well, I don't know. He starts to back up. I think they are going to decide to park the bus. and potentially gatekeep Yangon Galacticus. APG not far behind. They go a little bit deeper in.
क्यों रुक रहा है? हेलो.
And towards Alter Ego's power fight spot where they currently are at. Even if they do get dropped down, I don't expect anybody to crash in on them. So most likely they're going to be just fine. Still, my eyes on Yangon Galacticus now starting to get to the southern portion
चल जा भाई.
of Weibo, where they're currently at. For APG, they veer off to the left-hand side. They're going in where E-Arena is currently at.
They have diverged from Yangon Galacticos' rotation. The east side of Los Leones a little bit too treacherous for them to fully commit. They're still at the blue zone, stage 2, so it's okay for now. Yangon Galacticos, they are behind Weibo still, who've committed down to a compound that is surrounded by hillsides. I'm not sure about this one from Weibo. It's right on the edge. You imagine that they're trying to get further up towards the Impala Hills in this scenario, but I feel like holding in this location is
Vivo Gaming के ही ने पहचान लिया कि इधर से डिवीजन आ रहा है.
Weibo has been kind of the tip of the spear.
भाई एक ही पास है तीनों टीमें.
For Yangon Galacticus, and where
Vivo
he
Gaming.
currently stands, if he hops out, he might
किधर
get
कटेगा
some
लोग?
shots
किधर
where
कटेगा?
Ants has in fact hopped out, potentially firing on order.
अब फाइट होनी है.
on he.
Vivo Gaming versus होना किस चीज?
Weibo will continue forward. DRX most likely to crash into them on their rotate since they're getting a little bit active themselves.
Okay, टीम सीक्रेट की पोजीशन खाली है, वहां जा रही है क्या Vivo Gaming?
Arena, and for YG, well now
Vivo Gaming के लिए अच्छा है क्या?
Weibo and potentially Alter Egos to the left.
Weibo leading the charge, Yangon right behind them, Mernat hopping out, trying to take those shots. E-Arena losing another there on the southwest side. Now the rest of them close up. Fairly central.
Vivo Gaming के लिए ठीक पोजीशन है.
Fairly central on this circle. Weibo get a longhouse on the south side of it, and the Falcons actually have a lot of control over the road that splits the center of this circle.
Oh yeah, they can play spoiler without question. Team Falcons roster that could
ये power versus E-Arena.
to top 5 off these next 2 maps if we continue to tournaments. E-Arena stuck in a bowl, and that's not good for them. Already have lost a player. The question is, will they lose more? Falcons in a very familiar spot. Remember, Falcons was in this very house trying to rotate out before they got gate kept by Yangon Galacticus, as well as a couple of other rosters just the previous day.
If Regnum Kaya want to make magic happen, they do need to start to rack up these points. They've got the first, so they're out of the gates, and they've got APG to guard on the western side. And what better team to do it against, right? Against a team that could potentially smash if you're hoping to get a match 6 smash here. For Regnum Kaya, this is how you do it. Again, I talked about Order before being one of the most decorated players in PUBG Mobile Esports.
क्या लगता है Regnum Kaya 18 किल चिकन डिनर कर सकती है? भाई क्रेजी हो जाएगा अगर यहाँ से इन्होंने 18 किल चिकन डिनर किया और फिर अगले मैच में भी चिकन डिनर. और ये फिर क्या कहते हैं स्मैश रूल से जीत गए Regnum Kaya वाले, RCB वाले.
Scenario was an outside chance. Regnum Kaya, they're not even in the same town right now. They're so far outside.
They are outside, actually, ironically, of APG's current positioning, and they do split. They've got a 2-2 split. Regnum Kaya could take distinct advantage of this because they've got 4 players who are split themselves. However, they can move in onto top and Zeal if they decide to. Regnum Kaya, a team that was putting the pressure on APG once we lost Yangon Galacticus in the previous map on Erangel. Regnum Kaya ended that. And in fact, they're getting dangerously close to each other. For APG, they've been hovering around rosters, but they've stayed relatively quiet up until now.
Oh, Doc with the nades. We know how dangerous he is with those, but we know how dangerous he is to himself as well. If he gets overexposed, he's in a 1v2 right now. Sure, he's got top just over the way, but it looks like he's rotating back up towards the north. More nades being cooked. And Doc over the top with the overarm again. Silas maybe in danger, takes half his health, but not more than that. Top still negotiating the terrain around him and will
we need you,
this position on the south point for APG.
Oh, but they might get pincered. Regnum Kaya swinging wildly to the left-hand side with Wild and Co. They need to watch out for those off angles, and there's Wild with Loxy. Loxy loves the off angles, and they're going to continue to try and pressure around to put APG into this vice script.
Oh, my! Reefus down.
Reefus has totally separated from his roster. He's all the way up north, and in fact, I believe he's down. So for APG, the troubles will continue. I'm starting to get worried.
This is looking dangerous. Scarface from Fireflux as well. Now with a chance to take Ziol out here. Close range with the auto shot.
Oh, yo! Bhai, what the fuck? ये क्या मारा है भाई?
Scarface down at a distance. Matcap can't do anything about it.
टॉप ने वहाँ Reefus को मार दिया.
And he's going to go down to Wild from Regnum Kaya.
Visual भाई ना ये लेवल तो भाई
again looking to silence the team of APG in back-to-back games. They're so close to doing it, and Toshbik is pushing up. Doc by himself, forced to hold his ground, retreats to the hard cover. That's all he can do.
That sentence seems to ring in my ears. Doc by himself. And he is now facing against Toshbik on this ridge line. Doesn't quite have the backup close enough, and the damage is starting to pour on through. 3 players survive. For Regnum Karya, the Molotov to slow down a retreat. Doc is trapped up on this building. Ziol marching.
Okay, makeup आ गया, Madcap आ गया, sorry.
Other ideas. More damage sent over towards Toshbik, and APG still gonna be fighting for this one.
CR thinks in trouble though. Madcap cooking the nade. Go ahead and throw it. Pull out your weapon and take the shot. He's right in front of you. Right.
अरे भाई Ziol.
Pull the weapon out. CR backs him up with the damage. He has no choice but to continue to push up. Doc has finally joined into the mix. They've left the hard cover because of the blue zone. Regnum Karya, I don't think know where Alpha Gaming has gone as of yet. But again, the story on Madcap up ahead for Fireflux.
Oh, it's starting to get dicey for Alpha.
Okay, ले रहे हैं ये Madcap को ले रहे हैं.
They're going to push up towards Madcap, a solo on Fireflux. His ridge line is getting suppressed by power across the way, and Ziol's down as well, leaving a solo for Alpha Gaming. Now,
Alpha Gaming out, 2 kills.
Towards Yangon Galacticos, because Alpha are out of the running. They went for a wide sweep out the east side of Impala. They rotated up. Then it was a hard west shift on the circle.
I think total 138 points. Yes.
They're now up on the north side, near to Nongshim Red Force, near to Team Secret on the east edge, and they're going to crash down south towards Team
Okay,
Secret.
Yangon Galacticos versus Team Secret. अरे भैया, अरे से क्लाउड भाई ना मान रहे. वो हक दिया.
And it is looking good, at least off the rip. Cloud's going to drop one. Smile's going to get the finish on the drop player. You've got a couple more to deal with up ahead. If
Team Secret
could win this spot,
very low level defending.
They can gatekeep DRX, but it is imperative they do not lose a single player.
Trang moves back. Team Secret giving ground again in the face of Yangon Galacticos. A nade.
Knock ho gaya.
Away, but they will not find the knock, and Trang goes down. Now they're looking for Frankie. Team Secret on 2 players standing. Trying to keep things going.
Nade. Oh, बढ़िया nade. भाई डाउन करो उनको ज़्यादा पॉइंट आगे नहीं जाने देना. एक ही पॉइंट मिला है, डाउन करो.
In the meantime, though, DRX looking to put pressure on.
Here they come. DRX Hoda might be in hot pursuit as well. That's something to keep our
Revive
eyes
हो गए.
on. But for the reset, well, Yangon Galacticus go for it. Jaiki takes a little bit of damage. That gives enough time to get the members from Yangon Galacticus potentially up, but they're still 2 down, and they don't have the chance just yet. And slowly but surely, Team
Oh, near भाई से क्लाउड कैसे knock नहीं हुआ?
on the outskirts. That's a dangerous off angle, and as he backs away, he wants to at least maintain his tournament life.
Oh, Zyke down हो गया. Welcome से.
You brought up DRX. They're just on the outskirts.
And Falcons are taking shots over this way as well. Stabilization now for Yangon Galacticos. All 4
Frankie को मार दिया.
Team Secret are starting to fold back, have to fall away to the wayside as the circle moves away from them.
Frankie's been dropped. Romeo manages to get the pickup. Team Secret. It was a wonderful fight, but now they are left down to just
defending
one
Team
solo.
Secret.
We take a look once again at Yangon Galacticus, this time forced to focus on the remaining members, not only from Team Secret, but also DRX. And they do have a chance, if they want to go north, potentially to third party, this Thunder Talk Noxum Red Force fight to control the entirety of the north-hand side. That might be an option.
Order down,
We got
WBG.
Romeo. He's in a vehicle and he might be moving.
I've just seen on the Elim feed Order getting knocked there, and Weibo, remember, needs 2 points. They only need 2 points. 2 placements would do it, 2 Elims would do it, 1 placement, 1 Elim would do it. Those are the only 3 ways you can organize those point scoring systems. But the fact remains that they will have to move north on this one. They will have to
Hi. Oh, बच गया.
Sidelines of Falcons, who are dead center on this circle. They've got so much control.
Yangon Galactica staying alive. It got a bit hairy. The nades were almost their undoing. Luckily for them, Team Secret could not collapse in time to get the finishes, and therefore, Yangon Galacticus, the dream still alive on Smash Point. The chance to close this tournament out on map number 5 still exists. And with DRX backing away, they leave the solo from Team Secret in Trang, and they do in fact go up north where Noxum Red Force is currently standing.
Okay, WBG here.
Over Weibo going for a crash as well. Remember, 2 points. 2 points is all they need, and into power they go. 2 players close by and out into the ground floor fight.
Power Gaming versus Vivo Gaming. 2 points. All they need is. Okay, he down. He down.
is able to close the jaws on the first pickup, but Weibo still have 3 more players going.
And you also have Yangon Galacticos crashing in on Auction Red.
ओके इजी फिनिश मार, अलाजा को फिनिश मार, 2 पॉइंट ले ले, 2 पॉइंट ले ले WBG प्लीज, मार दिए, 2 के लिए। अगले गेम के लिए रेडी हो गया, अगले गेम के लिए WBG रेडी है, अगले गेम के लिए रेडी है, बस सिंगल इलेक्ट्रिकल से चिकन निकाले। स्मैश जोन में आगे WBG। अगर पॉइंट्स के साथ जाओ तो भाई यंगन गैलेक्टिकल्स जीतेगी भाई, उनको नहीं हरा सकते। अगले गेम में WBG को चिकन के लिए खेलना पड़ेगा, दैट्स द लास्ट थिंग दे कैन डू। बट ओ भाई क्रेजी क्रैश था यार ये भाई, WBG चिकन निकालते हैं और YG मर जाए जल्दी। ओके NS वर्सेस YG होगा अगर जोन कटा तो।
Trying to jump off that plate, Mernat holding first. Close to Beanie. The nades don't seem to be coming through. You've got to wonder how many are left in the back pocket.
YG के 3 ही बंदे बचे हैं। ओके जोन के बाहर है भाई, अब YG को मारना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो फिर पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे उनको काफी। अगर YG को पॉइंट्स मिले यहाँ से तो भाई फिर प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी, वो बहुत आगे निकल जाएंगे यार। ओ बढ़िया यारन, उन्हें पता चल गया, पता चल गया। मैं और भाई एक्सी मरनेट फॉल्स 2v3।
Cloud back to his feet, looking to try and heal. Nades in hand now. 5 for Romeo. A lot of ordnance to put down here, and they need to extend it now. Doesn't connect.
Nade. Romeo. Binny. XGY. Knock 1-8 से क्लाउड और भाई बाजी मारती बढ़िया। थैंक यू एनएस, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया रेड फोर्स, बहुत बढ़िया, धन्यवाद भाई। भी जीत सकती भाई, भाई भी जीत चिकन निकाले ये भी, और उससे अच्छा अगला मैच भाई वीवो गेमिंग जीत सकती है भाई। प्लीज प्लीज ऑर्डर और भाई वो डिजर्व करते जीतना, या तो अल्फा गेमिंग जीते या वीवो गेमिंग जीते भाई। वो बंदे ना मतलब बट्टे हुए बंदे जीते ही नहीं है कभी। Points matters करते हैं।
But they also have a chance to go up into second place, pass up APG, and potentially even get close enough to take down YG in game number
20 किल, अगर 10 किल सेकंड हो तो इनके 140 पॉइंट हो जाएंगे वीवो गेमिंग के, और उनके 150 में वो 4 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है। वो भाई उतार देंगे। फैल्कन्स का मैच है
with Nongshim going down here. I think if these 3 points don't go to Regnum Kaya,
लास्ट डे क्या, जहां लास्ट डे है, लास्ट मैच है अगला, उसके बाद
ladder up and get into that smash point boundary, and of course it's very likely that that's not going to be the case with Falcons.
ये 17वां मैच है, उसके बाद 18वां मैच लास्ट।
In a way that we haven't seen from them at all actually in this tournament. It's really been a bit of a disappointment from the Falcons roster, but maybe they can go out with a bang.
Let's find out. All by himself. We've seen him clutch up many times, but Kix is going to be watching from a distance from DRX. All eyes on Regnum Kaya, really, as far as I'm concerned. Again, the roster who might be able to get to that point threshold, it's not going to be easy, maybe not even mathematically possible, but they've got to give it a good effort. They crash in on Ida Aaron, the guy that dismantled YG from a distance. This time now he has to stand his ground in a shadow.
ओ सेक्सी लीड भाई एरन, ये करी कहते हैं
Wild has the angle. You can't jump, you can't
फटेगा 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 फटेगा, पक्का बता दो फटेगा।
and it will unlock Loxy. That is nice.
वाइल्ड को फाड़ दे, वाइल्ड को फाड़ दे, मैं कह रहा हूं। ओ फिनिश ले लिया भाई, क्रेजी भाई। एरन भाई क्रेजी भाई, एरन भाई नाम ऑन रे।
His rookie season last year, he had an impact. He wants to have a little bit more here.
ओ टॉस पिक मार गया भाई।
On the hop in, hop out, sidestep, but is eventually taken.
ओके वीवो गेमिंग वर्सेस 40, T24 डाउन। आईकू ने 2 डाउन किए क्या?
To take it away, they're fighting hard. They are fighting tooth and nail. IQ gets a finish onto one. Weibo
इसी शेक में प्ले थे, याद है मेरे को।
Now 2 players, but Zook says I'm not done just yet.
वो मार दिया ब्रो, 40 को मार दिया WBG ने। WBG 6 किल्स, नाइस। बट आई थिंक दे जोन के बाहर हैं, जोन के बाहर है, हम नहीं जा पा सकते। फैल्कन मार देंगे। कितने हो गए? 6, 132 पॉइंट हो गए, और एक फिनिश उसका लगा लो, 133 पॉइंट्स हो गए वीवो गेमिंग के। ओ एल्वा Elva?
Very close, potentially breaking up the
Elva?
That is a narrative.
Elva?
Up a second, alter egos becoming a narrative once again. Alva has been the clutch master oftentimes, and well, now he has a chance to do just that. I mean, he is working the
भाई एल्वा ने ruin कर दिया पूरा गेम.
And for order up ahead, question is, can he take down Alva? I don't know. It's going to be, of course, solo versus solo. Winner stays alive, a chance to get more placement points.
Oh, बढ़िया order.
Not for long. Order gets it a couple of shots in celebration.
चलो fourth आए तो मतलब 3 points. 7 3 10 कितने हो गए? 137 points हो गए इनके. अभी 13 points पीछे हैं.
Depending on how many placement points they're able to earn here. So second place is up for grabs. A nice little pay bump for them if they can find it. Of course, coming up into second place from third place goes from 150 grand to $250,000. That is 100,000.
ये पत्थर अच्छा है, ये पत्थर अच्छा है यहाँ खेल. Second आ जाएगा ना भाई, बहुत फर्क पड़ेगा.
Just one. If they can get it, my oh my, is it going to be on the Regnum Karya member, or maybe even on kicks up ahead from order? He's got options, but he's got to pick and choose properly for Regnum Karya. If he chooses to go into Toshbek, well, Wild might be able to help. Actually, no, I take that back. Wild is fully focused on Falcons up ahead, so Toshbek is going to be the one to potentially ruin
भाई बस WBG ना मरे, order ना मरे भाई.
To APG.
For my money, the smartest play order can make is staying quiet here. Not getting engaged.
चुपचाप लेट रहा है. DRX के बंदे को आना पड़ेगा जोन में.
This circle. I think it is Shaq. I thought he might have been outside of the circle here on the south side, but he's going to be right up and against it. Falcons know where he is.
खड़ा सकते हैं, मतलब 4 पॉइंट मिल जाएंगे और 11 पॉइंट्स बहुत होते हैं भाई. 138 पॉइंट 37 पॉइंट हो जाएंगे.
As it does, DRX is going to have to go out first. But Order hops back into the vehicle. He's repositioning. He wants to get a little bit of a different angle on this one as Falcons start to extend their influence over this circle.
7 11 5 पॉइंट्स 12 पॉइंट्स ब्रो 138 हो जाएंगे.
Aggressive this time. I think it is going to be the off angles from the
second आ गए तो 6 points bro.
Be wonderful for Falcons. They get him off of that side angle and they can focus on everybody up just to the north hand side. But I do not want to discredit the power of where Order is currently at. He truly could be instrumental once he finally does get active, especially when all these fights end up taking place. I don't know, maybe he can steal this game. It would be insanity, but it is a possibility.
He's not going to have to move before DRX have to move. Before the last player from DRX has to step out into the open and get lit up by the Falcons. And well,
मेरे को लगा हील बैटल है 4 फर्स्ट एड मारेगा. ओके ऑक्सीजन खड़ा गए. लेट्स गो खड़ा गए. 7 5 12 पॉइंट्स मिल गए. 138 पॉइंट हो गए. अबे नहीं.
I just don't think they're ready for it. Shots are going to come through. Ralph is going to fire upon him. Toshbek is going to renegotiate his position. Wild will maintain his ground. Falcons start to move up.
बढ़िया वाइल्ड रह गया. बहुत अच्छा ऑर्डर. सेकंड आ गया. चुपचाप बैठ रही ऑर्डर. किल ले वाइल्ड का. बढ़िया सेकंड आ गए. लेट्स गो. ओरे वो क्रेजी ऑर्डर. भाई कितने पॉइंट्स हो गए जल्दी दिखा मेरे को. 7 और 6 13 पॉइंट्स. कितने हो गए? 139 11 पॉइंट पीछे हैं वो. वीवो गेमिंग स्पेस पॉइंट्स में आ गए भाई. अब ये है, अब मजा आएगा भाई. 3 टीमें और तीनों ही वर्ल्ड कप जीत सकती हैं. ये है मजा भाई. मैं ये चाहता था. ये था मजा भाई. ये इसके लिए वेट कर रहा था मैं.
to become champions themselves. But it comes down to one more map, one more Miramar to decide our new champion, PMWC 2025. A lot riding on the line and only one more opportunity to achieve greatness. We're going to take another break. When we come back, the final game.
भाई इंडिया हार गई यार. 70 रन चाहिए सिर्फ इंग्लैंड को. भाई एलवा ने गेम बिगाड़ दिया रहा था. यार ये फिनिश ले लेता है ऑर्डर यार. भाई अब हो गया, कैलकुलेशन लगाई जाए तो यंगन गैलेक्टिक्स के 150 पॉइंट, अल्फा गेमिंग के 138 हुए ना, 2 किल शायद 138, और वीवो गेमिंग के हो गए, ये आया था 7 और 6 13, 139। वीवो गेमिंग सेकंड आ गए क्या? डैम मैन भाई, लास्ट मैच क्रेजी होगा। बस यंगन गैलेक्टिक्स अगर अच्छा खेल गई तो वो दे आर इजीली चैंपियंस, नो डाउट। मगर अगर वो थोड़ा इधर उधर कर दें,
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC Avatar Frame, Esports Passion Set, Esports Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide.
भाई क्रेजी हो गया, भाई क्रेजी हो गया टूर्नामेंट, भाई क्रेजी हो गया टूर्नामेंट। मतलब
During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by
मजा आ गया भाई,
teams you think will advance.
ऐसे होने चाहिए टूर्नामेंट। क्या सीन है भाई, मैं तो कह रहा हूँ वीवो गेमिंग को दे दो भाई, जिस हिसाब से आज वो बंदे खेले हैं भाई, कमबैक पे कमबैक, कमबैक पे कमबैक, माँ कसम काफी फाड़ दी भाई। भाई 139 पॉइंट हो गए, फिर पता है वीवो गेमिंग के क्या रैंकिंग, क्या पॉइंट्स चल रहे हैं। देख यंगन गैलेक्टिक्स के 150 हैं, वीवो गेमिंग के 139 है, और आई थिंक अल्फा गेमिंग के होंगे 138 क्योंकि 2 किल्स मिले थे। ये हो सकता है मेरे हिसाब से, अल्फा गेमिंग का कंफर्म नहीं पता, और इन तीनों में से कोई जीतेगा। यंगन गैलेक्टिक्स जीत सकती है अगर वो इस मैच में अच्छा खेल जाए, लिटरली अगर वो अच्छा खेल गए तो वो चैंपियन है। चिकन रन हो या ना हो वो तो बात की बात है। अगर इसमें से क्या कहते हैं अल्फा गेमिंग या फिर वीवो गेमिंग से कुछ चिकन लेगा तो अच्छा लग सकता है। वीवो कैसे हाइप है भाई, वही तो भाई, क्या टीम है मैं जो काफी फाड़ दिया आज। तू देख भाई गेम प्ले, उनके तो 90 भी नहीं थे, देख तो सही 2 चिकन रन उनके, लास्ट में सेकंड आए हैं। देखियो अभी आएगी पॉइंट्स टेबल दिखाऊंगा तो।
Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
भाई ऐसी नहीं है भाई, ऑर्डर सुख का नाम है भाई, वो बंदे कब से खेल रहे हैं पबजी, कब से, लाइक जब से ई-स्पोर्ट्स आई थिंक तब से खेल ही रहे हैं वो ऑर्डर सुख।
Holds down the road west of Impala and is able to get themselves a very important victory to try and push themselves up the leaderboard, up for a more prize pool here at PMWC. But at the same time as well, whilst you're watching these games go on, you can also check out the EWC app.
देख या तो टॉपर डॉग की टीम जीते या फिर ऑर्डर सुख की टीम जीते, अल्फा गेमिंग भी जीत जाए या फिर वीवो गेमिंग। यंगन गैलेक्टिक्स नए बंदे हैं भाई, वो जो जूस में उन्होंने बंदे ज्यादा ही चाट दिए, बट टीम तो भाई यही है अल्फा गेमिंग में। भाई क्या कमबैक मारा है वीवो गेमिंग ने भाई।
Once again, a team that just really haven't done much the past 3 days. They ended up gets it away, and I feel like this one was kind of gifted as well. They were having some 2-2 split.
ऑर्डर सुख चाइना के स्काउट और मावी है, लॉन्ग और मिड में नॉक दूंगा। हां देख वीवो गेमिंग 13 पॉइंट्स भाई, मेरे को मतलब एक पॉइंट गिन रहा था भाई, मैं एक पॉइंट गिन रहा था भाई मैं बैठ के, मैंने की भाई जीतना है।
In the middle of that ravine where the road goes down, that position is really good, particularly in that zone. However, you need to use splits if you want to use it effectively, if you don't want to get taken out. So they actually played that really well with those splits.
भाई ऑल ओवर पावर रैंकिंग दिखाओ।
Over into a more of a 1-1-1-1 spread across the end zone to actually take a lot more control. So for them, it was actually very well played, and they got the win for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, we just went on the second page. We have to talk about Weibo Gaming, right? They just entered the Smash.
अल्फा गेमिंग 2 पॉइंट्स आए, अल्फा गेमिंग 138 है, क्लियर हो गया। इंग्लैंड को 73 चीज सिर्फ यार हैरीबो का भी आउट हुआ मैंने देखा। यार बताओ हम मैच भाई, अगर वो सिराज ने जो कैच लिया ना वो बाउंड्री नहीं जाती, मतलब बाउंड्री पे पैर नहीं लगता सिराज का, तो वहां से मैच बदल सकता था यार, बट वो किस्मत है भाई, उसमें सिराज की गलती नहीं है, वो किस्मत थी भाई।
Right, that's an important thing to actually talk about here, right? Because we are down to the last game now. That technically, if one of these three teams could smash and be able to get themselves the victory here. However, if that doesn't happen, Seven, the one with the most points will be the champion here at PMWC.
Yeah, with the way the Yangon has been playing throughout the whole day, see what the overall is going to be.
प्रेशर में होते वो WBG वाले, हाँ वो PL में 5 दिन का चलता है क्या PL में
that did end up getting a win with
finals,
so we could happen here, and they went back to playing how they usually play. They went back to playing edge and also hunting down teams. That is
भाई ये एल्वा ने आके ना यहाँ WBG का GG कर दिया।
We're getting so hype here, 7 if during that game. It's like actually they're going back to playing the edge instead of the center. This is what
भाई यहाँ पे ना अगर तीनों जिंदा होते ना तो फैल्कन्स को टक्कर दे सकते थे अब, ये भी चिकन निकल आता।
Yangon Galacticos here on Miramar. They had a really good rotate.
वो रहा दिख ऑर्डर, वो रहा दिख ना ऊपर, वो रहा सेकंड आ गए 7 kills। भाई वो फिनिश ही कर लेता उसे।
But here didn't quite work out, and Nongshim Red Force were able to actually put an end to the reign of dominance here of Yangon Galacticos.
I actually also like their push onto Nongshim for a different reason, Max. Is because Nongshim and Thundertalk were fighting it out, and actually Nongshim is the more dangerous team to win out of that situation. If Thundertalk had won over Nongshim, historically speaking, over the last 2 days, 3 days nearly now, we haven't seen anything else from them. So for the rest of the lobby, they're not really looking like a very dangerous team to go up against. Nongshim, on the other hand, particularly today, have been doing really, really well. So if a team like Yangon want a chance at actually winning the game, they had to take out Nongshim. So for them, going up to that north side was a great play.
Well, as you can see, the rest of the teams here are getting our final game, trying to figure out exactly how they're going to approach things. Let's take a look at the overalls.
भाई Vivo Gaming सेकंड आ गए भाई, तू कमबैक देख बंदों का, मैं क्या पॉइंट बता दूं तेरे को।
Into the smash zone. Alpha Gaming is hot on their
ये तो भूल जाओ, लास्ट मैच है।
is huge, and now Yangon,
भाई मजा आ गया भाई, अगर यहाँ पे 150 की जगह अगर 142-43 होता ना भाई, आजा आजा ना दे, मैं करता हूँ।
We will see how this goes.
The dream is still alive for Yangon Galacticos.
नहीं दे दे, मैं काट दूंगा।
Attention to Weibo Gaming and Alpha Gaming. They don't need to smash to win this. All you need is an early elimination onto Yangon Galacticos. Weibo would need 11 points, 12 points for Alpha Gaming to at least tie, maybe try and overtake, because you can't win the tiebreaker because they have 4 chicken dinners. So you would need technically 12 and 13 points respectively. So we could have a new champion here without the smash rules actually being in full effect.
That's right. I mean, and also take a look at all those teams towards the bottom. They are going to be fighting for that money as well, for that prize pool. Everything is so close by, but going back to the top, this is all these teams throughout the finals have been able to achieve at least the top 3. Some even a win with Yangon Galacticos. It's going to come down to that final match. It's going to come down to see if Weibo Gaming and Alpha Gaming can get a win.
I don't think Alpha Gaming like this turn of events at all. I mean, we've seen it too many times, right? Across global events, it just keeps happening. They keep slipping on that final day. At least it's only by 1 point. So with the final game, maybe they can actually go, actually, we've well had enough of this. It's time to get back into second place, maybe even that first rather. And maybe that's just the fire they need underneath them to get them going.
Weibo Gaming, I'm looking back at the Hong Kong Invitational. This team got saved because Influence Rage got eliminated in last second. Here, no one is coming to save you. If you are going to climb up to that first place, Weibo, it's all relying on your efforts to take this win.
And I'm going to be looking at APG going into this last match. They need to take a fight and focus on that fight, not just be taking multiple fights, because earlier they were fighting Fireflux. On top of that, they were fighting Regnum and Karia, and they just weren't focusing. You got to focus on the fight, and you got to make sure you do the right rotation as well.
Well, let's take a look at the top teams on Miramar once again. Our 3 teams that are able to smash or move into the point lead are right there. And whilst we're taking a look at that, before we go into our last game, let's do some predictions for the champion. We're going to start with Maxman.
No, can I go last?
Oh.
No, you can't.
I can't pick APG. I've done it too many. I'm going Weibo. I'm going Weibo on this one. China, let's go.
APG, yeah. It's gotta be.
I started with them. I'm going to finish with them for the final day. APG.
All right, and I never give predictions, but we've got to give some Yangon love as well here. Let's get this a-rolling, ladies and gentlemen. We have one final game. You can see all of these players getting ready to go. He's going to elbow drop them into oblivion here for this one. Those are the predictions coming out from the desk as all these teams are getting ready to go. I'm not sure that they're ready to jump straight into this game just yet, Seven. So we do have a few moments before we get to this, but it's always nice to get some predictions out of there just before what is a bit of an insane situation here, Nepturo.
Can I just how bad would it be if I changed my prediction to Falcons?
What?
Championship.
Nope, stop you. Stop.
I had to throw it out one last time. They did win the last match, but I know it's not going to happen.
What?
Oh, what?
Cool, if you want. I mean, one that you ended up picking, Max, Weibo Gaming, something that I did enjoy out of that last match from them. Remember, throughout the whole day, this team was playing slow. We were saying at one time it was a little bit too slow. With the fight that they took against Power, that aggression was there, and I feel like that's something that they need to have here. They need to have that switch coming into this last game.
That's been something that has been just switched up to 11 for today. Their aggression, they're looking to take fights. They knew especially how many points they needed to get into the smash zone. They know now you don't take unnecessary fights. You need to get into the late game, get into the top 8, your top 5, your top 3.
Otherwise, final game.
Scenario and get the actual win. If they can also just get high elimination game, maybe it could work out, but all the teams can make it work in the end of this match.
I started the day asking if it was going to be the destiny, if it was going to be the dream, or will it be destruction? It turns out Weeaboo is about to potentially cause destruction here as we have the volcanic conclusion of PMWC underway for 2025.
Seismic shifts on the table to close down our penultimate match. Weibo break into that smash zone. They will join Yangon Galacticos and Alpha Gaming with a chance here in the final match of the PMWC. It's all to play for.
Here it is, the last chance, the last dance, our guaranteed final map. 3 teams have fought tooth and nail. They have given it their all to end up in this very spot, to become champions, to cement their names in PUBG Mobile history. The question is, who has it in them to close it out? All that work to not be for nothing, all that work to gain something you can never lose, to be a champion. Yangon Galacticos, Weibo, Alpha Gaming, all 3 of those rosters are going for gold, and it's only going to be one of them as champions. We also had a chance to ask our talent managers who they were predicting to take.
Hello guys, final game.
And it was Alpha Gaming. So Alpha Gaming pretty much across the board, not only from a talent perspective, but also from our
final game. Who will be the champion here?
Arena, who's winning it? Is it Weibo Gaming? I think so, maybe Alpha
Guys, कौन जीत रहा है? तो फाइनल मैच आ चुका है PUBG मोबाइल वर्ल्ड कप 2025 एट Esports वर्ल्ड कप। टॉप पे है यांगोन गैलेक्टिकोस 150 पॉइंट के साथ, सेकंड पे वीवो गेमिंग 139 पॉइंट के साथ और थर्ड पे अल्फा गेमिंग 138 पॉइंट्स के साथ। अगर इन टीम्स में से कोई तीनों ऊपर की 3 टीम्स में कोई अगर WWCD जीती है वो डायरेक्टली जीत जाएंगे, और अगर नहीं लेती है तो इनमें से जिसके ज्यादा टॉप पॉइंट्स होंगे वो जीतेगा। फाइनल मैच, वी आर रेडी गाइस। Can we have a crazy ending of our PUBG Mobile World Cup?
Into the key crusher along with 14 others. It will have to remain to be seen as we take a look at where our drops are coming on through. At the moment, I'm seeing Weibo. They're out.
Weibo Gaming दिख रही है।
Center part of this playing path, which has a fairly northern situation. Alpha Gaming on the south side.
अल्फा गेमिंग नीचे दिख रही है, लॉस लियोनेस की तरफ। ओ जोन आया है ईस्ट, नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न थोड़ा सा। और वेयर इज यांगोन गैलेक्टिकोस? ओ यांगोन गैलेक्टिकोस है इतनी दूर भाई, बिल्कुल जोन के एंड में। बिकॉज़ गैलेक्टिकोस नो दे हैव 11 पॉइंट्स लीड, दे जस्ट नीड टू सर्वाइव टू टॉप 5 और टॉप 3। ओ एपीजी ने ये मॉर्मन को मार भी दिया।
Most likely going to see them making their way into stage.
Reefers को एक kill मिल भी गया।
PUBG, however, they are within zone, but they've got company all around them.
Hey, look at that. 1 point immediately earned. Tiebreaker back on in action. I think that means that Weibo do win the tiebreaker. I believe they've got 1 more chicken dinner than Alpha Gaming, if I'm not mistaken, having earned the back-to-back. that they've been able to find today. So they are sat on 2 chicken dinners. 139, of course, that will be the tiebreaker, unless Alpha Gaming win. But then it's a non-factor because they win via the smash ruling. Oh, there's so many interlocking rules. I love logistical, bureaucratic nightmares on points tables. It's what I live for.
And just to confirm, it is Weibo with 2 wins, Alpha Gaming with 1. So something to take effect a little bit later on, but all eyes, of course, on these 3 great rosters. You know, you got one starting off relatively hot, of course, being Weibo, APG getting a first shot, but that also puts a target on their back, right? Shots are fired, teams are getting active, which might be in the back of the mind of the other rosters thinking, I want to third party this because this is our last chance to elevate ourselves up the leaderboard.
Absolutely. There's a lot of money that's mixed in the middle of the tables. Obviously, the 3 teams at the top have taken a lot of points, but the points gap between teams like Regnum Kaya all the way down to Team Secret, right? So 4th to 12th, that drop-off could be there, right? And that is a pretty sizable chunk. 4th place is $120,000, and then you go down to 12th at 45.
Oh, Krypton down.
Game, they can change things around, earn more, drop down. It's a lot of wiggle room here.
Without a doubt, and Regnum Kaya, they have
Regnum Kaya तो भाई मेरे को लग रहा है कफन वफन मान ली है। कह रहा जहाँ बंदे देखे वहाँ मार दो।
Around, they take down Krypton from Alter Egos. A guy that clutches up, a guy that you want to stay alive. Does it impact the standings? Well, potentially. Alter Egos could pass DRX, 4th Thrives, maybe even Regnum Kaya themselves. So for Regnum Kaya, taking down one from Alter Egos, and in my opinion, the tip of the spear, albeit outside of Rosemary, that puts Regnum Kaya in an even safer spot.
Absolutely, they're going to feel a little bit safer as time goes on. Behind them, of course, the Falcons coming off of a chicken dinner. You know what? I was kind of surprised that Neptura decided to predict them for the tournament win. Not because they're so far down the tables, but because they're not Team Spirit. And of course, Neptura loves Team Spirit. Favorite team. Unfortunately, they didn't even make it out of CSA.
That's right. Team Spirit, rest in peace. Neptura, keep sending your love to them. Maybe they'll come back next year.
Absolutely.
I do want to point out Weibo, however, pretty centralized in the zone. DRX do start to move in relatively close to them. That's going to be a fun one to potentially watch. But for Weibo, they're going to try
DRX का भी comeback
as
हो गया
possible,
almost.
but they can also gatekeep a couple of rosters. Nox from Red Force, DRX, Ida, maybe Thunder Talk, who's a little bit further away. For Yangon Galacticus, again, staying up towards Trailer Park, they're going to stay there for a long time. They're going to play it slow. They're not going to get too antsy because, again, you got
WBG gets to Vivo Gaming.
4th Thrives, are they maybe thinking about challenging Falcons? You do have T24s getting relatively close.
Could potentially be just scouting out, trying to navigate those rotations out east. In the meantime, though, in the center of this circle, just around Hacienda del Patron, around San Martin, Weibo Game. Currently looking for position. We know what's on the line for this team. The tiebreaker order goes Yangon Galacticos, followed by Weibo, followed by Alpha Gaming. That will not change because with the chicken dinners sitting as they are, that's the order of the tiebreakers. And of course, if any one of them increases their chicken dinner score, they win the tournament by the smash rule.
That's right.
So that tiebreaker order will be in effect throughout the course of this one. And it could very much come down to those chicken dinner differences.
भाई smash rule ने भाई माहौल ही बदल दिया यार.
T24 still close, but not close enough to really have an effect on this Falcons rotation. And for Team Falcons, you know, we've been talking about them dropping the ball and struggling, and yes, they will not be champions today. But this final game, if it's good enough, could elevate them up in the top 5. So that still is a storyline. They're not too far away. It's not impossible for Team Falcons to get a top 5 finish, which, by the way, again, in regards to the club championship race, Falcons they're currently in 9th place. So this is a big moment for Falcons in the overall scale of things for the club championship race to have a good performance.
Adding to that tally is great. They can keep contributing to their team to be able.
अभी तो slow चल रहा है bro, काफी slow चल रहा है game. ये 2 बंदे मरे हैं सिर्फ. एक मारा है मॉर्गन मरा है और एक अल्वा मरा है. हर एक टीम को भाई दिख रहा है कि हर एक पोजीशन पॉइंट्स पे कम से कम नहीं तो $7,000 से $10,000 का अंतर है. भाई पैसे भी मैटर करते हैं जब आप टूर्नामेंट नहीं जीत रहे हो. और अभी सारी टीम वही चेक कर रहे हैं कि जितने ज्यादा पैसे उठाए जा सके यहाँ से उठाओ.
Very typical of their style, but again, you've got Falcons who might keep them at bay, and if they choose to drop south, which is their typical game plan, 4th Thrives right in front of them.
on in on the west side towards San Martin.
क्या लगता है भाई मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है कि वीवो गेमिंग ये चिकन मार के जीत रही है
Yangon Galacticos to make their appearances. Of course, Yangon Galacticos, they're in the blue zone. Currently, actually, fairly close to it, all things considered, for them, certainly. They're quite close to this zone. Yangon Galacticos playing out on the south side of El Pozo. And will navigate the bubbly terrain there. The bubbles is waiting.
Bubbly terrain. भाई ये तो भाई जोन के बाहर आए भाई 11 पॉइंट खेली गए तो जोन के बाहर ही रहेंगे.
You never know if you're going to flip your vehicle or not.
From now on, when I'm driving down a bumpy road, I'm just going to bubble over the piles. That's right. That's my strategy. Yep. John, I like it. New terminology. They decide to go up north, that's great for them. And north really has no competition if they decide to commit towards water treatment, which could be a great spot depending on how quickly they get over there. But there's a lot of terrain and a lot of distance between them and that. APG also staying south. They're going to be in and they have a free route towards the north. Both rosters, I believe, currently waiting for this next stage.
Oh, centered. WBC भाई centered में order. और सुख किधर है?
They can overtake that. YG might be able to move up, but for APG, I mean, so tightly contested. Yes, a free route in, but you've got to go in between Fourth Thrives, E-Arena, and then ultimately, of course, Noxium Red Force, Fireflux, so many rosters. And the same thing can be said for Yangon Galacticos. This is great for Weibo. Weibo still
Vivo Gaming के लिए भाई मजा आ गया भाई Vivo के.
But is Order by himself?
Maybe. I mean, they are fairly split right now. The question is, how long can Weibo hold this split in the center of this circle? Falcon's going to push in on the north. Regnum Kaya from the other side as well. They're looking to try and move on in. Oda on that northern edge could get in the middle of it, get stuck in there. Thunder Talk, everybody trying to get closer towards the east side of San Martin, towards Hacienda del Patron.
Alter Ego's also started to move in from the northern side. Curious where Yangon Galacticos choose to go. For APG, this is going to be a tough rotate for them. I'm genuinely getting worried at this moment because going up north, there's so many teams playing Edge, Fourth Thrives, Ida that they'll have to run through. Any of those fights taking place, again, this is the final game, and so many teams are catching up in the top 5 or even better.
अगर WBC मर गई, APG जोन के बहुत बारे Yangon Galacticos जीत गई.
Thousands and thousands of dollars in differences when it comes to the prize money. A very real reason to win a third party and fire some shots safely from a distance. And for APG, I don't know. They've got to go up north, but it's still a long rotate for them. For me, I'm putting them on alert.
There's a lot of danger in this final match here of the PMWC. The grand finals continue to deliver on the excitement towards this final match. As Yangon Galacticos make their way up the west side, over the top of San Martin, up and into the hills. It looks like Weibo are going to try and hold on the Manor House as well. Play in the center of Hacienda.
Still, that split worries me, especially if the team decides to go in between them. That's going to get quite awkward. But for Weibo, still all 4 up. Not ringing the alarm bells just yet for them.
रोटेशन चल रहा है अल्फा गेमिंग का बहुत भयंकर.
Just opposite of Falcons again, who are all split.
अल्फा गेमिंग का चल रहा है रोटेशन भयंकर.
They're swinging out and could potentially backfill on towards Yangon Galacticos here around the west side of San Martin. This fight feels inevitable. We could remove one of our 3 teams here and now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense, right? You go back, several maps now, and it's been Yangon Galacticos fighting against APG. The 2 teams cannot stay away from each other. Like magnets, they're drawn, but we do see maybe a bit of an audible as they start to rotate.
Rosemary down किया 7-7 को और again कर लिया.
The good news is for them, they avoid 4 Thrives, and they now have clearance to now get in to the next zone. But as they just get here, the next zone is about to shift. The question is, where does it
centered up again.
That's not too bad. That's not too bad. But Noxium Red Force is gatekeeping the
Red
outer
Force
edge.
Suganis.
Still needs to
भाई सुख जोन के सेंटर में bro.
To YG. If they go south, they go into Fourth Rise. If they go east, it's straight into Noxium.
Vivo Gaming क्या 2v2 split खेल रही है अभी भी.
Scouting, but I hope he doesn't get too carried away. He's jumped out.
Oh, Doc has been spotted, I believe, out on this western side. Gonna have to.
और Doc को knock किया Smile ने.
Doc down. He's going to find that knock, and it is just time and time again.
Doc finished. 151 पॉइंट हो गए.
For APG, and finally it may be the death blow dealt towards Alpha Gaming.
Said I was ringing the alarm bells, and now they are sounding as loud as they possibly can.
Alpha Gaming के लिए it's looking not good bro. Last के 2 मैच Alpha Gaming नहीं चल पाई.
3 players up.
Hora versus Team Secret.
To the team you're fighting against. For Hora, they start to push in for Team Secret, trying to hold on tight. They cannot, and they will be eliminated in the final game of the tournament.
Hora able to stay alive with 2 players down. The reses will come through. This circle is giving Weibo a massive in on this match. The 2-2 split that they have right now should be very trivial to hold as it stands in this circle. The teams that surround them, that are creating this buffer zone, not super likely to want to crash right now. So they will definitely be solid to hold this 2-2 split into the next zone. Let's take a look at this replay. Doc hops out, and I mean, yeah.
Hit and run.
Hello?
Hit and run.
It's disappointing.
Backs away, gets away, and it is. It is so disappointing. I know Seven is fuming right now because he's been setting this narrative of Doc getting Doc going up by himself. I know doing the research coming into the global stage, that was one of the things he made sure that I remember. Doc loves to go up by himself, but one of the things they improved on is Doc started joining his roster once again, and that made them strong. But this time around, refused to die, and maybe the chances now for Alpha Gaming to win this championship have in fact gone to the grave. But again, with 3 members of
smile down. Smile down. Finish, smile finished. Finish.
Down from Yango Galacticos. There's only 3 players now.
Finish.
Yango Galacticos, they tried to move through San Martin, but the Falcons extract a toll on the road from them. And now from the north side, potentially could move down towards Hacienda, a decent spot that Weibo have to abandon to hold this 2-2 split. So potential space there. Alpha Gaming with potentially their last run.
Oh my lord, it's not looking good for Alpha Gaming.
The firing line. He's loading up to take these shots.
Top B down. Soku bhai. Vivo Gaming is going to win the PMWC. Is it looking like it? Oh no, kill nahi mila.
Once again, last alive. You go back a couple of maps on Erangel. Our map number 4, Zeal, was the last hope and dream for this APG roster. And once again, the pressure falls on his shoulders to try and carry the torch for Alpha Gaming to take this championship. But he's surrounded by everybody. Luckily, there's a little bit of space, but his chances of winning this are however, it would be one of the most miraculous comebacks in PUBG Mobile history if Zial can somehow take this victory. For Alpha Gaming fans, I know you want to keep the hope alive, so I'll at least say that.
Alpha Gaming
very much an outside chance here. I like this regroup from Weibo. Remember, I was talking about how you can hold that 2-2 split because the teams around you aren't likely to move. With this circle shifting down, they regroup from that east side because they know teams like DRX on their position, Thundertalk, Alter Ego, Aura on that north side, likely to want to try and take that compound on the corner from them. So they regroup, recoalesce, and play on as for the only team in the top 3 with a chance of smashing that has 4 players alive. But Yangon Galacticos, 3 players on their side,
still alive.
They also still have a chance.
Yes, that's right.
That's
Take the advanced position on the compound. That will give free reign to Romeo and Renat to potentially move up. The only team around them is Hora. Depending on how this zone ends up rotating, maybe we do see a clash between Yangon Galacticos as well as the Weibo roster, but you still got to appreciate where Weibo is at. 4 members still alive. They now are joined together. There is no more of a split, and they're staying tried and true to what has worked for them, taking center zone. 4 Thrives versus Power. What's at stake with this fight? Well, 4 Thrives are currently 5 points away from catching up to Regnum Caria, which would put them in a better spot for more money, knocking them down. But it's not a guarantee. 4 Thrives are currently at 0 eliminations. They need to silence Power and take down the remaining 3 members. That would put them within striking distance of apexing Regnum Caria. But if they don't, and they fall short, Regnum Caria will stay in 4th place, but they're only going to be just there because the solo is last alive. Hora starts to rotate.
Regnum Caria has Alter Ego तो क्या ही हो गया भाई पता नहीं.
On the east flank here against Loxley, but Yangon Galacticos are moving in on the north side towards potentially Weibo Gaming's compound. Another fight that could dictate the pace of this tournament. On the north edge, they could wipe each other out.
Yeah.
Oh, Oxy does go down. Regnum
और 6 kills लास्ट मैच में आता है क्या हो रहा को हम भी खेल रहे हैं DRX versus Fireflex को शील दिया
entirety of this tournament, but I believe everything is starting to come to an end as two players are last alive. DRX starts to push up. Solus taken down as well, I believe, through the smoke. No, excuse me, he gets full back up. I thought the shots connected well. He'll continue to fight hard. But Kicks wants to take him down. For Fireflux, a chance maybe to pass Team C.
Oh, भाई Solus! क्या ही
level shot needed, but he drops down as a nade takes him out. Scarface, the last hope and dream to move Team Secret up.
A flush onto Solus there, and now Scarface looking to try and hold it for Fireflux on that south side. It's unlikely that he'll get too much further into this one, and the tournament is starting to close down for Team.
Vivo Gaming कौन नहीं पता रहेगी? Young Galacticos कहाँ है?
Their final performance is done and dusted. Next circle.
Oh, Vivo Gaming versus YG होने वाला है. TT के kill मिला YG को.
Yangon Galacticos now have to push in, potentially pass Weibo. The question is, will they choose to challenge? They've been highly aggressive during the finals. Scarface, though, all eyes on him as he continues to stay up for a little bit longer. But I don't know if Fireflux did what they needed to do to pass up Team Secret. Matt taking damage. Porter with the third party. Yangon Galacticos getting taken down relatively soon. They've got to play this carefully.
Ooh, 4 Thrives on the inside, looking to try and overtake. As DRX are going neck and neck with them, bouncing back and forth on those tables, both trying to overtake Regnum Kaya here.
Let's talk about scenarios. Alpha Gaming has a solo live with Zeal. Still within zone, he's staying quiet. Yangon Galacticos, obviously a chance to win this game with 3 members, but they got a tall task ahead of them with Weibo just up ahead. Water off to their off angle. Falcons obviously
भाई
still around.
मारना पड़ेगा भाई YG को मारना पड़ेगा अगर Vivo Gaming को निकालना है तो मारना पड़ेगा.
Weibo could win in 2 ways. A winner-winner chicken dinner, or just getting enough points to.
Vivo को मेरे को लग रहा है winner-winner chicken dinner होगा ये और वो उससे जीतेंगे smash points से. Smash points से जीतेंगे.
For Weibo
Smash rule.
Gaming, they need 14 points. That's what's going to be needed to surpass Yangon Galacticos as it currently stands. Let's not forget YG is still alive.
The last time the PEL team were able to win a global title was back in 2021, and that was with Order over on Nova. If they can take it back here, what a story for the player. A 3rd global title, a resurgence for the PEL onto the world stage. Plenty of fans.
पूरे भाई गिर गए YG गिर गई YG एलिमिनेट हो गया.
He takes a toll over him. He's trapped behind a burned out tree, but he has a sliver of HP left, and they don't quite have the angles to squeak the bullets around the edge there. The heal comes through, and Yangon Galacticos stay as 3.
Still a tough spot though. Falcons start to move closer and closer to Noxium Red Force. Maybe a fight breaking out between the 2 rosters there. Remember, for Falcons, top 8 for the club championship race is important. They're 5 points away, and the team.
भाई YG को एलिमिनेट करवाओ भाई मजा आएगा. अबे सोचो बे अल्फा गेमिंग का बंदा बचा हुआ जो आखिरी ज़ोल बचा है ना वो चिकन डिनर निकाल दे और अल्फा गेमिंग जीत जाए यहाँ से. ओके DRX वर्सेस 40. ओ भाई IQ शॉट यार.
4 Thrives, another roster that is looking to elevate themselves up the top 4. The chances here, they're hitting the shots.
T2 IQ last pin sending.
Wonderful fight, but DRX is fighting back as well. IQ and co need to buck up and obviously play this well. With only a solo left, 4 Thrives job becomes even harder. IQ has. He's down, and 4 Thrives did not do enough to break in to the top 5.
Okay, DRX के 8 3 111 हो गए 112. DRX थर्ड आ सकती है. Sorry, 4th.
To be drawn with Regnum Kaya. I'm not too sure who will win that tiebreaker, but if they get 2 more points, they will be free and clear. However, let's reframe over on this northern side of the circle. Pops very, very shortly here. Of course, 4 players alive.
भाई होरा का क्या स्प्लिट है यार? 4 बंदे.
Angle onto the Yangon Galacticos position, and everybody has to move. It is a mad dash to the south, and Ida sits slap bang in the middle.
That's right. Ida have such a great position here. Such a great opportunity with 3 players last alive. Maybe even break into
top 5.
Game is needed, but the possibility is there. Winner chicken dinner is 10 points. That would put them at 94. They already have 2 eliminations to their name, so a very real chance Ida can break into top 8 over everybody else. Narvalo has fallen. Narvalo has fallen. Ralph will fight once again. Narvalo fully down and out now. Falcons down to 3. Such a pivotal fight between Falcons and Noxium Red Force, and potentially the final fight for both rosters.
Diego Galacticos maybe trying to third party this as well as the Falcons go down to 3, but Noxium Red Force seem to be bleeding as well. E-Arena across the way could try and have an impact here with 2 players looking to heal on up. It's up to wins the day. Another frag around the edge, and it's going to be Noxium Red Force continuing their bleed out. Koa drops down and away from danger. Diego Galacticos wasting time here. Not going to be allowed to approach. And TZ, the last on the high ground to find Ralph, will get one. Redox now with a chance to hold it down for the Falcons.
TZ अरे भाई एनएस निकाल के भाई ये फाइट
Top 8 denied. Noxium Red Force with 2 stand too fast in their way.
Noxium Red Force, not the healthiest team, but still top 8. We look over now, and Hoarder starting to crash in. Weibo are getting broken apart. Sook has moved deeper in. Gengar Galacticus are also taking damage, but they can still third party Noxium Red Force. Question is for Sook, all by himself. What's going to happen here?
The placement points are kicking in now as well, so for DRX, they're looking good to overtake Regnum Kaya. Sook moves fast and out into the open. A pivotal position here for Weibo Gaming right now. Yangon Galacticos could potentially take the hillsides.
वो सिक्ला डाउन हुआ
Falcons who are gone already. Noxium Red Force.
DRX के सही से मारेगा
Dangerous, but Zol is still playing.
मार दो
Solo, and he's in the circle.
Say Cloud's down, he can't get picked back up. Burnett has to move forward. Order is starting to go in on Yangon Galacticus. They're collapsing in. Weibo wants to silence the Yangon Galacticus roster right here and now. But can they get their teammate back into the fight? They need to be as healthy as possible to try and catch
order नहीं order नहीं
might be able to mow it down.
He goes forwards, but he meets a wall.
Bro, zone क्यों नहीं है?
Out his way, and Weibo are throwing away their position on the northern side. They try and
33 जी भी जाएगा.
Hang on, but it is not enough. They were 11 points behind at the start of this match. They are now
जीत गए Yangon Galacticos जीत गए.
And the placements are starting to add up. They need a lot more than they can get with only 2 players alive. This may be the close down of the tournament.
I think so, brother. 33C. I don't know. Does he have a chance to get heat? He has crawled for the longest possible time, and 33Z is now in a vehicle, and he is going forward. Now, the narrative for Sook, I mean, Horda's got him pinned up. He's taking
33Z.
One thing that I know, brother, from watching all these tournaments, once you have to go into the shack, it then becomes...
जीत गए bro. Yangon Galacticos, congratulations guys.
Yangon Galacticos,
you have done it.
It's a nightmare for Sook right now. Oh, there's 4 players from Horda. You've bet they've got an aid, and they are going to post it right through the window here. For PL, their hopes may be dashed. That 3-peat for
Zeol be down.
slipping through their fingers.
Alpha Gaming
finally go down, which means that Weibo are locked in at second at a minimum.
This is it.
Second, Vivo Gaming second यार. Yangon Galacticos, congratulations guys for your PUBG Mobile World Cup win. A team from Malaysia.
In their fingertips, can Sook clutch it up? If he does so, he would be stealing the championship away. Horda continues to push up. Horda wants Sook dead to rights, but the nades can't connect, and Sook stays alive.
It's only a matter of time. He's taking coin flip after coin
Oh!
flip. Molotov is burning at his feet. It's not connected.
भाई कैसे?
It's not there, but they've got nades pouring on in. No, they're not connected.
No way भाई कितने nades कितने molly.
The storm that is battering down this shack.
Right, Sook trying his best to stay alive, but all it takes is one good connection. Another nade goes in. Is this going to be good? Is it going to be good? Yes, it is. And Weibo will fall. APG already out. And
Yangon Galacticos भाई.
PMWC 2025 in sensational fashion.
The madman from Myanmar able to take the top spot here.
म्यांमार की टीम जीत गई भाई. Congratulations यार Yangon Galacticos भाई.
Once again, and they will be happy to receive it. They go down.
भाई बंदे के खेले हैं भाई.
It is over. It's done and dusted. We just need to lock it in. They're already celebrating. They know what they've done, and they need to be proud of themselves.
History has been made. Yangon Galacticos.
भाई म्यांमार की टीम जीत गई भाई. बंदों ने वो कर दिया भाई.
Hug it out, and rightly so. What a relief it is.
History created by they have won the World Cup.
In PUBG Mobile history, that's exactly what they did. And for the remainder of the points, we still have something up for grabs for DRX Maybe they can pass Ragnar Karya and break in to top 4, but just like that, they get eliminated, but it comes down, of course, to the placement.
Aura 15 kills last match. What the fuck, bhai?
Jump up to 4th place, but that is a beautiful result for Yangon Galacticos. They do not need a chicken dinner. They'll take it home on the points. Weibo with a misstep, a wide flank out towards Yangon Galacticos, and that allows the Yangon Galacticos boys to hold their nerve.
Vivo Gaming का भाई वो एक
play up on the ridge.
पर बड़ी Vivo Gaming भाई comeback तो था.
And they allow the mistakes
Comeback तो था भाई.
fold around them, and that seems to be the story of the grand finals. Let everyone else make the mistakes.
That's right.
Play it sensible. Play it smart.
With their early point lead, they were able to just play good old-fashioned PUBG Mobile. They didn't have to do anything fancy. They didn't have to go out of their way to do anything extraordinary. They left that up to the other rosters, and like you said, that led to plenty of mistakes. Yangon Galacticos dominating the tournament without question. They refused to relinquish first place. Once they grabbed it, nobody was able to overtake it. The dominating performance in PMWC 2025. The final 2 teams fight. The only thing that's up is potential elevation to the top 10. Ida moves up. Porta starts to fire the shots. I love the off angle from Jiggle, who's going to be just up to the north. Darkin might be able to mow him down. We already know our we still need to crown a winner-winner chicken dinner.
One more to be earned. That meal may be a little bit ashen, but it'll be nice nonetheless. We've also got things like MVP to consider coming on afterwards as well. Some nice prizes for plenty of players to try and chow down on to boot. Azora look to try and close the jaws here. Ida had the compound for the longest time. They were this bastion in the middle of this circle, and now Ora may be able to claim the final map here. And you can see the elation is sinking in for the boys on Yangon Galacticos. They are smiling ear to ear, and they have earned it.
Insane.
अरे Sky भाई, Sky भाई ना मान रहे.
Galacticos, we took note of them, right? We respected them coming into this.
वो नीड आया भाई, अरे भैया मान ली भाई Sky की तो.
To take over the win, to actually be in first place, yet they took it by storm. They saw the opportunity, and they did not waste it. Darkin starts to most likely takes him out. If not, he's going to be very low health. Orta, Ida fighting it out. Jiggle from a distance. Another one will fall. There's Darkin finally.
Oh my Rita!
Looks to be going towards a victory very, very soon.
Rita catch कर सकता नहीं.
Can't do it. Orta will take our final game of the tournament. But of course, the narrative has to go to Yangon Galacticos, the winners of PMWC.
Congratulations, guys.
Well done, boys.
Yangon Galacticos, the champions of PUBG Mobile World Cup 2025. भाई क्या खेले हमने. भाई से Cloud Romeo भाई.
In the middle of the stage, it's only a moment before they'll be able to ascend and lift it in the face of everybody.
Alpha Gaming, Vivo Gaming भाई इतने close आए फिर भी नहीं कर पाए. At the end, Yangon Galacticos भाई.
16 keys started for this championship in the grand finals. 15 are going to be crushed. Yangon Galacticos, the only one to maintain their position, to save their key from destruction. An amazing performance. Again, a team that worked so hard throughout every single stage. Yangon Galacticos earning their spots, refusing to relinquish first place all the way to the very end.
As they take towards the crusher, you can see they will be dropping those keys. They will be picking up their own to rise above the rest, to be the one. It is Yangon Galacticos.
भाई क्रश करने आगे हो.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have found our champions. Sorry, I'm stepping on your flag. The team, they persevered, they climbed the mountain, they survived the gauntlet that was Smash Sunday. Incredible. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Smash Sunday aa gaya.
Are of course running high. We could all see from your faces, you knew midway through that game that you managed to secure the win. But for now, let's start things slow. Let's start things easy, okay? First and foremost, I would like to invite our key master, Dominic. He's going to come out and present you with your Esports World Cup key. There you have it. Look at that. And so you know what you have to do now, don't you, gentlemen? We have to send your opponents down from the grand finals, okay? We are going to crush these keys. Say, Cloud, would you like to start us off? Why don't you turn the key and start those engines? Right, the engines are started. You'll feel it underneath your feet. Hold up, hold up. Okay.
रुक जा रुक जा रुक जा.
You can. Monet, you can flick that switch. Push forward. There we go. Reveal that iris. We've opened it up. Look at those teeth.
Bye.
They are menacing. Okay. Master Smile, would you like to wave? Well, hold on, hold on. I'm going to give you a count. In 3, in 2,
2, 1.
Send them down. All those keys destroyed.
एक नहीं गई, एक नहीं गई, एक नहीं गई.
Been defeated. 15 teams' keys have been sent down into the depths. And now that your key is the only one that is left intact, I would like you to take your PMWC trophy key and place that into the center of the trophy and go and claim your prize. Walk that golden road, cement your legacy. Yangon Galacticos as our champions of PMWC. Congratulations.
भाई क्रेजी हो गया भाई. बंदों ने भाई क्या गाफ मारी भाई. इंटरनेशनल लॉबी में भाई बंदों ने भाई 4 तो चिकन निकाले WWCD और भाई इतने किल्स मारे ना भाई इन लोगों ने. भाई क्रेजी लेवल गेम प्ले किया भाई इन बंदों ने. मतलब भाई ट्रॉफी तो ऊपर ले गए, इनको तो ले आते. अच्छा ये भी ऊपर आ रहे हैं. क्रेजी भाई प्रोडक्शन तो है. क्रेजी भाई, क्रेजी भाई. एंगोन गैलेक्टिकोस नाम तो बड़ा भयंकर है यार. अच्छा यहाँ लग गई हो. Congratulations guys for bringing the World Cup. We are Younger Galacticos, the team from I think Myanmar. We are from Myanmar यार. They deserve it भाई. लाइक छोटे छोटे मूवमेंट पे लगा कि वीवो गेमिंग आ रही है, अल्फा गेमिंग आ रही है, बट भाई इन बंदों ने भाई पेशेंस रखा भाई कि कर लेंगे कर लेंगे. क्वालिटी गिर गई. एमवीपी कौन रहेगा यार? मेरे को एमवीपी देखना है. बुखार आ रहा है क्या?
Gentlemen, 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 that must have felt good. We're going to get Coach Marco over as well so that he can do some translating for us. But wow, what a day. There's a lot of emotions that you guys are feeling right now. Please try to put into words how you're feeling at this moment, Romeo.
အခုဘယ်လိုခံစားရလဲကျွန်တော်အရန်စိတ်လှုပ်ရှားတာပေါ့နော်ဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အရန်စိတ်ပူရတဲ့ရှေ့ပွဲဆိုနည်းနည်းအမားလေးဖြစ်သွားတယ်ကျွန်တော်နောက်ဆုံးပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်လုံနိုင်တယ်ဆိုတာအကုန်လုံးကိုယုံကြည်တယ်ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတာနေတယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အမားမခံဘူးတစ်ဖက်တင်းမားပဲကျွန်တော်တို့စောင့်တယ်အဲ့ဒါနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့နောက်ဆုံးထိကျွန်တော်တို့စောင့်နိုင်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ချန်ပီယံကြီးကိုယူခဲ့တာပါ Yes what he said is of course we are nervous we are top of the league you know we just like did some mistakes the previous rounds but you know like we just wait like we just play our own game and then wait their mistakes and then we know that we can do it. We have a confidence to make it happen. Yeah.
Well, you definitely proved it up here. Say, Cloud, I'm going to come to you now because I want to ask you. We've heard some information that the teams that you would like to place in the base of your trophy, the crushed keys, are Alpha Gaming, Alter Ego Erez, and Weibo Gaming. Can you tell us why you decided to choose those teams?
မင်းဘာလို့အဲ့လိုအတင်းနေဘယ်လိုရွေးခဲ့လဲပေါ့ဟိုမင်းတို့ငါတို့ခက်ခဲတဲ့အတွက်လား Alpha Gaming
भाई टॉप जो
day 1 day 2 ဒီ
अल्फा गेमिंग वीवो गेमिंग अल्ट्रा ईगो यही है यार टॉप टीम्स
နောက် pressure ပေးတဲ့အတင်းပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါ ego ကတော့ဒါစီမှာဘယ်လိုပြောမလဲ PMWC အောင်နှစ်တင်စက်ရထားတဲ့အတင်းဆိုတော့ respect so what he say oh sorry keep going Weibo ကတော့တည့်တဲ့အတိုင်းပါပဲအခုနောက်ဆုံးချိန်ထိသူတို့ကဘာလဲဆိုတာရပါတယ်အတွက် so yeah So actually, of course, like APG is a very good team, and then they gave us good pressure previous game before. Of course, Alter Ego, we respect Alter Ego because they are top level team. Of course, also Weibo Gaming, everyone know Weibo Gaming, they are top of the league all the time. So we respect every team. Thank you.
They respect every team, yeah. Nice, nice.
Master Smile, we had a few opportunities to speak throughout the week, and you had some great performances, of course. You know, the crowd's been brilliant, haven't they? And you've got so many fans, you know, supporting you guys online, from home, family as well. Is there anything that you would like to say to them? Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh, thank you so much, my buddy.
That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Would you like to say anything as well, Mane? I feel like I'm leaving you out. What would you like to say?
Guru champion ရသွားတယ်ကျွန်တော်ရန်လဲပျော်တယ်ရန်လဲစိတ်လို့ရတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီညီကိုရင်းနဲ့ champion ရတဲ့အတွက်ရန်ပြီးဂုဏ်ယူတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အားပေးနေတဲ့ fan တွေကိုလည်းကြမ်းကျေးဇူးတင်တယ်နောက်ပြီးတော့မောင်ပြီးကြရောနောက်လည်းဆက်ပြီးအားပေးကြပါအောင်လို့အားလုံးပြောချင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုစောင့်နိုင်တဲ့အတွက်ရန်ကိုဂုဏ်ယူပါတယ်
So what he's saying is like, of course, yes, he nervous, but he very happy at the same time. And then because he make it happen with these players, he's so proud of that. Of course, proud of our country, of course. So he want to say something to the fans who watching online. That's keep cheering for us. Thank you for the cheerings. For the next game, we were waiting. We're coming for the next game too. Next time again.
I love that. That's good. Thinking into the future already. Well, congratulations. Stay right here. I will be right back because what would a tournament be without some standout performances that we have had? Be careful. Walk your way over here because we have our Sony MVP of the PMWC here standing next to me. It is Doc from Alpha Gaming, everybody.
Anyways, भाई डॉग की क्यों भाई हमेशा डॉग की क्यों एमवीपी भाई बंदा ट्रॉफी नहीं जीत पाता एमवीपी जीत के चला जाता है
Esports Arena, make some noise for your 2025 PMWC champions at the Esports World Cup. It is Yangon Galacticos.
But feeling sad for dog, यार. Feeling sad for dog, भाई.
A dream come true, written in
But
gold. Yangon Galacticos.
Yangon Galacticos, भाई.
Champions of PMWC 2025. What a moment for those four.
भाई तालियां रुकनी चाहिए भाई.
Able to conquer adversity.
जिस हिसाब से बंदे खेले ना भाई पहला दिन दूसरा दिन तीसरा दिन टॉप पे ही रहे भाई नीचे आए ही नहीं लाइक कोई मूवमेंट ही नहीं था कि बंदे नीचे आए मतलब ये दर्शाता है कि बंदे कितने ईगर थे जीतने के लिए भाई ये चाह होनी चाहिए भाई जीतने की
A moment that nobody expected them to be here. This is a team that qualified through Pubg Mobile Challenger South Asia Cup. For them to be able to go that route and not really have that much global experience. Only 3 of their players had PMGC experience in PMWI, and that was back in 2023. What an amazing performance, Neptura.
Fantastic coming in from them. It's so nice to see some fresh faces in here, faces we've not seen in a while, coming in onto the international stage. Absolutely dominating.
Taking down giants here at PMWC, outliving Alpha 7, taking down Weibo Gaming, Alpha Gaming at the very end here, at this very last match. Truly just making a statement that anyone can dominate in PUBG Mobile Esports, and here Myanmar is the one to take it home.
It's a true underdog story.
Myanmar की टीम जीती है guys. Congratulations to Yangon Galacticos. Congratulations to the teams.
For us to witness, for everybody at home to see as this team can rise to the occasion. And as you say, Max, the fact that anybody can do it, if they persevere, if they're able to put it on the ground, get win after win against all of these teams, and here is your confirmation here. Number 1,
भाई 147 भाई 15 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस बहुत होता है भाई बंदों ने दिखाया मेहनत है भाई लिटरली 15 पॉइंट्स लाइक दो मैचेस के एवरेज पॉइंट्स के डिफरेंस के साथ जीते हैं दे डिजर्व भाई इससे ज्यादा डिफरेंस क्या रख सकते हो भाई बट वीवो बिंग क्रेजी कमबैक भाई ऑर्डर सुक भाई रीवर्स भाई कहानी फाड़ दी भाई यार मैं खुद चाहता था कि वीवो गेमिंग जीत जाए क्योंकि मैं ऑर्डर सुक को टॉप को डॉग को पता नहीं कब से देखता आ रहा हूँ अल्फा गेमिंग का डॉग भाई लास्ट के 3 मैच अल्फा गेमिंग के अच्छे नहीं गए
Winning Hong Kong, coming into today, I was thinking it's only ever going to be a 2-horse race, Neptura, and yet Weibo comes along, gets back-to-back chicken dinners, and then continues to make it happen as well. The meteoric rise we saw from Weibo today gave me chills.
Absolutely, same here. I mean, it's so nice to see. Even when they weren't winning, they were getting those second places. They were getting those top 5 performances with a decent amount of elims as well, right? So I wholeheartedly echo what you were saying, Max.
चलो guys, एक और लास्ट में एक और चीज सर्वाइवल स्टेज में अपने लग एक टीम थी, टीम RNX TMG, अपनी इंडियन टीम जिसको इनवाइट आया था BMPS जीतने का, तो वो BMPS जीते थे. दे रिप्रेजेंटेड आवर कंट्री भाई, दे रिप्रेजेंटेड आवर कंट्री यार वेरी वेल. अच्छा खेले, एक WWCD भी आया, बट इट वाज देयर फर्स्ट ऑफिशियल ग्लोबल टूर्नामेंट यार, इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट, वर्ल्ड लेवल टूर्नामेंट यार. पहली बार वो इंटरनेशनल लॉबी खेले थे, बट बहुत अच्छा करे. क्रेजी था भाई, मतलब टीम आर एंड रेस्पेक्ट भाई, बहुत अच्छा किए, बट एट द एंड दे वर नॉट एबल टू क्वालिफाई फॉर फाइनल्स. रेस्पेक्ट रहेगी यार तुम लोगों के लिए. आगे भी और भी टीम्स आएंगी, या फिर हो सकता है तुम ही और प्रेजेंट करने, बट अगली बार जब भी आएंगे भाई अच्छा करेंगे. चलो गाइस, इसी के साथ हो गया मेरा, मैं चलता हूँ यार. ऑलमोस्ट 4.5 पौने 5 घंटे की स्ट्रीम. बाय गाइस, टाटा, सी यू टुमारो, बाय. कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन टू टीम Galacticos, Galacticos. Bye.